In our top stories, bail ruling expected for police forensic analyst and Iran Supreme Leader speaks on US peace deal. Good morning. The Pretoria Magistrates Court will this morning make a ruling in the bail application of the SAPS forensic analyst Lawrence Makgotlwe. The matter was adjourned last week to give the magistrate time to prepare the judgment. The state alleges Makgotlwe intentionally manipulated ballistic evidence in the case of murdered Vereniging engineer Armin Swart to protect the suspects. Prosecutor Velile Makasana argued the applicant had the potential to influence witnesses if granted bail.
And the accused occupies such a position of trust in relation to the court and the general members of the public, but he has allegedly abused his scientific expertise to subvert justice. The state at this stage submits that his release may send an incorrect message to the members of the public that forensic manipulation aimed at derailing and defeating justice by assisting murderers to evade justice carries no immediate consequences.
The Free State High Court in Bloemfontein has ordered whistleblower Patricia Morgan Mashale to apologize to the National Prosecuting Authority. This after the court granted the NPA an interdict against her Facebook posts, saying they are defamatory. Morgan Mashale had alleged prosecutors in the Free State accepted bribes. Kamogelo Tsotetsi reports.
The case was lodged by the NDPP in 2025 against Morgan Mashale in response to a social media post about the Free State Director of Public Prosecutions and the NPA, accusing them of being corrupt for making various payments which she described as bribes relating to a particular case. She, however, allegedly never provided evidence for her allegations. The NPA then filed a court application to stop her from posting defamatory statements on social media platforms. The court ordered Morgan Mashale to pay the cost of the application.
The South African Revenue Service says the filing period for those who do not receive automatic assessments will start on the 13th of next month and end on the 23rd of October. It's for provisional and non-provisional taxpayers who must submit returns. SARS says the tax filing season will begin with an auto assessment period on the 1st and end on the 12th of next month. The auto assessment process is designed for taxpayers with less complex tax matters. SARS Commissioner Johnston Makubu.
Filing season then becomes very important for us to be able to communicate with taxpayers. We've got about 15 million interactions during any filing season, which means it's an opportune moment for us and the taxpayers to be able to interact. And we believe that that is a moment where we are able to demonstrate the trust, because remember, we would have withheld monies from taxpayers and they would have trusted that we would pay them back when we have overheld, and of course they would pay in when we have underheld.
Iran's supreme leader says the US President Donald Trump approved the deal to halt their war out of desperation. Mujtaba Khabaneh has made his first comment since the deal was signed. He says Tehran will not submit if Washington makes excessive demands in the forthcoming negotiations to make the peace permanent. Earlier, the US Vice President J.D. Vance defended the deal against widespread accusations that it gives Iran many concessions. Bernd de Busman reports.
These will be very, very complex, technical, scientific discussions, for example, about what to do with the highly enriched uranium that's in Iran. There's been very little detail about what addressing that would actually look like. It'll be a huge logistical undertaking, and of course, there'll have to be monitors from the IAEA, as President Trump and Vice President Vance have suggested. That's all a very complex issue to work out in a 60-day timeframe.
And finally, Bafana's hopes of reaching the 2026 FIFA World Cup's next phase remain alive. This after they fought back to secure a 1-1 draw against the Czech Republic at Atlantis Stadium in the US last night. This was thanks to a crucial late penalty from Tebogo Mokoena. Bafana showed resilience after previously suffering a 2-0 defeat to Mexico. Recapping the top story, the Pretoria Magistrates Court will this morning make a ruling in the bail application of the SAPS forensic analyst Lawrence Makgotlwe. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer action. Teboho Mokwena's penalty keeps the Bafana World Cup dream alive. And we also bring you news from the Springbok camp with Rassie Erasmus looking forward to the clash against the Barbarians. All this and more at around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Heavy traffic backlog on Joburg's N3 North. It's the overnight roadworks that are underway just by Van Buren. You've got the usual closures at Heldenace and then the additional closures up at Van Buren. So coming through from Germiston, already jam-packed from Elan's interchange. If you're heading to the airport via Galulis from the south, make sure you've got plenty of time to get through that. Durban to Pietermaritzburg, a breakdown between Ashburton and Market Road. Going into Pietermaritzburg, slightly slow. Also a March event planned for Pietermaritzburg today. March is due to move off late morning, sort of 9:30. 10 o'clock, they'll move through Mayors Walk and in through the CBD, central area of Pietermaritzburg. That's bound to be quite busy. Broken down vehicle to watch out for, southbound, going in towards Spaghetti Junction, and the crash between the M41 and Sabaya still awaiting final recovery. Cape Town, 2 breakdowns on the N2 this morning, one just past the R300, another by the airport. It just means a little bit sluggish coming in from Khayelitsha on that N2 inbound route. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 6 o'clock. A very good morning to you. A warm welcome to the National Briefing. My name is Kathy Mutlatlana and I'll be with you until 9 o'clock. It's Friday, the 19th of June. Yeah, can you believe it? It's the end of yet another week, but plenty of updates to get through, not only throughout the morning, but also to help you understand what the day is set up like as you step into your day. So what can you expect then coming up on the show this morning? We're going to continue with the migration story in Durban. Thousands of foreign nationals remaining stranded this morning as governments across the region scramble to bring their citizens home. South Africa's handling of the situation is now drawing attention far beyond our borders. But perhaps one of the most telling things about the story is that everybody appears to be trying to work out what happens next. Government says it's building additional facilities. Neighboring countries are arranging transport home for their citizens. Community organizations are trying to step in to provide food and shelter. But the biggest aspect of it all is the growing sense of uncertainty around where things go from here. We're going to be bringing you different angles of the story as we wrap up the week. At the same time, the IEC is opening more than 23,000 voting stations this weekend. It's ahead of November's local government elections. Can you feel that there's an election coming up in just a couple of months' time? Of course, the most concerning thing right now, which the IEC has flagged, is that most 18 and 19-year-olds are still not registered to vote. And it comes as the country marks 50 years of the youth of 1976 that changed this country's history. But the question is, have today's young people checked out of democracy, or are they checking out of democracy altogether? And then also this week, South Africa lost a giant, and across the world, tributes continue to pour in for Abdullah Ibrahim. a few musicians really captured the sound of this country in the way that he did. So in the final hour of the show, we'll do a special tribute for this jazz maestro, as he had come to be known and loved, not only in South Africa, but the rest of the world. Of course, we also want you to be part of the conversation. The numbers to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. Some of the conversations I'd like us to grapple with this morning is what interventions, what must happen next in the handling of this immigration crisis, in inverted commas, that we seem to be heading into as a nation. What are the next steps that you believe government should be taking? The humanitarian relief organizations should be taking, but most importantly, the governments within the region, what steps should they be taking next? And I want to know, if you have a teenager in your house, if they make up the numbers of those 18 and 19-year-olds that are not yet registered, are you going to be taking them by the hand and heading out to the registration centers to ensure that they are able to exercise their rights? And of course, we'll also take some of your favorite memories of Abdullah Ibrahim. It is 11 after 6 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing as we step into the day.
Make sure you don't miss out as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, in collaboration with Classics on Turf, pay tribute to the life and music of Tio Soga in a concert led by Mandisi Yankees with the Renaissance Singers, the Chamber Orchestra of Johannesburg, conducted by Kutlwano Masote. The concert takes place on Saturday, the 20th of June, 7 p.m. at the Wits Great Hall. Tickets are available from web tickets at 300 Rand each. Honoring the legacy of Tio Soga, made possible by Webhold and supported by SAFM.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay, leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
All right, it's 12 after 6 o'clock. Let's take a look at what's making front page news on the newspapers. I'll start off with both the Sowetan and the Citizen. They managed to get in a picture of Bafana Bafana, right? How was that game? I must say, when that first goal went in, I lost all hope. I was like, we are finished. I couldn't watch the rest of the game. I only tuned in after I went onto social media, and I could see that it looks like, things are working out in our favor again. It was quite nail-biting. The Sowetan then leading with a glimmer of hope, and the celebrations from Bafana Bafana following that draw. Mokoena strikes from the spot to put Bafana back in the hunt after a draw with Czech Republic, and then also saying that a positive approach helps team play with confidence after a frustrating loss to Mexico in the opening match. So certainly a positive one on the front page of the Sowetan. A proud moment, the Citizen says, with a picture there of those celebrations. And it's a close-up of Teboho Mokoena, who celebrated after scoring from the penalty spot during that World Cup Group A match. The front page story, however, on the Citizen: beware online sex scams. It says sextortion ransoms are surging, trapping victims from WhatsApp to brothels. Syndicates exploit shame, ego, and secrecy, draining men and teenagers of thousands. A reluctance to report keeps criminals operating without fear, leaving victims financially ruined and emotionally scarred. And that's an exclusive story the Citizen is tracking, and they've run it over 3 pages. So they've done quite extensive work into this particular story. It's the big read from the Citizen, and it really just needs you to take a bit of time, and they give the full context of what is going on with these sextortionists. In one instance, they say a businessman was forced to pay 650,000 rand. That is a lot of money. 650,000 rand, all because of these sextortion scams which are taking place online. So certainly worth a read there. On the front page of the Mail and Guardian, how Tongaat was saved is the front page, and it says businessmen Robert Gumede and Rute Moyo secure sugar giants' future, and it follows that withdrawal to liquidate Tongaat Hewlett. We covered that story with the IDC yesterday, and the Mail and Guardian then just takes a closer look at the details of what went into securing that deal. We also have Abdullah Ibrahim, never wanted to be a monument, a tribute there for Abdullah Ibrahim, also in the paper, in the Mail and Guardian. And then they also focus on the DA and the reshuffles unfolding in the DA, and how and the migration crisis. So it reads there, SA cannot deport its way out of a crisis. And I mean, many people are describing the situation we find ourselves in as a country right now, really at a crisis point. There will be some who disagree with that view, but certainly we do have a growing problem on our hands. And then the front page of the Business Day, regulator flags risks if GEMS bows to union, and it's about how the scheme must explain how it will fill shortfall from lower contribution increase. So the medical schemes regulators raised concerns about the government employees' medical schemes plan to accommodate union demands for lower contributions, saying its proposal is neither financially sound nor in members' long-term interests. And GEMS is South Africa's biggest medical scheme for civil servants and has faced sustained union pressure to reduce its average contribution increases for 2026. And that's always a big story, right? Because how do medical aids then put together these funds that are needed that service the entire network of those that belong to them? But at the same time, the cost of living is unbearable for so many people. So where is the balance, I guess, is part of where that story is leading to. And then also a picture there of Bafana, brave Bafana keep World Cup hopes alive, is part of what you'll also find on the front page of the Business Day.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 18 after 6 o'clock. Let's get into your weather update. There's a yellow level 1 warning for damaging winds, resulting in localized problems for high-sided vehicles on prone route is expected over parts of the Richterveld, Namakwa and Kamiesberg municipalities of the Northern Cape until Saturday. There are no fire danger warnings or advisories. In Pretoria, it's partly cloudy, low of 10, a high of 19. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. Johannesburg, partly cloudy, 8 and 16. Vereniging partly cloudy 6 and 16. Mbombela morning fog patches, otherwise cloudy with a chance of rain at 12 and 16. Polokwane morning fog patches, otherwise cloudy 9 and 18. Mahikeng partly cloudy 8 and 20. Vryburg partly cloudy 7 and 21. Bloemfontein partly cloudy 2 and 19. Kimberley partly cloudy 5 and 21. In Uppington partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers 11 and 23. Cape Town partly cloudy becoming fine during the day, wind light to moderate southeasterly 13 and 26. The expected UVB and sunburn index is low. In George, partly cloudy with a chance of morning light rain, wind light and variable 10 and 18. In Gqeberha, cloudy and cool with isolated light showers of rain, wind moderate southerly becoming southeasterly to easterly from the afternoon 14 and 18. In East London, cloudy with isolated light showers of rain, wind moderate to fresh southwesterly, becoming southeasterly by the evening in the south, 15 and 19. In Durban, partly cloudy with isolated light showers and rain from the afternoon, wind moderate southwesterly, becoming fresh to strong in the afternoon, 17 and 22. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. In Richards Bay, it's partly cloudy with isolated light showers and rain from the afternoon. Wind moderate southwesterly, becoming fresh to strong in the afternoon, 17 and 22. And in Pietermaritzburg, partly cloudy with isolated light showers and rain from the afternoon, a low of 19, a high of 18.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And there you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by SAfmRadio.
Make sure you don't miss out as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, in collaboration with Classics on Turf, pay tribute to the life and music of Tio Soga in a concert led by Mandisi Yankees with the Renaissance Singers, the Chamber Orchestra of Johannesburg, conducted by Kutlwano Masote. The concert takes place on Saturday, the 20th of June, 7 p.m. at the Wits Great Hall. Tickets are available from web tickets at 300 Rand each. Honoring the legacy of Tio Soga, made possible by Webhold and supported by SAFM.
Windscreen, phone screen, can't wait to get home and stream. But there's something better out there to like and share. So answer the call to something different and take your meetings offline. Drop the location in the group chat so everyone can meet you there. Because we're not going out, we're going outside. We're out here, Mzansi. You coming? Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
The Global Briefing on SAFM.
Well, let's get into our global briefing 22 after 6 o'clock. We begin in Moscow today, and that's because the Russian capital has absorbed one of the heaviest aerial assaults it has seen since the war began. A wave of long-range drones and missiles reaching deep into the Russian heartland. Dr. Joan Swart is a researcher in military science at the University of Stellenbosch, joins us this morning. So, Joan, help us understand the significance of these strikes reaching this deep into Russia. What does it all signal?
Yes, good morning, Kathy. So as you said, the significance of this attack and these attacks, they happen sort of every other day or so. It lies not only in the damage caused, which fortunately is very light and kind of insignificant, but it's very much psychological. So it lies in the fact that the war is increasingly reaching deep into Russia itself. And as we discussed previously, there's a growing pressure within parts of Russian society, the Kremlin, military leadership, and diplomatic negotiations for a more decisive response to attacks occurring inside of Russia. So the pressure on President Putin is not simply to respond more forcefully, it's to respond in a way that restores their deterrence without triggering a wider conflict. So this is a far more difficult problem, as you can imagine. And as far as I can see, he has got three options, basically. So option one is to increase pressure within Ukraine, which they have started to do. So it means increasing the cost of continuing the war without widening it necessarily by attacking energy infrastructure, logistics, military industrial facilities, and so on, including in Kiev. Then the second option is to raise the cost for their sponsors indirectly. So not by directly striking NATO territory, but using cyber operations and economic pressure, diplomatic pressure, and so forth to raise the costs accordingly. And then the option three is to create a negotiating leverage, which means that they must continue to improve their position before negotiations can continue and be concluded. And this means territorial control, and continuing to make financial support unpopular to the public of the countries involved.
I don't want to go too deep into it, Joan, because we still have a couple of other stories to get through. But
no problem.
Do you think that Ukraine is watching what has happened with the US and Iran and thinking, how have we not gotten to that point yet of ending the war?
Yes, of course they are, but it's two completely different wars and completely different strategies from Iran on the one side and Russia on the other side. So Russia has used more a war of attrition. So they're trying to basically tire Ukraine out psychologically and regarding their resources as well. But Zelensky he is definitely watching the war and watching the reactions and the almost tiredness of the West to continue being involved in these wars. And that is why he was at the G7 as well and quite forcefully trying to arrange one-on-one meetings, including with President Trump.
Let's head to Southeast Asia, Thailand. It's dusting off a decades-old dream, almost $30 billion. This is to carve a land bridge between two seas and loosen the grip on the Malacca Strait. And it's one of the busiest shipping lanes on earth. I guess this conversation has been made a lot more relevant by the developments of the war and the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, absolutely. So this is not simply an infrastructure project. So it's an attempt to reshape one of the world's, as you said, most important trade routes, which, by the way, it carries 25 to 30% of all global seaborne trade, including 45% of seaborne oil or hydrocarbons in general. So, as you said, cargo would be then transported across Thailand by rail, so cutting out the Malacca Strait part, going around the tip at the bottom where Singapore and Malaysia meet, by rail and road rather than passing through the strait. It means they've got to upgrade about a highway that's about the length of the Comrades Marathon, about 90 kilometers. So at this stage, they are actively courting investment from countries like China, the Gulf states, particularly the UAE and Saudi Arabia, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and other companies, logistics companies, port operators, and so on.
Yeah,
but we need to.
Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I just wanted to add that China is one of the biggest potential beneficiaries. So all their trade goes through the Strait of Malacca, which joins the Indian Ocean with the South China Sea. And they do view the strait as a vulnerability.
Joan, the question of migration is far beyond just an issue South Africa is dealing with. We're now seeing the U.S. shopping around for countries to receive its deported migrants. Jamaica is now reportedly on that list. And I mean, is there a global pattern here? Number one, around how countries are treating the migration problem. But secondly, when you're deporting nationals to a country that have no ties to it, does that not create another problem?
Yes, of course it does. And don't you find this just amazing? I mean, for a country to, they had a very poor migration policy or execution thereof in the last, let's say, 8 years or so, especially in the Biden years. So migration is increasingly becoming a foreign policy and sovereignty issue rather than only a humanitarian one. So Jamaica and other countries, they would have a reasonable concern asking, are we importing responsibilities without receiving the benefits, corresponding benefits thereof? Who are these individuals? And we must note that these are individuals that cannot be deported back to their original countries. So that presumes a problem there as well. And therefore you inherit the consequences of decisions then made elsewhere. So from Jamaica's perspective, it's not simply an immigration issue. For them, it's a question of sovereignty, whether they do have the capacity to handle this and their national interest, because there's regularly a huge pushback against things like these.
Dr. Joan Swart, we're going to have to leave it there. So, I mean, from, deported migrants to criminals high risk, the U.S. doesn't want any of them on their soil. Surely that should also be leading to a broader conversation globally. That's where we'll leave it with the global brief. And I'll take just your reflections on some of these stories. It's time for your latest news update. Anne Musa is standing by. A very good morning to you, Anne.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head General Lisija Sinona is expected back at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. His testimony was previously postponed after his legal counsel fell ill. The Pretoria Magistrates Court will this morning make a ruling in the bail application of the SAPS forensic analyst Lawrence Magotle. The state alleges he intentionally manipulated ballistic evidence in the case of murdered Vereniging engineer Armand Swart to protect the suspects. And nations around the world are breathing a collective sigh of relief after months of a near-total shipping deadlock around the Strait of Hormuz. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Joburg N3 is a route under pressure today. Big queues, a crash near the cement factory going north, and then there's the overnight roadworks at Van Buren, and in the middle of that you've got the usual closures at Heldene. So N12 from Alberton, N3 from Rand Airport, interchange all very heavily backed up into Elands, past the crash, past the roadworks, and then into the lane closures at Van Buren. If you're on your way to the airport from the south this morning, you may want to seek an alternative route. Lots going on in Durban. That vehicle that overturned early hours of this morning still there at Subaya. The N2 heading up to the airport, very busy. Breakdown on the N2 southbound after Umgenero, that's starting to queue up. And it looks like a fire at Informal Settlement, Quarry Road area, causing delays on the M19. If you're going out from sort of Springfield towards Reservoir Hills, the M19 towards Mountbatten Drive is very slow going. Also heading up into Pietermaritzburg, that breakdown between Ashburton and Market Road, that's being cleared. There is one on the southbound track at Linfield Park, but plenty of lanes to get through there. Cape Town, a bit of pressure on the N2 into town this morning, just approaching Rappenberg Road. AZ Berman coming out of Mitchell's Plain is very slow. And if you're on the N1 inbound, just starting to bunch up down towards the Sable Road off-ramp at Century City. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zaikan, hope almost died, but it didn't quite die. And Hugo Bruch is keeping the confidence. He believes we might still reach the knockout stages.
Yes, Kathy. While we were preparing our goodbye speeches, it was hope that came through.
No, but that game was not fair, hey? The entire 90 minutes almost of despair, hey?
So the good news, Kathy, Bafana is still alive. The bad news is we aged, I think, by 10 years last night. But nevertheless, we are proud of our boys. We are still in it to win it. And so is our coach, believing that qualification for the FIFA World Cup knockout stages firmly within reach despite our difficult start to the tournament. Teboho Mokoena, his late penalty earned Bafana a vital 1-1 draw against the Czech Republic in Atlanta. And Bruce says that if his side can reproduce the intensity they showed after the break, they have every reason to believe they can advance.
Certainly throughout the second half we were constantly on the half of Czechia, and the only thing Czechia did was long balls in front to the tall men of 195, 192, and then try with a flick or whatever to be dangerous. So I think we deserve more today because, again, we played a very good game, and you need a little bit luck also sometimes in a game. So that was not the case today.
Now, the first ticket to the round of 32 has been punched. Mexico took down South Korea in Guadalajara this morning to take Group A to the World Cup, so El Tri can play the group finale without pressure. More action, it was substitute Johan Manzimbi who was the hero as Switzerland scored 3 goals in the final 20 minutes to beat Bosnia-Herzegovina 4-1 and move to the top of Group B at the World Cup. In the meantime, rugby fans can catch exciting actions as South Africa take on the Barbarians on the 20th of June, live 4 p.m. from Gqeberha, and it's on SABC2, SABC Plus, as well as SABC radio stations. Cricket, the West Indies made it 2 wins from 2 at the ICC Women's T20 World Cup after holding off Scotland to claim a 7-run victory in their Group B clash at Headingley. Stephanie Taylor was the star with the bat, smashing in an unbeaten 47 of 19 balls to lift the Windies to a competitive 153 for 6, with 29 runs coming in the final 2 overs. Now the result moves the Caribbean side to second in Group B, and it strengthens their push for a place in the knockout stages. And finally, tennis, a huge upset at the Berlin Open as the second seed Elena Rybakina, she crashed out in straight sets 7-5, 6-4 by the world number 35 Alexandra Iala of the Philippines. And that's your sport. We will serve it up some more. That's at the top of the hour. For the national briefing, I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning to you. So we'll start off this update then with the Bank of England. They've kept rates unchanged.
Happy Friday, Kathy. Now the BOE standing pat on rates, opting for caution as policymakers weigh persistent inflation pressures against a slowing economy. While most committee members backed the decision, 2 voted for a 25 basis point hike, highlighting concerns that higher energy costs could keep inflation elevated. Now, the move mirrors the U.S. Federal Reserve's stance earlier this week, with both central banks holding rates steady, even as markets continue to price in potential hikes later this year. Now, the decision matters for South African investors because several JSE-listed companies, including TFG, Investec, and Truworths, generate significant earnings in the UK, meaning shifts in British monetary policy can influence profits, valuations, and investor sentiment. Then checking in on company news, that is, the excitement surrounding SpaceX blockbuster stock market debut appears to be fading, with shares falling more than 6% in yesterday's session as investors locked in profits after the company's explosive first week of trading. Now, the pullback wiped more than $150 billion off the company's market value, although the stock remains well above its IPO price. Retail investor demand, which helped fuel the early rally, also showed signs of cooling. The decline comes as markets reassess whether SpaceX's lofty valuation can be justified, particularly as it ramps up spending on AI. Investors are now weighing the company's ambitious growth plans against the risks that come with its premium valuation. Over in market action, sentiment is positive after the US and Iran signed a framework agreement that details the T's and C's for the peace deal, and that's sending oil prices lower, with Brent trading at around $79 a barrel this morning. While equities are in the green, with Wall Street closing higher, joined by Asian stocks this morning as the South Korean markets hit record highs. The optimism, however, not spilling over to the JSE as the all share closed in the red in yesterday's session, down 0.75%. Checking in on currency markets, the rand slightly on the back foot this hour. It's at 16.50 to the dollar, 21.76 to the pound, and 18.88 to the euro. And that's your market brief this hour. I'll be back just after 7:30 with more market moving news.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
Refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula. Let's get straight into it. So, the US-Iran peace accord, the AU is recognizing the peace agreement and has described it as a milestone.
Refreshing morning, Sister and Jumbo Africa to the listeners, Molweni. Sister, looking from Addis Ababa's headquarters, the AU chairperson Mohammed Ali Yusuf praising this peace accord and saying that this accord demonstrates power of diplomacy and dialogue in resolving conflicts. But he has also acknowledged the role of Pakistan, Oman, and Qatar, where they had a diplomatic engagement for that conducive dialogue and confidence building between Washington and Tehran. This is very important, as you know, that the AU has been standing ready to support any initiative that advances peace, cooperation, and mutual respect. That comes from the desk of the AU chairperson who said, I think all 55 member states of the AU looking at this conflict as a breakthrough on the oil prices, on the deficit of economic cost of this war that they've started since the killing of the supreme leader of Iran, and also what is coming out of that peace accord.
Yeah, well, it was just in the last week or so that they issued that rather unusual statement, calling for the war to come to an end. And then let's head off to Dakar. The Senegal court has declined to hear a challenge against Sonko's return to parliament.
That is quite true. You'll recall that Sonko and Bassirou Diomaye Faye, the president of Senegal, they had a fallout. Now, there was the issue of the recent reinstatement of Sonko into parliament, but under the cap now being the speaker of parliament, now the Constitutional Council declined to can deal with that because others wanted him to be removed for him not to be sitting in that seat of parliament also as the speaker. So that shows the tension that has been going on between Sonko as well as Faye. And Sonko has been re-elected also just recently as a head of PASTEF party, which they'll be contesting elections soon. But I think this Constitutional Council refusal to decline, they don't want to enter into the political faction and friction that is between the two leaders in Senegal.
So we're continuing to see the debate around constitutional amendments rocking Harare.
That's quite true. Remember, we're calling it the CAB3, meaning Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Bill number 3. Minister Ziyambi coming gun blazing, saying that most came with preconceived ideas in terms of how they wanted to fixate this proposed law, saying they were ignoring governance challenges. This law, what happened, 218 lawmakers voting in favor. The threshold that was needed was 187 votes. And now the bill has to go to the Senate, which others are saying there will be no resistance around it. What does it do? It gives Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa an extension term until 2030. It extends the terms for the president, MPs, councillors, and mayors from 5 years to 7 years. And as I said to you, it was highly contested debate. He did give out numbers, how many people submitted their written submissions, who supported, who opposed, and the numbers are very high. When you look at who supported, 537,000, and those who opposed, 2,985. I'm not sure of the numbers, but this is what comes out of Harare with this constitutional amendment bill number 3. It will be highly debated today and over the weekend in Zimbabwe.
There's a train that comes from Namibia and Malawi. There's a train that comes from Zambia and Zimbabwe. There's a train that comes from Angola and Mozambique, from Lesotho, from Botswana, from Swaziland, from all the hinterlands of southern and central Africa. This train carries young and old African men who are conscripted to come and work on contract in the gold and mineral mines of Johannesburg and its surrounding metropoli. 16 hours.
Wow, Casey, this is where we observe tomorrow, almost 26 years ago, when the United Nations General Assembly designated and declared the World Refugee Day. That was stemming from Africa Refugee Day. And the theme this year, until everyone is safe. It's coming at the right time when you look at the geopolitics of the right to seek asylum, the issue of the refugee having pressure, but we have the Refugee Convention that South Africa also signed of 1951, adopted 75 years ago. And the universal principle of that Refugees Convention says the right to seek safety extends to all of us. Highly contested, and that song of you, Masikela, was just to link the issue of the patterns of the migration of workers in the African region. And as later you'll be dealing with the Dollar Brand, Katie. That's my favorite artist, by the way, an elder calling the Sage of Ages. It was just to show a link of the death epistles between Dollar Brand as well as Hugh Masikela on highly contested debates in Africa and the globe. Asante sana, as we're still in the conversation, SAFM observing the Soweto uprising month.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Pretoria. First up at the breakdown, M1 South at Atterbury. That's pushing Friday volleys back towards Linwood Road. Heavy traffic coming out of Clayville across to Midrand. Olifantsfontein at the Old Joburg Road and the Old Olifantsfontein down to Pretoria Main. Both of those routes are heavy and pretty stop-start from Tembisa on Allendale Road. Couple of lights out as you get into that sort of K101 territory as well. Joburg's N3 and M12 routes through Elan's Interchange, Germiston, Alberton up to Funbeer and Heavy. Got a crash near Cement Factory. Long-term works at Heldenace. Overnight roadworks at Funbeer, and so that's all backed up. Durban, a truck overturning this morning. Early hours, N2 North at Sabaya, still there. If you're heading to the airport, you'll join a queue from Gateway. That looks really tough to get through that one. 2 breakdowns on the N2 South, one after getting one before Spaghetti Junction, so the usual queues there. And if you're heading out from Springfield towards Claremont, New Germany, Pinetown, earlier fire at an informal settlement quarry road area, just backlogging traffic on the M19 down towards Mountbatten Drive. And Cape Town coming out of Mitchell's Plain, heading north, pressure on the R300. It's a stationary truck before you get to the N2. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
It's 6:48. You're listening to the National Briefing. Let's get into this story then. This week, organised labour speaking out, standing together at NEDLAC, the country's biggest federations, COSATU, SAFTU, FEDUSA and NACTU, said migrants did not cause South Africa's crisis. They're urging workers to stay away from the 30th of June protest. We're joined by the SAFTU General Secretary, Zwelinzima Vavi. Mr. Vavi, good morning. Thanks for your time this morning. So you've said migrants must not be scapegoated for failures they didn't create. For the many South Africans, right, who've expressed frustration at not being able to find work, at increasingly difficult situations that they face in their communities, it can sound like the unions are defending foreigners, and many people see what you're saying as a defense of the situation. How do you answer that?
No, well, good morning to you, Kathy, firstly, and good morning to everybody listening. We are moving from a point of addressing the facts and the figures and not the emotions and myths. And here are the facts. There are more than 13 million unemployed South Africans, and there are only 16.8 million employed South Africans, down from 17.1 million in the last quarter of 2024, meaning that between January and March, we lost 345,000 jobs. At the core of that is the fact that our manufacturing base is declining and has declined from contributing 22% to the GDP to now 12-13%. So that's where we're starting from. This is deindustrialization. This is South Africa unable to cope with the global trends, in particular the dumping of cheap products from China and other Asian economies. This talks to the destruction of clothing, textile, and leather industry. This talks to the fact that we are no longer manufacturing light goods. They have been moved into Southern Africa, and that our economy has been taken over by goods from China and other parts of Asia. This is talking to the fact that we continue to export raw materials to the rest of the world, meaning that we are exporting our jobs and we are receiving finished products. And all of that, Kathy, have absolutely nothing to do with migration into South Africa. That's the first point. Secondly, we, according to Statistics South Africa, experience a figure of 11 million South Africans who go to bed on an empty stomach. About 60% of our population live below the upper bound poverty level, according to the University of Cape Town. We have become the most unequal society in the whole world, 3 days down into our democracy. Again, you cannot blame that on migration in South Africa. So there's a difference between talking emotions and myths and the real statistics that are coming from the World Bank as well as from the Statistics South Africa, which are...
So, Mr. Vavi, when we listen, right, to what some of the leaders of these protests are saying, and even South Africans who support the movements, the facts, yes, are as you have said, but it doesn't fundamentally change their position. They still believe that whatever problems are being experienced are worsened by the presence of migrants. How do you think that can be changed, if at all? Because the debate, unfortunately, is quite an emotional one. So the room for rationality seems to have been thrown out the window.
Exactly. We believe that those guys who believe in mob justice, beating up people in the streets, taking law into their hands, imposing themselves as police and home affairs officials, are the guys who are generating this misinformation in order to generate anger, and not against the system that is reproducing poverty, unemployment, and inequality, but against the migrants and making them the scapegoats of our crisis. Let's look at the figures again. They continuously and repeatedly telling the country that already the migrants in South Africa constitute 30% of the population already. Just imagine, we have a population of 64%. If 30%, if 30 million of them are already migrants, you will see that in your studio, in your school, in your hospital, in every aspect of your life. And yet, the Statistics South Africa, the World Bank, tell us that we have about 4.1% migrants, or around 4.1 migrants constitute the population of South Africa. Compare that to the world all over. The statistics says there are about 3.7% migrants. There are worse countries who are receiving migrants than us. Canada have 23% of its population migrants. Australia, 30% of its population migrants. Switzerland, 31%. The United States, big numbers. Qatar, big numbers. But these guys generate this misinformation in order to generate this anger.
Okay.
And we believe for obvious political reasons, so that they can scapegoat the crisis we are facing onto a small problem that is not really what they make it to be.
All right, Zulinzi Mavavi, we'll leave it there. He is the General Secretary of SAFTU.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
More than 70% of South Africans aged 18 and 19 are not registered to vote. The IEC says the country is still battling to get young people to participate in the electoral process. James Apani is General Manager for Electoral Matters at the IEC. James, has the IEC simply failed to reach young people where they are?
Good morning, Kathy, and listeners of SAFM and those that are listening to us all over the world. No, Kathy, the IEC did not necessarily fail, but that remains a challenge that we've got young people that are not registered. I think they are disengaged, and we have provided facilities for them to register, but simply we did not see them coming up in numbers. We've just seen recently that they have just responded to some of our campaigns, such as TIC, Tertiary Institutions campaign, and we also went to schools, but that's not enough. We really need them to come out in numbers over the weekend and also on our online platforms.
What are you going to be doing differently then this weekend as voter registration takes place to try and close this gap? The IEC has been aware of the situation among young voters for a long time now.
You know, we have realized that the youth prefers online voter registration platforms. So we have enhanced those platforms. register-to-vote.elections.org.za has been enhanced such that the journey is quite fast and simple. And one of the key improvements we've done recently is that, if you recall, you were required to re-upload an ID every time you check your details or update your details. This time around, that friction has been removed. As long as you have been verified before, there's no need for you to re-upload your ID. But we still require that you have an OTP as a means of security to make sure that your registration are integrated. What you also done, Casey, we have various programs such as Beats for My Peeps, where we're talking to young people directly, and we are very active on social media because we know this is the place where they play in. We also realize that access to the data is an issue. We are looking into that, but We have opened all voting stations tomorrow, or we are opening all voting stations tomorrow to make sure that those becomes an equalizer as well. You can work closely to a voting station to go and register as a first-time voter, young ones, and also older people that have never registered before. We call upon all those people that are not on the voters roll to come and register as first-time voters, and those
James?
that are already registered to update their details.
Is
Yes,
part of the problem here not stemming from the fact that we simply have not done enough of the groundwork to help young people understand the power of not only their vote, but what participation, citizen participation, looks like and what it means in a democracy? They're disengaged because at some level they don't fully understand what is at stake.
Yes, you are correct, Katie. The young ones or the youth do not necessarily understand the value of their participation. And I like the fact that you're saying we, which means it's a collective effort. As the IEC, yourselves, civil society, political parties, needs to make the youth aware that their participation is very key. We have provided mechanisms that make it easy, and it's upon all of us to make them aware and encourage them to participate. On our part, Kathy, as the IEC, we have employed municipal outreach officers that are all over the country to engage the youth directly. And we have also done, as I indicated earlier, CIC campaigns. These are not just campaigns to register people, but to actually talk to them in terms of why they should participate in elections.
James Apani, General Manager for Electoral Matters at the IEC. How are we going to change the engagement of young people with electoral processes? And I want us to bring it home, right? Tell us how you are having these conversations with the teenagers, the young adults under your roof. It's now 7 o'clock and Musa has your latest news update.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, suspended Hawks head Sinona to take the stand at Madlanga Commission, and SARS finding season dates announced. Good morning. Suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head General Isija Sinona is expected back at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. His testimony was previously postponed after his legal counsel fell ill. Sinona is expected to answer questions on the circumstances surrounding the theft of 541 kilograms of cocaine from the Hawks officers in Port Shepstone in 2021. The approximate value of the drugs was 200 million rand, Sibahle Mota reports.
The Port Shepstone drug theft is yet again expected to take center stage at the Madlanga Commission today. The cocaine consignment, which was seized at the ECP depot, was subsequently stolen from the Hawks' Port Shepstone premises. Questions have been raised at the Commission about why the Hawks' offices were chosen as the preferred storage facility despite inadequate security and surveillance measures. Sinona, who has previously testified before the Commission, admitted that he did not personally verify the suitability or security of the facility.
The Pretoria Magistrates Court will this morning make a ruling in the bail application of the SAP's forensic analyst Lawrence Makgotle. The matter was adjourned last week to give the magistrate time to prepare the judgment. The state alleges Makgotle intentionally manipulated ballistic evidence in the case of murdered Vereniging engineer Armand Swart to protect the suspects. Prosecutor Velile Makasana argued the applicant had the potential to influence witnesses if granted bail.
Then the accused occupies such a position of trust in relation to the court and the general members of the public, but he has allegedly abused his scientific expertise to subvert justice. The state at this stage submits that his release may send an incorrect message to the members of the public that forensic manipulation aimed at derailing and defeating justice by assisting murderers to evade justice carries no immediate consequences.
The Western Cape Health Department says an emergency medical services member has died following a smash-and-grab incident near Elsies River. It says the incident happened in the vicinity of Jan van Riebeck Drive and Epping Avenue yesterday. The department says it's providing counselling services to colleagues and police and are investigating the circumstances surrounding the incident. Provincial Health Minister Mireille Wenger.
Our EMS personnel are dedicated public healthcare workers who serve communities around the clock, often under challenging and dangerous conditions, to save lives. They must be able to perform their duties without fear of violence. Attacks on those who have committed their lives to caring for others are unacceptable and deeply distressing.
The South African Revenue Service says the filing period for those who do not receive automatic assessments will start on the 13th of next month and end on the 23rd of October. It's for provisional and non-provisional taxpayers who must submit returns. SARS says the tax filing season will begin with an auto assessment period on the 1st and end on the 12th of next month. The auto assessment process is designed for taxpayers with less complex tax matters. SARS Commissioner Johnston Makubu.
Filing season then becomes very important for us to be able to communicate with taxpayers. We've got about 15 million interactions during any filing season, which means it's an opportune moment for us and the taxpayers to be able to interact. And we believe that that is a moment where we are able to demonstrate the trust, because remember, we would have withheld monies from taxpayers and they would have trusted that we would pay them back when we've overheld. And of course, they would pay in when we have underheld.
And finally, nations around the world are breathing a collective sigh of relief after months of a near-total shipping deadlock around the Strait of Hormuz. This caused oil, fertilizer and food prices to spike. Some tankers are now getting through the strait following the US-Iran Memorandum of Understanding signed on Wednesday. US Vice President J.D. Vance.
Whether the Iranians comply with the rest of the deal or not, their nuclear program has been completely destroyed. Their capacity for enrichment, the facilities at which they were using to develop enrichment and develop a potential nuclear weapon, those facilities are still destroyed. Their conventional military is still destroyed. Their capacity to threaten their neighbors is still largely gone. And now we see whether they are willing to comply with the next step of the president's peace plan.
Recapping the top stories, suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head General Lisija Sinona is expected back at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. His testimony was previously postponed after his legal counsel fell ill. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong, and when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. OUTsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Very good morning to you in your SFM Sports Headlines. Soccer. Bafana still in control of their own World Cup destiny despite that 1-1 draw with the Czech Republic last night. And we also bring you rugby. The Bulls and Leinster set for a blockbuster United Rugby Championship final in Dublin tonight. We'll have all the details around 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Really heavy pressure coming out of Pretoria this Friday morning with a breakdown at Atterbury Road and traffic parking all the way back almost to the N4 Emily Highway split. That is a heavy run down through Linwood and on towards that obstruction. Joburg's N3 North stays heavy from Elands up to Van Buren, and the Mike 1 Boysons through Parktown is fairly jammed as well. Lots going on around Durban. A vehicle overturning early hours this morning. N2 North at Sabaya. If you're on your way to the airport, that's a heavy queue. Just one lane open through there. M19 down to Reservoir Hills on your way to New Germany and Pinetown. That is slow from the N2 highway down to Mountbatten. There's a lane closure for a fire incident at an informal settlement there earlier this morning. Two breakdowns on the N2 southbound at Clare Road Bridge, one before Spaghetti Junction. That's pretty jam-packed. On the southbound, northbound from the M7 up through Westwood Mall is heavy. And don't forget, of course, the roadworks on the M13, queuing traffic from Westville through towards the Sherwood direction. And roadworks continue between Ottawa and Phoenix. Chris Harney, R102, those routes all very busy. Cape Town this morning, plenty of delay on 35th Avenue. Coming up from Modderdam, queues at Owen Road, queues onto Jan van Riebeeck into the roadworks through there. And a stationary truck on Cape Town's R300 North at the N2, delaying traffic out of Mitchell's Plain. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A warm welcome if you've just stepped in. Coming up this hour, we'll take stock of where South Africa finds itself in the migration crisis and the thousands left stranded. We'll hear directly from the Malawian embassy on the effort to bring its citizens home, from Home Affairs on the pressure facing the system, and volunteers on the ground who are feeding families in this matter. We'll, of course, also bring you the reality check, concluding the reflections of Dr. Simon Zwane, and bring you a special tribute on Tio Sogo.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
It's Powerball Jackpot Friday time. This Friday, you have a chance to win over 160 million rand in total Powerball estimated jackpot. Catch the live draw this Friday at 9 p.m. on SABC2. You could become SA's next multi-millionaire. Yes, you. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya.
Guys, we're always posting, commenting, and clapping back. But opinions don't count. It's your ex that does. So come 20 and 21 June, get up, show up, and register to vote. Call 0800 11 8000. Visit elections.org.za or WhatsApp 060 88 0000 for more info. This message is brought to you by the IEC.
We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong, and when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. Outsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
13 after 7 o'clock. Well, let's begin then. The big story, bringing in the voice of the Malawian embassy in South Africa. Adam Ali is with the embassy. Adam, good morning to you. Thank you for your time. Firstly, let's just start. As far as your calculations are concerned, how many Malawians are you working on repatriating back home?
Morning, how are you? Yes, you're on the line. You are with me. I can hear you.
Yes, you can go ahead, Adam, and answer the question.
Yes, now it's 6,450 Malawians.
Do you have exact numbers in as far as how many Malawans are gathered in Durban at Sherwood currently?
Yeah, the number which I got on my list is 6,450. But there are still more who are still coming, who are not yet calculated.
From what you know, of these 6,450, how many of them have the requisite documentation to be in the country?
No, so far as the Home Affairs are on the ground, they are busy checking, and they are saying that some of them, they got some documentation, but some, they don't have documentation, yes.
How are you reading the situation currently, Adam, as Malawi?
The situation, the camp or in Malawi?
In South Africa.
No, the situation by now, this time, the situation is not okay. It's not good. And the problem is some women are getting death on the camp. That's a problem. That's a very sad thing. It's happening. Having death in the public, that is very bad, yeah?
We've seen reports from the Malawian embassy asking for assistance in repatriating some of its nationals back home. Firstly, are those true? Do you not have enough capacity to take all of them back home?
No, this time all the buses which are coming are being sponsored with the Malawi government. So you can see that this is not only the camp which is here in Durban. There's all part of South Africa. Some of our Malawian people are stranded. But to the well-wishers, we are welcome to come on board. We can't say no if someone is there to assist. So they are welcome to come on board.
What are you doing to identify your nationals in South Africa that are stranded? And let's speak more broadly now, beyond just what we're seeing in Durban.
Okay, my phone is put on the national of South Africa. So whoever got a situation like this, they are calling me. Then their registration to me, give me their names. Then I'm sending direct to the High Commissioner where there is like a database where they're recording the people to say, oh, this area we got so much people, this area so much people who are stranded, who need assistance.
What message are you giving to your nationals about the 30th of June? What are you telling them to expect or anticipate?
No, wherever there's a Malawian national, if they are indoors, I just ask them not to walk around. They must be safe. They mustn't run wherever there's a problem where the people are marching. It's better they must get protection at the police station.
Are you urging your nationals, especially those that know they are undocumented, to come forward before the 30th of June deadline? What does that deadline or that threat mean to you right now?
Yes, all those we know that their life is on threat. They are the ones who are coming. Like, for example, here in Durban, we are receiving people from all over, not only from Durban. Some they come from Eastern Cape. Some they come from different places, not only from Durban. That's why the place is crowded, because they are seeing that this thing is happening. So that's why everyone is running to come to Durban to get assistance, so so that they can be repatriated and go back home.
What are the conversations you are having with the South African government about this issue and how it's being handled?
No, this is from the high authority. They will have to discuss, but me, I have no answer on that.
Do you think it's being handled in the best way possible?
Yes, I can see because there's in the Home Affairs, I'm with them on the ground, and some other stakeholders, they are on the ground. The health department, they are there to assist, and so the police force is there on the ground to assist. So on the other side, I can say I appreciate the effort the government is giving to us, so that our people must be safe for whatever is happening here.
In the last week, we had the South African government also assist with buses in as far as repatriations were concerned. Many of those taken back to Malawi in the region of around 900 did not have the proper documents to be in South Africa. Have you been aware of the extent of your nationals in South Africa who did not possess the right documents to be here?
This problem is a crisis, because now on that I can't give a good answer, because all the people who are coming here, they enter through the port of entry. So this problem, we must say, is at the port of entry, because all who are coming here, they use the port of entry to come to South Africa.
All right, Adam Ali, we're going to leave it there. Let me bring in Thulani Mavuso, the spokesperson for the Department of Home Affairs. So, Thulani, it seems that Home Affairs is stretched right now, but give us a sense of how you are approaching this crisis as it has been described.
Good morning, and good morning to the SAfm listeners. Well, I think as Adam has indicated, there's two systems that we are currently running in Durban. One is a self-repatriation, voluntary repatriation, which the government of Malawi obviously has been providing passes for that. But I think the process has not been as fast as we want it to be, because as you can see that the numbers at Sherwood were increasing, and obviously the community was raising a number of concerns. That's why another site had to be activated. We thought the site would have been cleared by now. Hence, we also said Government of South Africa can't do repatriation of foreign nationals through our own resources. The only thing that we are bound to do by law is to deport those who are not documented. That is why we had to process through, obviously, the specialized courts that we had to set up, priority courts to then confirm deportation. So we have deported some Malawians through that particular process during the course of the week.
As far as your numbers are concerned, Adam says they're working with just off 6,400 nationals that need to be repatriated. What numbers, Thulani, are you working from? And at this stage, do you have an idea of how many of these Malawans do not have the documentation to be in South Africa?
As he has also said, the number is very fluid, because obviously people are coming in numbers overnight. And this demonstrates the scale of illegal migration that we currently have in the country, where people deliberately violate our laws and remain in the country illegally. So in this instance, I can safely say that in this intervening period, the people actually who have been repatriated, there are about 1,978. And those that have been deported, so that we separate the two categories, was 665. So overall, we're sitting at 2,643 as of last night. So that number, again, is, as I said, is still ongoing. But the embassy has been cooperating, as also they are providing additional passes for repatriations. But at the same time, we're also running a parallel process of deporting.
Are you concerned about those Malawian nationals and others who are heading back home out of fear, despite the fact that they do carry the appropriate documentation, that they are not in the country illegally?
Well, at this point, we have not processed anybody who's got documentation illegally in the country. The people that have been repatriated, the people that have been deported, they don't have a legal status in the country. So people who have got legal status in the country, they shouldn't be concerned about anything because they're legal in the country. As government, we frown upon illegality, and we even said that any person who's in the country, that is why a deportation program is not a seasonal program, it's a day-to-day program that we are running. Hence, the minister has even demonstrated that in the last financial year, our deportation numbers have increased by 46%. So it's the scale within which illegal migration in South Africa, because I think South Africa has actually been overwhelmed with the number of people who have come illegally. So the scale in which we are identifying and then arresting for deportation has not been met with the same number of illegality in the country. That is why the increase in capacity in our internal enforcement is quite an urgent matter that needs to be taken into consideration, and also ensuring that once we've done that, our borderline, obviously, and the port of entry, as Adam has indicated, some of the people who have facilitated through ports of entry are tight enough for that when we have deported, there's no returns.
What does the 30th of June deadline mean or threat mean for Home Affairs currently? And are there areas that you are watching beyond Durban as hotspot areas?
Well, I think there's been a lot of panic, obviously, around the country. I mean, there are hotspots that we have in the Western Cape, in Bredasdorp, yesterday in the city, at the Zimbabwean consulate in Cape Town. We saw numbers that were gathering there. So we are monitoring that, those particular hotspots. But at this point in time, 30th of July has got nothing to do with government. Government is nothing so-called 30th of July. Government is continuing with its programs and intensifying the law enforcement in the areas where we're supposed to do.
Thank you so much to Lani. He is the spokesperson for the Department of Home Affairs. Let me bring in the gift of the givers, Dr. Suleiman. Dr. Suleiman, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. So it seems to be a very maybe complex line that the government is straddling right now, making sure that they're able to manage these numbers and areas like Sherwood, at the same time, though, not wanting to make it comfortable and livable, so that the delays in repatriating these migrants don't continue. Are we at the risk here of a humanitarian situation unfolding?
Good morning, Kathy, and to your listeners. Look, everybody's working as best as they can. Home Affairs, Border Management, SAPS, the Road Traffic Inspectorate, the South African Public Services, the churches. Everybody's working as hard as possible to make it as practical as possible, as easy as possible, and as convenient as possible. Nobody wants to delay, but paperwork does take time. We know that. Documenting people, the guy from Home Affairs, Tulani, spoke about repatriation and deportation. Both processes are happening simultaneously. But to process documents, there's limited staff to do this in the camps itself. So it does take time. The advantage is that because the public is supporting, it takes a lot of pressure of government in terms of finances when it comes to make sure that people are okay, they have food, they have water, they have blankets. Of course, the numbers are growing at a crazy pace, from 75 to almost 12,000, in a matter of a few days. That's only the Malawians. The Congolese people, there's people in other parts of the country. Zimbabweans, the last 2 nights in Cape Town outside the consulate. We've been assisting all over there. Mossel Bay, Jeffreys Bay, Bredasdorp, in Cape Ogalas. We've been involved in all those areas, trying to help as much as we can. But Sherwood has the biggest amount of people. And so to try to take the pressure off the camp, then the city council got involved in Durban, and at the old driving, they started putting up tents. Again, people from the public are now going to provide ablution facilities, close to 50 or 100 toilets. And the system is this. Women are processed directly at Sherwood with the children and put on buses and go straight to Malawi. The other challenge they have is it's a lot of money per bus. It's about 195,000 rand per bus, which holds 62 people. Of course, the Malawi government is not going to have that kind of money to move that amount of people. So that's a challenge. The second point is the men are being processed, at the camp, and then sent to the holding site, which is the driving place. So they're trying to improve the system as they go along, but there's a lot of people, a lot of paperwork, and a lot of meals required twice a day. And at some point, this is not going to be sustainable.
And I'm thinking about the activation of more sites, Dr. Suleiman, as more and more people come up, right, in groups to whether seek safety or to literally wait for the next steps. What should we be looking out for so that we don't find ourselves 3 weeks from now still having the camps effectively as they are currently?
Look, government doesn't want camps. We've made it quite clear. No government wants camps because they're very expensive to maintain. It's a huge cost, and it's not very hygienic. It's not practical. So the only way to do this is to rush people, is to maybe bring in more staff. I don't know if they've got enough staff to process the documents, and they're processing the documents in such a way that you're being deported. You're not allowed back in the country for a certain period of time. So they want to make it foolproof, so it cannot be changed or messed around, how people come with illegal documents, false documents, fraudulent documents. That's what I'm looking for, to make sure it doesn't happen. So you're going to need more home affairs staff. And the problem is that the churches and the religious groups and all the South Africans who are helping, at some point, they're going to get tired too. And then this is going to become a prolonged process. I must say that it's not all only because people have been intimidated. That's part of it. The second part is I think people wanted to go home, but they didn't have papers and they didn't have money. And now you have transport and papers, which means you can go home now, knowing that you won't be stopped at any border. And the third thing is, I think some people have been evicted from their homes because the landlords are scared they may get into their properties may be damaged. So it's not only intimidation or fear.
Okay.
In some cases, it's eviction, as well as people really wanting to go home.
Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman is with Gift of the Givers. Thanks for that. Kasim Malani is founder of Muslim Relief South Africa. Kasim, you've also been intervening in this matter. What are the insights you can share with our listeners that give us a perspective of what you've dealt with on the ground?
Yeah, good morning to you. My name is Kasim Malani. I'm here on site at the moment. I'm speaking from the site at Sherwood. We have over 10,000 people here, and we're providing meals for them, breakfast, lunch, and supper from the insertion of the disaster here. They have the Home Affairs processing documents, but due to the number of people and the congestion here, it's taking much more longer than anticipated. But be as it may, food is being provided by the public, by donors, by NPOs, NGOs, and I'm in charge of receiving and distributing the food from the site. The numbers don't seem to be reducing due to the fact that as they leave, there are more people coming in, knowing that there's a dispatch point from here, and they find it comfortable to be here because the transport is from Sherwood. So we are now, yes.
How long are you planning for the situation to be in the state that it's in currently?
It's going to take some time. It's going to be a long haul. It's going to take some time, but the numbers will diminish. They are leaving. They're willing to leave. It's not like they want to stay here. They have the documents, processing, and they want to leave. They have an intention to go home. They don't want to stay here. They've been treated very badly. So they've decided to leave, and they have no other option. So this is what it is.
We've spoken a lot about Malawians because they seem to be making up the largest group of the numbers. But which other nationalities are represented where you are in Sherwood?
Well, the Ghana people are not here. They're based in Moore Road, another spot. They were about 350, but now a lot of them have left. I think they're down to about 150 now. And they are at Moore Road. We have served them their lunches and all that at that spot. Because the numbers are small, we can quickly get them, put them by buses. So they are sorted out. And their numbers are dwindling as well, because they're finding their way out of the country. It's just that this one at Sherwood, the Malawians are the bigger number of people in this country.
All right. Kasim Malani, founder of Muslim Relief South Africa. So we certainly hope that that provides a wide view and context of where we are as the week wraps up. Let me hand you over to the news desk, and Musa is standing by.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, 4 people have been killed and 1 seriously wounded in a shooting incident in Lotus River on the Cape Flats. Police say the incident, which is suspected to be gang-related, happened yesterday. Suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head General Lisija Sinona is expected back at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. His testimony was previously postponed after his legal counsel fell ill. And Action SA has welcomed Parliament Section 89 Impeachment Committee's decision to oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's application to interdict it from carrying out its constitutional responsibilities. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Starting to recover coming out of Pretoria. Breakdown near Atterbury Road, which caused a big backlog earlier this morning, has been cleared. And that traffic busy but moving. N3 North Germiston to Bedford View stays heavy. N12R24. It's in from Ekurhuleni towards Geluli's under some pressure as well. Not just north of Durban, there's a lot going on. There's a crash on the N2 North at Sibaya, queuing back to Gateway. If you're on your way to the airport, make sure you've got plenty of time to get through that. Roadworks continue on the R102 from Ottawa down to Phoenix. Chris Harney taking an overflow very slow into Phoenix. And some motorists stucking out the M27 from Waterloo out of Verulam down towards the N2 as well. Still dealing with a backlog on the M19 towards Reservoir Hills. That's an informal settlement fire from earlier this morning. N2 South, the breakdown after Umgena Road, that's heavy. Inanda Road out of Parlock coming in from Newlands across to Springfield. Very heavy through there. M13 queuing Westville through to Sherwood. It's due to the roadworks that are there until around about early July sometime. Cape Town, if you're on that run into Durbanville using the Wellington Road, roadworks near Brackenfell Boulevard causing delays, and a crash right in the middle of all those roadworks on the N7, Jake Skervell Drive between Viking Way and Voortrekker Road. Extra heavy pressure both ways. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, good morning yet again. Bafana coach Hugo Bruce, he says South Africa's World Cup knockout hopes remain alive.
Yes, Kathy, they do. Why am I laughing? I don't know. Because, Bafana have done something very dangerous and they've given South Africa hope.
Okay, so now what we need to understand, how strong is South Korea? Do we have a chance against South Korea?
They just lost this morning to Mexico. And they haven't won any of their games.
We also lost to Mexico.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. Hope is a powerful thing in football, The national calculators are out, Kathy. And what can I say, Teboho Mokoena may be suspended, but yeah, our hope is not suspended. So we're looking forward to going on to the next round. So is our coach, Hugo Bruges. He says the fate of the team will be decided against South Korea next week. Mokoena, the scorer of the crucial equalizer against the Czech Republic, is suspended after picking up his second yellow card of the tournament. However, coach insists the squad has enough depth.
That's a pity that we got again, I think, 2 yellow cards. During a tournament, if we go through, that we'll have to pay that cash. And they are not the weakest players in our team. They are one of the best players in our team. So, yeah, it's something we have to solve. The problem is there, and we will try to do it.
And it was a good day at the office for the host nations. Mexico securing its place in the round of 32, as well as Canada. They secured a historic win. Canada beat Qatar 6-0, while Switzerland, they won their first match of the tournament, beating Bosnia and Herzegovina 4-1 at the Los Angeles Stadium. Now, African rugby powerhouse, the Vodacom Bulls, will hope to break their United Rugby Championship curse when they face Leinster at Croke Park, Dublin, for the finale that's scheduled this evening. This is the Bulls' 4th final in 5 years, but so far the trophy has eluded them. Here's their Bulls coach, Johan Ackerman, says he's still proud of his players.
It's
all I can say is, it feels a bit still unsurreal for me, like, the fight that the players shown, and therefore, it's first of all, like I said, a privilege to play tomorrow, but we know it can be quite a great end to a great journey for this, how we started and how we finished. So, but it's a massive challenge against one of the best teams, if not the best team in this competition and in Europe. So we're no illusion about that. But at least we gave ourselves an opportunity and by playing in the final.
And finally, tennis Australian qualifier Rinky Hijikata produced one of the upsets of the week at Queen's. He knocked out Yuri Lehechka with a superb 4-6, 7-5, 7-6 victory to reach the quarterfinals. That's your sport. We'll volley back with the more at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, we're seeing confidence in the agri-sector weakening again in quarter two. Not good news for our farmers then.
Not good news at all, Kathy, and it really reflects concerns about rising input costs, disease outbreaks and weather risks. The AgBiz IDC Agribusiness Confidence Index fell to 45 points, remaining below the neutral 50 mark as businesses grapple with the impact of elevated fuel and fertilizer prices linked to tensions in the Gulf, as well as the ongoing foot-and-mouth disease. Despite the soft sentiment, agri remains a critical contributor to economic growth, employment, and export earnings. Now, the sector has continued to deliver strong export performance, with first quarter agri exports rising 11% year-on-year to 66 billion rand. This highlights the industry's resilience and its important role in supporting GDP, even amid mounting pressures. Now, from a cyclical industry to a more defensive one, education. Private higher education player Stadio has continued to gain momentum this year, with rising student enrollments and ongoing investments supporting its long-term growth ambitions. The group that owns institutions like AFDA reported a 9% increase in total student numbers, keeping it on track to meet its target of 56,000 students by the end of this year. Both contact and distance learning enrollments recorded healthy growth, underpinned by strong demand across its campuses and online platforms. And then checking in on market action, activity is likely to be subdued today, with public holidays in the US, China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan keeping many investors on the sidelines. Even so, sentiment remains cautiously optimistic as markets continue to welcome signs of easing geopolitical tensions while weighing the implications of a more hawkish stance from both the Fed and Bank of England. In Asia, optimism around the geopolitical backdrop helped lift stocks in South Korea to record highs. Locally, however, the JSE is expected to open weaker. Looking at currency action, the rand under pressure, trading at 16.52 to the dollar, 21.76 to the pound, and 18.87 to the euro. And that wraps up your market brief for the week. I'll be back on Monday with more insight into the stories driving market action.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Get into the beautiful game and save like a super fan at Spar with products like 200-gram Baker's Blue Label Mori biscuits. Buy any two for 34, save 10 Rand. Or 2-litre Spar Extra Shelf Life milk, full cream or low fat for 31.99, save 5 Rand. Price is valid from 8 till 21 June. While stocks last, only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
We've all had the anxiety of wondering if our insurer will pay out our claim. But with Outsurance, you've got peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received so far. So switch to Outsurance, the insurer that consistently delivers on what you need insurance to do. Call 0860 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
It's 7:43. You're listening to the National Briefing. So we're taking our final contribution from Dr. Stephen Zwane on the reality check this week. As we commemorated Youth Day, he's already brought us into sharp focus of the issues that young people are contending with and the kind of environment we need to be creating for them to prosper. So, Dr. Zwane, today you want to end off with a National Youth Action Compact.
Absolutely, Kathy. Thank you very much, and good morning to you. Good morning to the listeners. On the final day of this reality check series, on the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the 76 uprising, we asked the question: are we honoring 1976, or are we just remembering? I think the biggest question today is what now? Because we've laid the ground, as you said, Kathy, because critique without direction sometimes is just despair. And remembrance without accountability becomes nostalgia. This week, South Africa had powerful Youth Day messages. We had tributes to the class of 1976. We had acknowledgement of today's crisis, which is youth unemployment remaining at 46% for those aged 15 to 34. That means about 4.7 million young people are unemployed. That number must sit with us. And I mean, number for me is 4.7 million young people, 4.7 million stories, 4.7 million families, 4.7 million possibilities waiting outside the door. We also had commitments. We heard about the expanded public employment. We heard about the presidential employment stimulus. We heard about the SA Youth.mobi. We heard about the National Youth Service. We heard about the TVET alignment, apprenticeship, youth entrepreneurship, the procurement, as well as the 1 trillion infrastructure investment over the next 3 years. And we had a direct call for the private sector, hire for potential, not only for experience. These are important commitments, but today's reality check is this: commitments are not outcomes. A speech is not a pathway. A program is not impact. A promise is not delivery. The real test of Youth Day 2026 will not be how powerful the speeches were. The real test will be what has changed. By December 2026, we must ask that question. And what has changed by Youth Day 2027? That is why I want to close this week by proposing a National Youth Action Compact. Not another slogan, not another commemorative program, a compact with teeth, with owners, with numbers, and reporting dates. A compact that asks every sector one question: what must change because we remembered? And this is the idea that I believe is possible. Other regions have shown that a youth commitment can be structured and tracked. The European Union, for example, has what we call the Youth Guarantee, which is built around a simple promise that young people should receive good quality offer of employment, continued education, apprenticeship within 4 months of becoming unemployed or leaving education. This is the power of a compact. It converts concern into time-bound promise. South Africa does not need to copy or paste another model, but we can learn the discipline of it. A promise must have a target. A target must have an owner must report, and the public must be able to see progress. We also have local proof that structured youth pathway is better. In our own youth development work, for many years, we had to rely on what other countries and global institutions were saying about the impact of entrepreneurship education. We knew from practice that it was changing lives, but we did not yet know how the impact was evidence. Then in 2023, when we developed an impact study on our high school entrepreneurship education work, we found something important. Entrepreneurship education was not only creating business interest, it was building employability. And in addition to that, it was strengthening the appetite for higher education. It was moving some young people into entrepreneurship action. The study showed 90%, 98% employability related outcomes, 95% appetite for higher education, and 15% entrepreneurship action. That matters because it tells us that entrepreneurship education is not a side activity, it is a pathway intervention. It builds confidence, it builds agency, and it builds problem solving. I'm saying this because the evidence from practice tells us it changes how young people imagine and pursue their future. Let me suggest a simple structure, Kathy and South Africa. 7 priorities, 2 reporting dates, 1 public question. What changed? Because we remember the first priority is youth unemployment. If youth unemployment is around 46%, then we must track whether it is moving downwards. Even a decline of 2 or 3% points should represent real lives, real household, and real dignity. The second priority is first work opportunities. We must track how many young people enter work experience, internship, learnerships, apprenticeships, and employment and private sector placement. The first job matters because it changes a young person's confidence, CV, network, and a sense of possibility. The third one, priority is skills and apprenticeship. If we are investing 1 trillion in infrastructure, then that investment must not only build roads, dams, it must also be able to build young artisans, technicians, engineers, entrepreneurs, and project managers. Every major infrastructure project should answer how many young people are being trained, placed, and advanced. The fourth priority is private sector hiring. Hire for potential must become more than a phrase. Companies must report how they are reducing unnecessary experience barriers in entry-level roles. How many young people did they hire? How many did they mentor? How many did they place? How many young youth suppliers did they support? Youth Month posts are not enough if hiring systems remain closed in July. The fifth priority is youth entrepreneurship procurement. We must track how much funding actually reaches young businesses. How many youth enterprises are supported? How many move from survival to growth? How many receive market access? How many enter supply chain systems? Capital that does not reach the founder does not transform the economy. Number 6, priority is school and community action. Every school should treat June 16 as a living curriculum. Imagine if every school adopted 1 community program per year: literacy, food security, anti-bullying. This is how history becomes practice. The 7th priority is youth voices and accountability. Young people must not only be invited to events, they must help define the problems, the design, the solutions, and the compact. Nothing about young people without youth people. Nothing about young people without young people. So that is the compact. 7 priorities, 2 reporting dates, which is December 2026 and June 2027. By December, we should know what has moved. By June 16 next year, we should know whether the promises became a pathway. This compact belongs to all of us. For government, it means coordination and accountability. For business, it means first opportunities and youth procurement. For schools, it means action-based learning. For universities and TVET colleges, it means ensuring that qualifications do not become waiting rooms for unemployment. For the media, Kathy, it means coming back after the speeches and ask what was delivered. For professionals and the middle class, it means opening at least one door for young person and young people. It means refusing to surrender agency. I want to repeat. For young people, it means refusing to surrender agency. The youth of 1976 did not begin with money, power, or platform. They begin with belief, consciousness, courage. That lesson still applies. Build skills, not only opinions. Build confidence, not only just critique. Learn to solve problems. So as we close this reality check this week, let us return to the question we began with. Are we honoring 1976 or merely remembering it? The answer will not be found in the speeches of this week. It will be found in the evidence of next year. The youth of 1976 did not march so that the future generation could merely remember them. They marched so that the future generations could live more fully. The youth of 2026 are not only asking for pity, they are asking for pathways. They are asking for safety, they are asking for opportunity, dignity, education, confidence, a fair chance, a voice. So let every sector of South Africa ask, what must change because we remembered? This is how memory becomes action. This is how commemoration becomes responsibility. This is how we honor 1976. Not by speaking about young people only, but by building a future with them. Forward, ever. Backward, never. That's how to conclude with the compact 7 priorities, 2 reporting periods, and the clarion call of have we moved the needle? And have we really justified how we wanted to remember the youth of 1976 and take heed of the challenges of 2026 and give young people the right pathway to the future, Kathy, and South Africa.
Dr. Stephen Zwane, an absolute mouthful, and I think such deep reflections that you have left us with. Senior Lecturer in Strategy, Operations and Entrepreneurship at the Gordon Institute of Business Science.
Is there ever a bad time for a good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
SAFM traffic with momentum. Just as you plan your route, only 15% of households plan for retirement. Plan yours today. Speak to a Momentum accredited financial advisor for advice that meets your context.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Couple of headlines this morning. Joburg's N3 from Elands up to Van Buren, still really heavy. If you're on your way to the airport, you might want to just consider giving yourself a ton of extra time to get through there. Durban N2 South really slow this morning. A crash and a breakdown now. The collision before Inanda Road and then 2 breakdowns south of Mgeni Road. The traffic is literally standing from Queen Nandi Drive all the way down effectively to Spaghetti Junction. Coming out of Newlands, the Inanda Road down into that N2 is heavy backlogs as well. And the M19 out through Reservoir Hills being held by an early informal settlement fire near Quarry Road. And then Cape Town, heavy pressure on the N7 Jakes Curville Drive, the Forever Roadworks there, and a crash scene in the middle of them, both ways under pressure. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized FSP and registered credit provider.
Some say the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Well, sometimes it gets the grease, sometimes it gets replaced. Generic guidance only fits a few situations. That's why Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to understand you and only then apply their expertise. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
I'm a million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfM Radio.
You're still listening to the National Briefing. What a jam-packed hour it's been. And we'll round it off then with a special tribute at Wits University's Great Hall this weekend that will celebrate the life and enduring relevance of Tio Soga, the man who's remembered as South Africa's first black ordained minister. But of course, his legacy stretches far beyond the pulpit. Zweli Banzi Mtambo is founder of Classics on Turf. We've been talking about this for a couple of weeks now. Zweli Banzi, speak to us about the significance of what is happening this weekend.
We'll put up a music show at the Wits Great Hall. I'm sorry to say, or glad to say, that it's sold out, completely, fully sold out, so there are no more tickets. Here to remember and celebrate the legacy of Reverend Tio Soga, who lived in the 1800s, by the way, became the first minister to be ordained by the Presbyterian Church in Glasgow, Scotland. He got part of his education there. So what's more important about him is that when he returned to his country, the Eastern Cape, there was a lot of fighting. The frontier wars, as we call them, 9 wars fought between the colonialists and the Xhosa people over a 100-year period. 9 wars, of fighting, and he became this person who was at the intersection of African culture meeting Christianity for the first time in that part of the world. And so he had to navigate very difficult situations, had to lead as a minister, as an evangelist, became part journalist because he was writing lots of articles to various newspapers in and around the areas, dealing with these difficult issues of war and slavery and the way that Black people were treated by colonialists. So Tio Soga is important because he was the first one to express these ideas about how can we live together in peace instead of being at war. He's also known to have been, in fact, he has been the first one to translate the Christian Bible into Xhosa. He has composed several hymns, which will be played at the Wits Great Hall on Saturday. We have Mandisi Janchis leading the choir. We have the Chamber Orchestra of Johannesburg, and a 30-piece group of the Renaissance singers. So this is going to be a great celebration of music and bringing the life of Tio Soga back onto the stage.
It's so funny, as you're speaking, Zweli Banzi, I can almost hear part of what might be happening at the Wits Great Hall this coming weekend. So that's Zweli Banzi Mtambo, founder of Classics on Turf. He mentioned that tickets are sold out. So if you are gaining interest, you won't be able to get a hold of tickets online. But, we've got you. We've got you. So we're going to be giving away 10 double tickets to that concert. 10 double tickets to that concert taking place this weekend in collaboration with the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and Classics on Turf, supported by SAfM. So you know what to do. Dial into the studio line. The numbers to use there, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. And on the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. Please don't dial in on the WhatsApp line, but rather just send us the answer to the question. The question we're asking: who is the Afrozone Afro soul and jazz musician who will be honoring and singing the hymns of Dio Sogo? Who is the Afro soul and jazz musician who will be honoring and singing the hymns of Dio Sogo this weekend? Of course, the first 10 listeners with the right answer, and Zweli Banzi did speak about it. The first 10 listeners with the right answer will get those tickets. It's just after 8 o'clock. Here's Ann Musa with your latest news update.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, 4 people shot dead on the Cape Flats and planned US-Iran talks cancelled. Good morning. 4 people have been killed and 1 seriously wounded in a shooting incident in Lotus River on the Cape Flats. Police say the incident, suspected to be gang-related, happened yesterday. Police spokesperson Novela Potelwa says they're investigating the circumstances surrounding the incident. Suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head General Lisija Sinona is expected back at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry this morning. His testimony was previously postponed after his legal counsel fell ill. Sinona is expected to answer questions on the circumstances surrounding the theft of 541 kilograms of cocaine from the Hawks officers in Port Shepstone in 2021. The approximate value of the drugs was 200 million rand, Sibahle Mota reports.
The Port Shepstone drug theft is yet again expected to take center stage at the Matlanga Commission today. The cocaine consignment, which was seized at the Isipingo depot, was subsequently stolen from the Hawks' Port Shepstone premises. Questions have been raised at the Commission about why the Hawks' offices were chosen as the preferred storage facility despite inadequate security and surveillance measures. Sinona, who has previously testified before the Commission, admitted that he did not personally verify the suitability or security of the facility.
Action SA has welcomed Parliament's Section 89 Impeachment Committee's decision to oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's application to interdict it from carrying out its constitutional responsibilities. The party has written to both the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the committee. It has urged Parliament to resist any attempt to frustrate the implementation of the Constitutional Court's judgment on the Phala matter. Ramaphosa last week launched an urgent application to interdict the committee from proceeding with its work. Action SA Parliamentary Caucus Leader Athol Trollop.
We're delighted that this committee took this decision because it means that Parliament is taking responsibility for the work of Parliament. You can't have the Constitutional Court telling Parliament that they didn't do what they should have done, because only Parliament can protect the Constitution, and we have to protect our Constitution, and this is a step in the right direction.
Judgment has been reserved in the case of the Eastern Cape Premier Oscar Mabuyane against the University of Fort Hare. Yesterday, the legal team of the university argued the institution senate had the authority to deregister Mabuyane's master's studies. He is challenging the action of the university, which has cited non-compliance with its requirements. Representing Fort Hare, Advocate Gordon Turner told the High Court in Kukompo City that the institution acted within its powers after discovering irregularities in his registration process.
Can it ever be said that the university, which has had lies told to it, cannot then say that this student should never have been here? This student does not meet the standards of the other students who've had to go through the rigors of the admission program and, if necessary, the RPL program in order to get into this degree. Can it really be said that it's not within the university's power to deregister that student in the presence of fraud, untruthfulness?
And finally, talks scheduled to take place between the US and Iran at the Bergenstock Mountain Resort in Switzerland have been cancelled. The decision follows an announcement from the White House that Vice President J.D. Vance has withdrawn from a planned trip to Switzerland. He was expected to meet with Iranian negotiators. The meetings were intended to mark the start of discussions on implementing a recently struck agreement between Tehran and Washington. The aim of the agreement is to end the war between the two sides. Recapping the top story, 4 people have been killed and 1 seriously wounded in a shooting incident at Lotus River on the Cape Flats. Police say the incident, suspected to be gang-related, happened yesterday. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong, and when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. Outsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturn ratio of complaints received. Why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za. Licensed insurer and FSP. See T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SFM Sports headlines, it's rugby. The Bulls, they get one more shot at United Rugby Championship glory tonight as they tackle Leinster in Dublin. And Bafana keeping their FIFA World Cup hopes alive after that 1-1 draw against the Czech Republic. Details around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Still very slow at Joburg's entry north today, coming out of Germiston, Alberton. You'll sit from Elands Interchange all the way up to Fun Beer, and it's the roadworks at Heldnace that are largely causing that backlog, plus an earlier crash, plus some earlier overrunning roadworks as well. The N1 coming out of Pretoria down through Midrand, pretty doable this morning. There is a breakdown around Rigel, so that's a little bit slow, but after that it eases up nicely through the Midrand section. Durban, not so great. There's a crash on the N2 South near Inanda Road and 2 breakdowns before Spaghetti Junction. It is heavy traffic effectively queuing from Queen Nundy Drive all the way down through to at least the Clare Road Bridge area. Inanda Road coming out of Newlands, very heavy towards that N2. M19 heading out towards Pinetown, still slow into Reservoir Hills. There is a lane closure there for an earlier informal settlement fire. And the N2 northbound pretty heavy as well. A breakdown in the roadworks around Westwood Mall, so coming through from the M7 Bluff exit 3 Spaghetti Junction, all jammed up. Cape Town, a broken down truck stuck on the R300 leaving Mitchell's Plain up towards the N2. So again, single lane traffic flow there. Crash on Jake's Curvell Drive in amongst the roadworks between Epping and Goodwood. Both ways impacted. And Hill Besson Drive crash just south of Bosmansdown Road, holding traffic both ways as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A warm welcome if you've just tuned in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. This is the final hour of the show on this Friday morning. So in the coming half hour, what we're going to do is pay tribute to a true giant, the jazz maestro Abdullah Ibrahim, who died this week at the age of 91. We'll bring you some of his hits, but also the tributes from those that worked closely with him. And I know it's been a jam-packed couple of hours. We haven't had a time to take your reflections. There's so much that I know you want to reflect on. So we'll also then open the lines 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, we'll take those voice notes and reflections on 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. The good news is that we had tickets, 10 of them, to the concert this weekend at the Wits Great Hall, remembering the life and times of Dio Soga. The bad news is that those tickets are completely gone. So please, if you want tickets, don't call in. There are no more tickets available. They have all been taken up. But we'll still have a great conversation nonetheless in the next hour.
Well, South Africa, the time is now. You could be joining the Queen herself, Ms. Zozibini Tunzi, or the King, Dr. Fez, right here on Top Billing. And all you have to do is to audition for our Top Billing Presenter Search. Do it now, and you could be on the big screen.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
Group areas I came in to affect people were thrown out. And the first group of people that went, for example, to Bontehivel and later on to Manenberg. So Basil, for example, an old friend of ours, a musician, tenor player, moved from District 6. The family was forced to move to Manenberg. We went in the recording studio and we had rehearsed a lot of other pieces. And during an intermission, I saw this. We were recording on a grand piano. There was a little upright piano standing. I went over to him and touched it, and he said, this is another sound. They had a tact. You know, you put tacks on the hammer of the piano. That's why upright piano is perhaps sometimes better than the grand piano, because the sound hits right back at you. You play the sound. I said, and then this piece came. Pretty. And we said, well, the saxophone plays, why don't you take the line in ba ba vi vi ba da ba. Okay, but now we have to get a bridge to come out of it. So we said, okay. And we said, well, what is the song about? And of course, we were recording in Cape Town. And our first thought was Manenberg, because it was the sound of the mood of the people at that time, right? Now, several things became involved, or like all our lives crystallized in this the song, you see, because a few months later, when the album was released, Soweto uprising. So now many years later, see, we sit and reflect, but okay, what were the ingredients? Because we are sound scientists. You know?
The song is Chisa, and the voice there was Abdullah Ibrahim, speaking about the inspiration behind his famous piece called Mannenberg and how it was influenced by the apartheid force removals in Cape Town, and the song really being described as one that captured the way that many felt in those days. McCoy Mkhubata is a saxophonist and band leader. He joins me on the line this morning. Good morning, McCoy. Thank you so much for coming on as we pay tribute to Abdullah Ibrahim, a man that you knew and also had the opportunity of working with him throughout your career. What have been your reflections this week as the news of his passing, hit South Africa and the world?
Good morning, Sis Kathy. Thank you for having me. And I could just listen to that interview and explanation. That lecture to answer your question now, what a loss. He left a void. What is South African music, not just jazz, without Abdullah Ibrahim? I know sitting as close to Uwadlila Amazimba, he stayed, to go beyond 80 and reach 90 and over 90. Wow, but still, we'll miss him. Yeah.
McCoy, speak to us about how and when you first encountered Abdullah Ibrahim and the journey that you two would then walk.
It was back after our freedom, 1998, when he formed his youthful big band. His musical director was late Johnny Mekwa. What a charming old man, and yet strict. Yeah, we learned a lot from that first week, just rehearsals. And rehearsals, in fact, the talk I just had now, it took me back to that week, first week of just rehearsing his music, absorbing his philosophy, his sound, because every song had a story. He narrates a story. He was a good storyteller. So I was about 32 at the time. It was a dream come true, and I'll cherish those moments, But one gig we did at the City Hall, and then another one in Cape Town, But I never get the opportunity to perform with him abroad. But yeah.
McCoy?
It was a life-changing experience. Yeah.
When I've been reading the tributes this week of different people that knew Abdullah Ibrahim and had a close relationship with him, it seemed he didn't quite like being described as a jazz artist, and didn't quite connect with that description of his work and his artistry. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, that is true. And I can understand because he believed he was, I think he said something, a healer or something like that. I can understand where he comes from. I mean, he is a martial art, specialist and motivator, not in the sense of, today's motivators, He was deep, he was beyond just, in fact, the arts. Abdullah was on another level, I was friends with the late Zim Ngawana, who worked more with Abdullah than I did, You narrate stories, how, he even taught Zim to swim, in a certain rhythm, because the late Abdullah was very healthy, just like Brahu, another privilege of me working with these greats. They were good swimmers, So breathing was one of the strong thing they they instilled in the young ones. Not, breathing and just life in general. Yeah, he was deeper than just a jazz musician. He was, like he says, a healer.
What would you say, McCoy, as we get ready to wrap things up, is the legacy that he has left for you and others in the industry, but I think also for South Africans more broadly?
He left a great legacy. We just need to mold it and spread his wisdom and thanks to him, people like him who spread, the music of South Africa and the pledges, during the dark days, and we must just keep on his legacy and play his music, and I don't know else what to say, except we'll miss him though. Yeah.
McCoy Mkhubata, saxophonist and band leader. And I think much of what has been said about Abdullah Ibrahim is the role that he played in becoming a voice through music in the fight against apartheid. And I want to bring you this clip where he's speaking about how apartheid could not stop them from crossing borders and how they managed to record songs even before the Sharpeville massacre, and just how music helped to capture those moments.
The thing that was being imposed on us, and we call apartheid, which denied us access to everything. They could not deny access to in ourselves. So we practiced in the music and went beyond these borders that they were trying to impose on us. In all respects, we were told that we had to adapt to and acknowledge and submit to an order that, for in our understanding and our mentors and our cosmology, the apartheid, how can you throw anything out of the universe? This is complete insanity. So it doesn't matter where you move people, or where you move things, you are connected and interconnected. It was a time also when people asserted their political. Jazz Pistol recording was done 6 months before the Sharpeville massacre. Okay, so we were involved with the Sharpeville massacre. I was in Johannesburg when this happened, and this is and we have the shared experience, not just in terms of racial racial similarities, but human. So the music for us was never to do with black and white or green or purple. It had to do with our humanity.
Tsepo, you're calling us from Limpopo. Good morning. You want to pay tribute to Abdullah Ibrahim?
Definitely. Morning, Sis Kathy. It's my first time to break through. And what an honor to talk about such a legend. I was in university in Harare in the 80s. And the national radio, there were not so many radio stations then, used this dollar brand theme in the background for a very popular mid-afternoon program. And I still remember Manningberg, even in my sleep. What a soulful theme. I'm just also confirming what your speaker was saying about crossing borders and this music being borderless. Great man we lost, and may his soul rest in peace. I was warmed up this morning. Thank you.
Tsepo, thank you so much for that lovely tribute. And I know many of you are probably wondering, we've spoken about Manningberg. Where is Manningberg? Why haven't we played it? We saved the best for last. So we'll close off the show with some of the sounds of Abdullah Ibrahim. All right, it's 8:30 now. It's time for your latest news headlines. And good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, COSATU World Today staged demonstrations in various provinces across the country over the rising cost of living. The Labour Federation says food, electricity, water and transport have become unaffordable while wages fall behind inflation. Western Cape Police say they've stepped up operations in Lotus River in Cape Town following a shooting incident. 4 people were killed and 1 seriously wounded in the suspected gang-related incident which happened last night. And Action SA has welcomed Parliament's Section 89 Impeachment Committee's decision to oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's application to interdict it from carrying out its constitutional responsibilities. Ramaphosa last week launched an urgent application to interdict the committee from proceeding with its work. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Gauteng highways are easing up nicely, sort of normalising a normal Friday, or resembling a normal Friday, with a good run. Pretoria down through Midrand, the Mike one down through Sandton to Joburg looking good. N3 is easing as well as you come up towards Van Buren. That was heavy earlier. Durban, complete opposite, absolutely jam-packed today. There are multiple breakdowns on the N2 north and south between Umgena Road and Spaghetti Junction. Southbound it's heavy coming through in Nunda Road, down to Clare Road Bridge. Northbound it's all badly backed up from the M7 heading through Westwood Mall. A lot of traffic on Alpine and Felix Clementi as an alternative route through that area. The M19 out to Reservoir Hill, still queuing from the N2 down towards Mountbatten Drive. There was a fire earlier this morning at the Quarry Road Informal Settlement, and there's a left lane closure on that M19. Also heading to the airport, the N2 North still queuing from Mshlanga up towards Sabaya. There's a vehicle that overturned early hours this morning, still lying there, 1 lane open. And the R102 from Ottawa into Phoenix stays busy with the roadwork section there. Chris Harney taking a bit of a spillover into Phoenix area as well. Cape Town a crash on the N7, Jake Scovell Drive in the roadwork section near the casino. Big impact this morning. North and southbound traffic badly backed up between Goodwood and Epping, and a lot of overflow there, jamming up Holt Road through Elsie's River. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, for the last time this week, the sports update. We're going to focus, though, now on the rugby. And the Bulls have one more shot at the United Rugby Championship.
That's right, Kathy. They have been knocking on the URC door for years. And tonight, they're hoping Leinster finally answers and hands over the keys. We just want them to come home with the trophy tonight, please, Bulls. And it's all happening at Croke Park, Dublin. They face Leinster 8:30 tonight. This is the Bulls' 4th final in 5 years, and their coach Johan Ackerman saying that, you know what, they hope to lead, and they're looking for a change compared to previous meetings.
Personally, I think we're confident. We believe in ourselves and we believe in the team. But saying that, I don't think tomorrow will be anything that we've done in the past. We have to be much more accurate than we've been. We have to match Leinster's intensity that they start. We saw that last week. So, whatever we did in the past is not going to count much. We have to repeat.
On to soccer. Bafana keeping their knockout hopes alive with a 1-1 draw against the Czech Republic last night and remain in contention heading into their final group match against South Korea. Canada recorded the biggest win of the tournament so far, hammering Qatar 6-0 in Vancouver to claim their first ever FIFA World Cup victory. Meanwhile, Mexico secured top spot in Group A and a place in the round of 32 after beating South Korea 1-0 in Guadalajara. Let's go to the news of the England head coach now, Thomas Tuchel. He has pushed FIFA to change their photographer positioning after complaining he could not see his team during the national anthems before England's 4-2 win over Croatia. FIFA has now agreed to move photographers away from directly in front of the benches, grouping them closer to the halfway line and allowing coaching staff to shift left or right for a clear view. The new arrangement was tested last night, and that was between South Africa and the Czech Republic, although the FA is still awaiting further discussions with FIFA. Elsewhere, Liverpool have won the race to sign the Spanish forward Victor Munoz from Osasuna after the 22-year-old completed his medical at Spain's World Cup base in Tennessee and agreeing to a 6-year contract. And we get to the cricket action. Proteas women all-rounder Annery Dirksen believes Sunday's T20 World Cup clash against India is a must-win encounter. Was it a must-win encounter? The 25-year-old struck a crucial half-century in South Africa's victory over Pakistan and have appeared to settle the long-standing number 3 batting position. With a heavy defeat to Australia already on their record, the Proteas know another loss could seriously dent their semi-final hopes as they prepare for that blockbuster showdown at Old Trafford in Manchester. That's your sport on the National Briefing. You can swing back for more with John Gericke around 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
Well, South Africa, the time is now. You could be joining the Queen herself, Miss Zozibini Tunzi, or the King, Dr. Fez, right here on Top Billing. And all you have to do is to audition for our Top Billing presenter search. Do it now, and you could be on the big screen.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Sure. Well, what a week it has been. And I'm going to now open the lines, give you an opportunity to reflect on the stories that we've been touching on. The number to dial 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. So I'm going to ask all our listeners, please, let's keep our contributions as short as possible. There's so many people that want to be able to get on air too. Let me start off in Mafikeng. Now, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy.
Yes, sir.
I want to pay tribute to this big legend. Kathy, the year was 1994. I think it was the ANC's first biggest conference. It was held here in Mafikeng at the Unibo Great Hall. Imagine Mandela and Abdullah Ibrahim shaking hands on stage. For me, I've taken that experience, Katie, and there's never been a moment like that where the two giants shared the stage, were on the same stage and shook hands. Abdullah Ibrahim played for Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela did the big conference here in Africa. So, Katie, we have lost a legend. Abdullah Ibrahim with Mandela, for me, that's my big experience. Thank you.
What a great experience to share, Noah. You know, we've got so much history to lean into as a people. Thank you for those reflections. All right, Kaya, you're in Richards Bay. You want to speak on the migration issue?
Thanks, Kathy. Yes, I'm disappointed with Durban municipality, indeed. You can imagine people are kept through the night, in the wind and on the rain. In Durban, we have a big city hall. It's empty as we speak. We have Durban Exhibition Center, a very big venue that can contain everyone. We have Durban International Convention Center. We have big high schools in the city central and around the city. Schools are closed. I don't understand why people are kept in the weather. For what? I understand and I agree with the fact that all people who are here illegally, they must be documented, they must go back, all the formalities must be followed. But do you have to keep the people in the rain, in the wind, through the night, through the sun, through the day? For what? And have all these big venues closed, doing nothing.
Kaya,
it doesn't make sense.
Do you get a sense that government is trying to be as uninvolved in the management of these people in particular as possible?
That is what is wrong with the government. At the core of everything, these people, they shouldn't have been here illegally. If they were here illegally, the government should have activated means and ways. We are paying tax to this government. We are giving them all the financial resources to do what is right for this country. They didn't do that. Now they have to manage the crisis that they have created. Now they are keeping the people in the rain. We have a very irresponsible government across the country, west in Durban. Thanks, Kate.
Kaya out in Richards Bay, and if you go back to the conversation that we had with Home Affairs, one can really tell, right, that there's this tension between needing to provide a conducive environment, but at the same time, not wanting to create the conditions that will make this situation last longer. But what then is the right thing to do in this moment?
Good morning, KFI and SAfm listeners. You know, as KFI, my view is this one. You know, organizations like March and March, they've put government under a very severe pressure to repatriate illegal immigrations, even though government won't say the 30th of June is nothing, but they are aware they are under pressure because of such organizations. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Kathy. Kathy, I do hear Mr. Vavi and some of your analysts, but it always leaves me with this question. Someone who is struggling and unemployed, do they care about these numbers or do they care more about what is happening around them? The people who are on the street mostly are people who are unemployed. It's not me and you. You don't have time to be on the street. Thank you, Kathy.
Hi, Saskit, the beautiful morning. Oh, Saskit, can you please ask the Malawi ambassador, the ambassador representative, that why did they have to wait? Why SADC region specifically had to wait for this moment to come? It's been a long time South African crying about the influx of migrants, illegal immigrants, and all that to South Africa. Why they didn't act at that time? Why now?
Good morning, KP, and good morning to SAfm listeners. KP, no go uba Orlando ga uvavi bendimthembile. So abacounti kwezi restaurant apho kuqashwe khona ama-foreign, abacounti kwezi garage apho kuqashwe khona ama-foreign. Nje baza ne-statistics. Really, they don't feel what we are feeling down here. That's why they are talking like this. Vavi, I don't know really. You don't count anything about those jobs I mentioned.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
Well, let me go to Makado. Moses, you also want to stay with the migration issue.
Yebo, morning, Kathy. How are you?
Good, Moses, go for it.
Yeah, Kathy, this issue of migration, it's no longer a migration. We are invaded as a country. because the government, they've just slept on their job for so many years. Instead of dealing with this issue, they were dilly-dallying in dealing with this issue. Now the people are taking things on their hands, and then they are now beginning to talk. And even if they are talking, you don't hear them because they are not straightforward on actually what must be done to deal with this issue. We've got the likes of Vavi now, who seems to be bought. People who are actually supposed to be vocal on this issue and actually weighing too much on this issue, that these people are actually destroying future employment for our people. That is why this union are so useless these days, because they are no longer there to serve citizenry, but
Moses?
they are there for. Come again.
Moses, what about the argument that Mr. Vavi was making, that the facts of the matter, right, in as far as the challenges that South Africans are facing have more to do with failures of governance in the country than they do with the actual undocumented migrants? That the elephant in the room here is that government has simply not done what it needed to do, including with managing and processing people at the country's border posts.
You know, we understand that the government, Casey, failed us long time ago, but we've got a problem in hand that we must deal with. Should we turn a blind eye and say the government failed? They are not doing anything. Let March actually solve this issue, because they failed all along. The migration, it's a problem now. So we must deal with it as citizenry, and we must continue. We mustn't stop, because there's a lot that is going on. People are having illegal firearms. Our nation in South Africa, they will be diluted, and people, the last step that these people will be having, it's having their sons that our sisters are giving birth to from these guys to lead us someday. And we are going to left with no country.
But Moses, if somebody is born in this country, surely they have a claim to the country, no?
This is what we must fight now, because we cannot have children of people. Why our ladies are giving it this thing of giving them babies left, right, center.
Moses, what you're saying is highly prejudicial. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave it there with you this morning. Incredibly prejudicial, and we also have a responsibility in terms of what we then allow to be said on air. Tabiso, you're in Polokwane. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. You know, Casey, I hope that as and when we go to the last game of Bafana next week, because everyone has to have his own part.
Tabiso, try moving around a little bit for me. The connection to you is not great.
I know.
Yes, go for it one more time.
No. I was saying that I hope everyone in the country would have his or her own calculator next week as we move towards the last game with South Korea. But what I wanted to say is to a little bit pay tribute to the late, maestro Abdul Ibrahim. And I think, Kefi, if you grew up in this side you would remember quite very well that we would know some of his music before you would listen to the dramas in some of our SABC radio stations. Those are some of the memories that we'll probably have. It clearly shows that his music has always been with us for many, many, many ages. I mean, to live to that particular age, it shows that the man indeed has contributed immensely to the jazz music in South Africa. But also to come back, many people would know very well that these are the people who were forced to leave the country but still continued with their craft abroad. But they came back and still continued. We pay our tribute in that regard, and we hope that his legacy will actually live on.
Tabiso, thanks for that tribute, Tabiso, out in Polokwane. Yeah, I'm hoping next week is not going to be too much of a calculation game, right? Hopefully those days are far behind us, Tabiso. Ntobeko, you're in East London. Good morning. All right, it looks like we've lost Ntobeko on the line. Let's do this. Yes, let's take the traffic update with Rob, right? Let's go to Rob. Rob, good morning.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Kathy. I thought we were calculator specialists, so all of that's still to come. Don't you think?
Look, Rob, I was thinking last night about how far we've come from comments like Bafana are a bunch of losers, and just look at what's possible, right? That turnaround of the national team. So I hope that the days of calculators are firmly behind us.
It was only last night, really, that we got put to paid that useless tag, didn't we? I mean, the first game was horrible. Last night, they showed us what they can do. That was a very strong performance last night.
I agree with you 100%, Rob. So I'm certainly hoping that we can break the spell, as it were, because then it sets a foundation for the next World Cup. At least let's advance to the next stage.
I think we will. I think we will. It'll be interesting. We're right behind them, aren't we? Traffic-wise, Mike 1, a little bit sluggish. Crown up to Empire Road. Apart from that, the highways generally across Gauteng are doing very nicely. One exception, or two exceptions really, N12 inbound to Gauteng from Mpumalanga at Etwatwa. You always queue there on a Friday morning. This morning, no exception. And the R59 heading south through Vereeniging. There's some roadworks down there approaching Boy Low, so that's quite slow. Durban still very sluggish and backed up on the N2 southbound Inanda Road down to Clare Road Bridge. Still two broken down vehicles. N2 north under pressure if you're heading to the airport. Queues Kwamashu to Gateway, and then from Gateway up to a truck crash at Sabaya. So if you're on your way up to the airport, make sure you got extra time to get through that. Cape Town this morning easing up quite nicely. The crash on Jake Skirville that caused major problems through Goodwood and Epping, that happened right in the middle of those forever roadworks. That scene has been cleared. So the N7 slow both ways, single lane sections, and Holt Road nearby through Elsie's River. Looking a bit slow. I think Holt Road is taking a lot of that diverting traffic from earlier. And just if you're driving Free State, Springfontein area, very heavy mist this morning, south of Bloem. Just go very carefully if you hit that bank of mist. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
All right, it's 8:51 and we're getting into our Built in Mzansi feature. Today we are reflecting on the work of one guest who has been named as one of only 5 global laureates for the prestigious L'Oreal UNESCO for Women in Science Awards. She was selected from a highly competitive pool of 504 nominations from 89 countries. So what a life, what a legacy we're talking about here. And it recognizes her groundbreaking work in improving care for children with cardiovascular disease, particularly rheumatic heart disease. Professor Liesel Zulker is our guest, pediatric cardiologist in the Division of Pediatric Cardiology at the Red Cross Memorial Children's Hospital, and also Vice President of the South African Medical Research Council. Prof. Liesel, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time this morning. So, one of 5 women, and this is not an easy process, right? It is a very competitive process that is run. I wonder what receiving that award has meant for you.
Hi, good morning, Kathy, and thank you to the listeners also for tuning in. As you said, tremendous honor a real privilege to have been included amongst the laureates, meeting some of the other laureates, amazing women, and really the acknowledgement of the work that is really has its focus on impact and on vulnerable children. And so it really meant a lot to me, not only the recognition, but the acknowledgement that this work is important. This work needs to be done, and hopefully it will also bring some more attention to the fact that children that are born in different parts of the world don't have the same privileges when it comes to cardiovascular care.
And I think it will be important, Liesl, for you to bring us a little bit into your world and help us understand the work that you actually do and why it matters so much.
Yeah, so in fact, it was Bono who once said, it shouldn't matter where you live, whether you live. And the truth is that rheumatic heart disease is a 100% preventable disease. It starts as a sore throat, and if it's treated appropriately with antibiotics, it doesn't go on to cause the heart disease. Congenital heart disease, being born with heart disease, we know how to treat it. We have surgery, catheter interventions, medication. But when you're born in a low resource setting, when you're born in a low and middle income country, or when you're born, for example, in our country, in a province where you don't have pediatric cardiologists or cardiac surgeons, your chances of survival is so much less. So my work has focused on understanding the various disease types, the entire life course continuum, but what I think got the attention of the UNESCO L'Oreal jury was the fact that I've also worked on the social health equity side of things with a World Health Assembly resolution against rheumatic fever and rheumatic heart disease. We're working on one for childhood onset heart disease. And we've tried to make this a socio-political issue, that health is something that politicians should be focused on, especially when it comes to children in vulnerable situations. Thanks.
Liesl, as we get ready to round up this interview, I want to know from you, what gives you hope about South Africa? Because on the one hand, there's all of this news that helps us doubt the essence of our being and, even the democracy that we are in. And then on the other, we hear stories like stories like yourselves of people that are doing really incredible things and are showing the possibility of South Africa and its people.
I always say I have so much hope in South Africa and so much conviction that we can solve our problems and move forward. I was born during the apartheid regime. I've lived through that. I've lived through HIV, which was terrible in the 90s, looking after children with no antiretrovirals. Look where we are in that regard at the moment with lenacapavir, with a lot of South African scientists to lead us to this point. We know what we did during COVID as well. So I think South Africa has got a shining future. We just have to work together and celebrate each other and collaborate.
Professor Liesl Zulka, a pediatric cardiologist in the Division of Pediatric Cardiology at the Red Cross Memorial Children's Hospital, and again recognized as one of 5 global laureates for Women in Science Awards. All right, that firmly brings us towards the end of our show for this week. I trust you've had a relatively good week. Certainly lots to stay up to date on as things unfold here on SAFM. That's where we leave it on the national briefing. And I like to be a woman of my word and keep my promises. So let us rightfully end off this week on the note that it deserves.
In our top stories, COSATU demonstrations against the cost of living and Buthelezi to give legal advice update in Mehiwa murder trial. Good morning. COSATU will today stage demonstrations in various provinces across the country over the rising cost of living. The Labour Federation says food, electricity, water and transport have become unaffordable while wages fall behind inflation. COSATU has vowed to continue its mass action should government fail to meet its demand for its urgent intervention. COSATU's national spokesperson, Zanele Sabela.
The demands that we'll be making is, for one, the fuel relief that we've been receiving. We would like for government to extend that. So we're looking for lower fuel prices, we're looking for lower food prices, we're looking for water and electricity prices to come down. We also need the national minimum wage to be enforced, that, everyone should be at least getting the minimum wage. And also social grants also need to go up.
Western Cape Police say they've stepped up operations in Lotus River in Cape Town following a shooting incident. 4 people were killed and 1 seriously wounded in the suspected gang-related incident which happened last night. Police spokesperson Novella Potelwa.
The incident is believed to be linked to gang violence, and the anti-gang unit detectives are investigating with no arrests effected yet. The victims were all sitting in front of a block of flats when a vehicle emerged and the occupants opened fire on them.
A defence witness is expected to give an update on whether or not he's managed to get legal advice regarding his refusal to testify when the Senzumehiwa murder trial resumes in the High Court in Pretoria this morning. On Monday, Qinisilani Buthelezi said he no longer wished to continue to give evidence. He maintains investigator Bongani Gininda had written the statement that he read out. 5 men are on trial for the killing of the former Bafana Bafana captain in October 2014. Buthelezi also says he cannot take responsibility for parts of the statement which he did not provide to police.
I had the impression that you said you do not want to continue with giving evidence. Am I correct, sir? Yeah. When you are asked questions by the state.
I was referring to the statement, my lord, which was written. I was just indicating up to where I went with my statement, my lord.
Action SA has welcomed Parliament's Section 89 Impeachment Committee's decision to oppose President Cyril Ramaphosa's application to interdict it from carrying out its constitutional responsibilities. The party has written to both the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the committee. It has urged Parliament to resist any attempt to frustrate the implementation of the Constitutional Court's judgment on the Phala matter. Ramaphosa last week launched an urgent application to interdict the committee from proceeding with its work. Action SA Parliamentary Caucus leader Athol Trollop.
We're delighted that this committee took this decision because it means that Parliament is taking responsibility for the work of Parliament. You can't have the Constitutional Court telling Parliament that they didn't do what they should have done, because only Parliament can protect the Constitution, and we have to protect our Constitution, and this is a step in the right direction.
And finally, the Labour Mayor of Manchester, Andy Burnham, has won a seat in Parliament. This has enabled him to challenge the embattled British Prime Minister Keir Starmer for his job. Burnham scored a decisive win in the Makerfield by-election over Rob Kenyon of the Anti-Migration Party Reform UK. In his victory speech, he said his win could mark a turning point for the country.
I do say to my own party, this is a final chance to change. This is what people said directly to me on the hundreds of doorsteps that I stood on. We must hear it. We must act upon it, and we must get it right. There will be no second chance. But it is a chance now, from this result tonight, to build a new politics based on unity and hope.
Recapping the top story, COSATU will today stage demonstrations in various provinces across the country over the rising cost of living. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Hey, football fans, get ready for a night of football.
Lashes in the equaliser.
Fun and flavor. This Friday, 19 June, come through and join us for a special broadcast of Sports Night Amplified with Andile on Metro FM.
If you survive in 90 minutes, it's over.
Live at 6 p.m. from the McDonald's on College Drive in Johannesburg, as we build up to the FIFA World Cup 2026 match between USA and Australia. Bring your family and friends and be part of the action.
That's a lovely touch, and that's a lovely finish.
Sports Night Amplified with Andile is brought to you by SABC Sport, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For the love of the game.
We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong, and when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. Outsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. Call 08600 60 000 or visit outsurance.co.za. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
SAFM 104.6 FM in Tshwane. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 9. Welcome to the Daily Discourse on this Friday. Great to be with you as we wrap up the week here on the Daily Discourse. The team is with you, Ginewe and Melissa producing the show and taking your calls. Patrick on sound. Sibusiso is behind the camera today. Remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814 or go to our website and listen live there if you prefer. We're also live streaming our broadcast if you prefer video, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. If you're joining us from abroad, good morning and welcome. Happy Friday. Don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcasts onto our website. You can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. Now remember, we start off with our studio line number because we'd love to get a call from you. We'd love to take some of your voice notes on whatever's on your mind today. Our studio line 086 000 2032 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107 0614 104 107. We're taking your calls and voice notes right now. Now also remember we're also bringing you lots of interesting content on developing stories today. And let me tell you a bit about what we have planned for the next hour or so. We're going live to our SABC News reporter on the ground in central Durban to find out about the latest round of deportations and repatriations that are taking place there. Lots of migrants returning home, most of them from Malawi. So we're going to find out exactly what's going on there. My understanding is that overnight a number of other locations have sprung up. If you know Durban, you'll know that other locations apart from Sherwood, the Sherwood area, there's also now a location in Sparks Road, there's one in Moore Road, and so this is fairly close to the Durban city centre, and this is where much of the action is taking place today. We'll go live there in a moment. And then this is an interesting one that I would love to hear from you on, the issue of online gambling. We haven't actually spoken about it before, but it's a very, very important one indeed. The consumer platform Yazi did a survey that showed that people are living well beyond their means and spending a lot of their money on gambling. I was quite taken aback at the figures, and it's a fairly big sample considering the minimum required for a survey of this nature. But over 2,000 people were polled, and what was very interesting about the survey is that they didn't only give numbers, they also gave people a chance to send in WhatsApp voice notes, and people told their individual stories of how they had spent their rent money, their grocery money, money they really needed for survival on online gambling, and how even, if they'd done a gambling session online and it had ended badly for them in the day, they'd go back later on and they'd try and recoup that money. And some of them just were not able to stop. So gambling addiction is very real in our country. And in a country where people are struggling, many people do see this as the solution. They wake up and think, maybe today's the day when I will have some success in terms of rolling the dice, so to speak, from an online point of view. So let me know, have you had an experience in that regard? Do you have a relative who's been caught up in this? Are you yourself struggling with this? I think we should actually get the number of the Gambling Addiction Hotline and just see if we can help our listeners who want some help in that regard. And then Legal Aid says there have been no court disruptions resulting from their strike this week. It was an interesting one. I referred to it yesterday. The strike went on for 2 days, and they're striking over a whole lot of things that they don't agree with. And it's not, very interestingly, a couple of the strikes we've dealt with this week are not just to do with money. They're to do with all sorts of administrative issues within these organizations. And I think unions are taking a hard line on these issues now in ways that they didn't before. And so we're going to have a chat to Legal Aid a little bit later on in the program. Also coming up in this hour, I'd like you to comment on this. We're speaking to the South African Human Rights Commission. They're talking about land, human rights and spatial justice. They're throwing it open to the public. They're throwing it open to government, to labor, all sorts of members of civil society and land, traditional leaders and so forth. And they want you to have your say on this because they're taking stock of what is required. Let's call it a kind of audit that talks to people and hears from them what they need and whether any kind of constitutional changes need to be made to further sort out this land issue. So stay with us. We're bringing you a lot more here on the Daily Discourse. All right, taking some of your calls at this hour. I'm going to start with Tapelo in Kuruman. Good morning, Tapelo. Hi.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks, Tapelo. What's on your mind?
There's a story. I saw a story yesterday regarding to ITEC, General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo.
Oh, correct, yes.
Yes, Joanne, can you please find out for us who is the management at ITEC? Maybe if we can know who they are and what they stand for, then we can try to understand what really is going on between ITEC and the SAPS.
Okay. No, that's a good question, Tapelo, and thank you for raising that because there was a bit of controversy over that story yesterday. It was misreported by one of the media houses. They said that Lieutenant General Dumisani Komala had been arrested, but it turned out that he hadn't, right? He'd been asked to show up at the police station, but they did not arrest him. So let's follow up on that for you. I think that's a very good suggestion indeed.
And General Mkhwanazi confirmed that there was a call from ITEC.
Yes.
Yes, so right. There's confirmation that they did contact them. So we just want to know who are these people at ITEC.
Okay, let's do that for you. I will, and it gets confusing, doesn't it? Because there are all these special investigating organizations now, and this is the NPA's wing, of course. But I think we need to get clarity on that for you. Let's try to squeeze that in during the course of the show. Colin in Cape Town, good morning. You want to talk about unemployment, Colin?
Good morning, Joanne. You know, very seldom agree with Bhavi from Kasatu, but this morning...
Oh, Saftu now. He's moved on, remember?
Oh, I'm still in the old...
Yes.
Anyway, what he spoke about, get rid of every foreign, illegal foreigners, and we still won't solve the problem of unemployment. And I think I heard you also mention it sometime a week or 2 weeks ago.
I did, yeah.
Now, and he gave the reasons, and I spoke on this radio station also about the reasons. I worked for 45 years for government engineering, which employed in Salt River about 2,000 people. You know, we manufactured anything and everything there in Salt River Works. And when this government took over, they brought in what they call scale down. And they outsourced most of our engineering stuff. And as Barbie said, the textile, the clothing, the leather, everything was given to China. That closed our people's employment. and brought our employment down because factories closed down and so and so. You know something? We even import matches, toothpicks, cotton buds, batteries, everything from China, which was made here. And Ever Ready in South Africa, here in Bellville, I think, did all our batteries in the country. Now go to any shop, Chinese batteries, Chinese matches. We had a match factory in Observatory. And all this, you don't see it on the racks anymore. It's all Chinese. And they are taking over our malls now and importing Chinese clothing and things like that. That is a big problem this government ever made, was to get rid of their own people, close their own businesses down, and start to import. Our raw materials, we manufactured, machine, weld, we did everything on Transnet there. Our brake blocks, our foundries were closed down, everything. Now we import brake blocks, even cement from overseas. That is a problem the ANC made, and I blame the ANC for the position we are in now today, for outsourcing. And the ANC comes back and tells us, no, they supported us in apartheid days, now we've got to look after them. But at what cost? Our own people are suffering through the ANC from the very beginning. That is what I want to say, Joanne.
Thank you.
That is where
Colin.
the problem lies.
That's a very interesting comment that you're making. Thank you, Colin. And I think, while you were talking, I was just Googling this because I wanted the actual stats. I think you're making a very valid comment there, because when you look at the deficit, right, this is the Institute for Security Studies saying that South Africa needs to benefit more from its active, albeit highly unequal trading partnership with China. And it goes on to list those figures. South Africa's total bilateral trade with China soared from 1.34 billion in 2000. This is in dollars, by the way. 1.34 billion to 34.18 billion in 2023. But because South Africa exports primarily raw materials to China and mainly imports manufactured items from them, the upswing has been overshadowed by a persistent trade balance that favors China. So we've increased the amount that we export to them, but it's nowhere near what they are sending through to us as finished products. Very interesting call indeed. Thanks, Colin. Willie in Kuma is on the line to us. You also want to speak about what Zwelinzi Mavavi had to say about migrants, Willie?
Yes, John. You see, in regards to illegal immigrants versus unemployment, that's my point against Zwelinzi Mavavi. Okay. Well, he is saying the problem of influx control and blah, 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 cross borders, the problem lies with the government. Yes, he's right there. But now, he cannot say, no, these illegal immigrants issue, it's justifiable on the fact that it's not only South Africa that is having loads and loads of immigrants. And he's giving us some examples about Canada, what other countries that are having many illegal immigrants. You see, he is justifying the unjustifiable issue. We don't want him to say that because he himself he's a unionist who actually must fight for unemployment. You see, there's a great, a large or a terrible figures regarding unemployment in South Africa, and the union itself must assist in that regard. So we say, and he knows, these illegal immigrants are exacerbating the rate of unemployment in South Africa, and that is a fact. So, right. No. His facts are not correct in that regard as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that call, Willie. Tell me, do you agree with that? Do you disagree with that? I mean, one of you has sent a voice note on that. Let's listen into this.
Good morning once more, Joanne. This is GS More Spacing. Joanne, this thing of saying we can't solve the unemployment problem when illegal immigrants go, it's false. All these illegal immigrants who are working in factories and companies that have employed them illegally, those positions are going to be filled by South Africans, and that will in turn ensure that the employers abide by the rules and regulations and laws of South African labor, and labor will be enforced, and taxes will be paid, and people will be working. So there's enough work in this country in South Africa, for South Africans. If these illegal immigrants goes, South Africans will start working. And this narrative to say there's no work in South Africa is false, especially you media people.
Well, us media people happen to be working from the actual figures and research around this. And you may believe this, and you may really want to believe it with all your heart, but what you're saying is just not true. It's not correct. The unemployment rates versus... If like I said, if you have to wave a magic wand and every migrant, documented or undocumented, has to immediately leave the country in this moment, there's still not going to be enough work for South Africans. So if you believe that, unfortunately, the research does not support your beliefs, right? Government has not been able to create jobs in the way it says it is trying to. The economy is not growing. That's why we have graduates at home who are sitting at home. Those are highly qualified people, right? And those are people who are basically ready to work. The market should be able to absorb them, but it can't. And the reality is the numbers of people in unemployment right now, in a state of unemployment, are so high that even if the migrants leave, there will be perhaps more jobs for South Africans, marginally more jobs for South Africans, but millions of South Africans will still be out of work. So no amount of wanting to believe that if they all leave there's going to be work is going to actually make that a reality. We need to create jobs in this country and grow the economy for that to happen. 21 minutes past 9. We'll take a short break. I'll take more of your calls when we come back.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Mm-hmm.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My Cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
The FIFA World Cup action keeps coming on Friday the 19th of June with a thrilling Group D showdown between the United States and Australia, two ambitious nations. One massive opportunity, who will take a giant step towards the knockout stages. Catch all the action live at 9 p.m. on SABC3 as the stars come out to battle under the bright lights of the world's biggest football stage. That's USA versus Australia, Friday 19 June at 9 p.m. live on SABC3, streaming on SABC+.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Lots more calls coming in at 23 past 9. Moses in Makado is on the line to us. You want to speak about Dumisani Kumalo as well, Moses? Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thanks, Moses. Go for it.
Yeah, man, Joanna, it's so disturbing what is going on within our security clusters. Because what you are looking at, or what we are looking at as citizens, is that people at this point in time are using the platform of our security cluster, those generals, people on top, just to fight their inferior, crooked ways that they are doing there of actually deepening the crisis within our security clusters. Because when I listened to Mukwanazi yesterday when he interviewed on Newsroom Africa, you could see that he said they were just countering an allegation that was like out there that Mukwanazi and his core guys, they're about to arrest another guys who work for ADEC. So that was the counter. So we cannot have a country whereby our security cluster is used by those on top who are supposed to actually make the security safer for citizenry. They use this platform just to dilly-dallying, fighting one another. It's not on what is going on. Otherwise, what we must do as citizenry, we must demand that we must start afresh, because people are just doing their own things using our security cluster. That is not on, where people will be arresting each other, counter-arresting each other as generals who were supposed to be there, actually seeing to it that we are safe in this country, Joanne.
It's
not on.
really, no, it is chaotic. It's completely chaotic, Moses. And I think, especially in regard to the security cluster, we're in such a state of flux. But the question we always need to ask as well is, while all these musical chairs are taking place, where some people are being moved out, other people are acting at the moment, what happens to the security, the state of security and intelligence in the country? Shata in Cape Town is on the line to us. Shata, good morning.
Good morning, JJ. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. Tell me what's on your mind.
JJ, Colin, the gentleman from Cape Town.
Yes.
Just want to reiterate on what he was talking about. Although he's speaking from a place of privilege, but he's telling an absolute truth.
Mm-hmm.
JJ, I was born in the Free State. When I grew up in the Free State, there were I come from a small little town called Clocolan. But our aunties, our uncles, our grandmothers, our sisters, they used to have work in your Betabelo factories, the textile factories, in Tabanchu, in Bloemfontein. There were food factories there. The enterprises was there. You go down to Tabanchu, the same thing. You come down to Lady Point, there was a huge you go down to Clocolan, there was a huge dairy factory and the chicken factories there.
Yeah.
Now it's even a privilege for one to get a job as a garden boy in those areas. How awful.
No, I hear
we
you.
Cannot.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joanne.
No, carry on. You were saying?
And then we cannot be sitting in a position of saying that we're not going to be blaming our government, because they are the one who got in charge of the country and who have authorized these kind of things to happen. I mean, SAfmRadio, our fuel in South Africa is one of the cheapest before, because we had a SAfmRadio that was generating fuel out of our own coal.
Yes.
What happened to SAfmRadio? We are paying so much for petrol, for fuel, whereas we had resources to actually decrease the price.
Very interesting.
We cannot be sitting here and saying we don't have a government to blame. We have the government entirely to blame for this crisis. And now, the foreigners as the lowest hanging tree, something to blame. We are scared to look at the real things.
I think we are, Moses. I agree with you. Shata, sorry. I agree with you on that I think we are afraid to look at the government in regard to this. There is a little bit of pressure on the government. You see March and such protest organizations putting pressure on the government, but they, I'm not entirely convinced that they are turning their attention on the right people. I think if you could take a movement like that, a social movement like that was very careful to work within the confines of the law at all times, and you demanded of the government, and you brought people from all walks of life into it, and you demanded from the government that they deliver, and you used the law as a means to effect change in this country. To me, we could effect a lot more change if we look at the right people in terms of who we should turn our attention on. Let's put it that way. Buti in Limpopo is on the line to us. You want to talk about job losses, Buti?
Good day, Johan. How are you doing?
Hi, well, thanks. Go for it, Putti.
All right, great. I just want to touch up on this issue of unemployment with results from the issue of disindustrialization. If you look at the previous term, let's say the era of Thabo Mbeki, where strategic assets, SOEs like Iscor, which was the Iron and Steel Corporation of South Africa, were sold out. They were literally taken out, and then whatever they were doing was then outsourced to third parties. Now, if you look at that era, a lot of people will say a lot of good came out of it. The government had a lot of money. There was, the fiscal was doing good. But then how does it help if I am going to be selling my means of production, the actual core asset that is generating income for me every day? If I'm going to sell that and then boast that I've got billions of rands in my bank account, what is going to happen in the long run, which is exactly what you're seeing right now, that we don't have jobs anymore. You know, a previous caller, I didn't get his name, mentioned this very, very well, that he used to work in those industries where South Africa was manufacturing literally everything. I was shocked the other time I was writing with a pencil, and it was written made in Germany, a simple wood and lead pencil.
Yes.
We can't even make a pencil. We can't make earbuds. We can't make toothpicks.
No,
you know,
these are such
I don't
simple-
know if the leadership was seeing this as strategic long term, or if they were intentionally trying to destroy this to benefit. Because remember, there's always that issue of, you don't know who bought those e-scores and those SOEs.
Yes.
Maybe it was a backhanded mechanism where a leader sells strategic assets, knowing very well that people that he's aligned with are going to buy these assets. Then that is going to guarantee their long-term survival or income, if you put it that way.
So
it's very
well
sad.
put. Yeah, I agree with you, and thank you. I think you're making a fantastic point. And we don't know what was lost to corruption in the process. I'm going to leave it there for now. It is 9:30 here on the Daily Discourse. We'll chat in a moment, but let's get straight to Ann Musa for your news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the Electoral Commission of South Africa says it has successfully delivered all essential voter registration materials to the voting stations in all 9 provinces. This comes ahead of this weekend's voter registration drive for the 2026 local government elections in November. COSATU World Today staged demonstrations in various provinces across the country over the rising cost of living. COSATU has vowed to continue its mass action should government fail to meet its demand for its urgent intervention. And a defence witness is expected to give an update on whether or not he's managed to get legal advice regarding his refusal to testify when the Senzomehiwa murder trial resumes in the High Court in Pretoria this morning. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
9:32 here on the Daily Discourse, and I'm taking your voice notes and your calls at this hour. In a moment, we're going to be speaking about the legal aid strike that took place this week, and we'll speak a little bit later in this hour to the Human Rights Commission about the issue of land. For now, let's listen in.
Good morning, Joanne. I wish you could see me face to face now. You would see the signs that I'm making. You know, as South Africans right now, we are up to here. You know, one says here, no. With this, all these politicians, all these figures trying to tell us South Africans how we should react to how the concerns that we are raising. No, I can't wait for 2029. I just want to show them.
I'm glad that you want to use the ballot box, and you didn't have to be in front of me. Patrick and I, sitting in here in studio, saw the picture that you're literally up to your neck. But thank you for that message.
Morning, Bongi. I'm begging Difa of Zuma Vavi. I was listening to his presentation this morning, man. He's writing it wrong, man. Here we're dealing with illegal people, undocumented. Once something is undocumented, you don't know exactly the figure. You can't talk even about, you don't even put the numerical number on that particular people because you don't even know them. If you say there are 3 million, what if there are 3 billion? Because they're undocumented. I think it's very wrong, Vavi, man. Very.
So I think we must think critically and listen critically to everybody, right? It's important to do that. And I think one of the questions I would have asked Mr. Vavi is, excuse me, you're not comparing like for like. If you say there are 20 million migrants in a country in Europe, for example, compared to our country, they are high income countries. We are a middle income country. But the state of corruption and wasteful expenditure in our country has also impoverished it to the point that sometimes, in some ways, it's difficult to consider it a middle-income country because so much of the money from the fiscus that the fiscus gathers and collects is stolen, right? So that makes it difficult. It means our population is living differently to the way populations in Europe and the Americas live, for example. And we do need to take that into account. That's also why they could afford to take more migrants than we do. But you're also making a really important point about the issue of the fact that many people are undocumented, right? If they go into Europe, Europe and they go into the Americas, there's a process of documentation that occurs. And you've got people at the borders, you've got Homeland Security and all of these departments that deal very specifically with that. Those of them who are doing their work properly. Of course, you've got the wild cards like ICE, for example, that are completely out of control, behaving extrajudicially, behaving outside of the law. I'm not talking about those individuals. I'm talking about people who are actually dealing with the correct documentation. America has those facilities. We don't have those facilities. We have a Home Affairs Department that has let everybody down, in the sense that, firstly, South African citizens are able to come out and say why there's so many undocumented migrants in the country, because there are. There are millions of undocumented migrants, we think, in the country, based on the research that's available. But at the same time, we're dealing with a Home Affairs Department and a Border Management Authority that have allowed those people to stream into the country and either not documented them correctly, engaged in corruption with them, or kept them waiting for years, sometimes decades, for their documentation to arrive. When your own people who are dealing with law enforcement and policing are compromised, you've got a serious problem. And there we need to turn to government once again. And Mr. Vavi has the right to be critical of government, but he also has the right to talk about the figures in regard to employment and unemployment, because those figures are sometimes skewed by our perception on the ground. 9:36 on the Daily Discourse, and the Legal Aid South Africa strike took place this week. We understand it was a 2-day strike, and we are counting the costs of that right now here on the program. The South African Legal Workers Union says it's resorted to this after months of failed negotiations with its employer. Let's find out why it had to come to this. Gauteng Provincial Executive Legal Aid South Africa, Stephen Mofokeng, is with us to explain. Good morning to you, Mr. Mofokeng. Thank you very much for your time on the program today. Tell me, was this a protected strike that took place this week?
Good morning, and good morning to your listeners on SAFM. The strike, yes, did took place this week on the 17th and the 18th of June, and it was a protected strike. The employees, they participated, but not all of them. Majority of the employees, they remained in the employment, and they attended to the office, and they were working. I think more than 69% of the employees, they were at work, and the work was continuing.
So you've made it a point of saying that there were no disruptions to court proceedings as a result of this strike. Is that true?
Not necessarily there were no disruption. There were very minimum disruption. As a strike, the strike will take, like any other strike, there will be some minimum disturbance or disruption, but we're managing to put in place the contingency measures in terms of our crisis committee and attacking. So we've implemented all the measures. We deploy even all our management, also from national and provincial offices, to go and mitigate the impact of the strike in all courts, and also our service delivery point, like working clients, those who are asking for legal advice in our offices. And we also have a call center, which was used also during this strike. Also, people had to phone and get an advice, as we normally do.
All right. So is the strike effectively over now?
In terms of the notice that we received from the union, it did not indicate the ending date, but we heard from the media that they are saying that they were protesting for a period of from 17 to the 18. But as you know, that normally that the union is within their rights to suspend the strike. They will have to tell their members if they decide that whether to indicate to us whether they have suspended the strike or the strike is over. But today I can confirm that most of our employees are back at work. We are almost at more than 90%, 95% capacity in most of our offices.
All right. Salawu is the union that's involved here. They say your staff are being compelled to retire at the age of 60 instead of 65. They're also alleging that legal aid has staffing issues, problems with employee workloads, salary earnings and staff benefits. Can you confirm that these are the issues on the table?
Yes, correct. These are the issues on the table which they have discussed with the the employer with us. And I can confirm that the retirement age now is the age of 60. But this retirement age it was previously 65. But then after the consultation in 2018, after consultation with the employees and also that the board has approved that it be reduced to 65, and the minister also has signed it. And was also moved from the Salau that this matter must be reverted back to 65 again. But as you can know that in order for people to stay in the organization for a long time, it will also require the budget. And also in terms of our terms and conditions of employment, Section 18, it also indicates that the employer can from time to time extend their contract. But to extend a contract of the employees also at the same time, it will require additional funding. And in terms of the MTF, which is Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, from 2027 to 2029, legally their budget is going to be reduced by 813 million. So that last part, that issue of extending the retirement age where people they have reached 60 and extended, it was unsustainable because it needs to be funded. So we have also appeared at the Parliament at Portfolio Committee. Right. It was informed about this, yes. And we require additional funding in order to cover those issues. And also we must follow Section 18, consult with the minister, consult with the board.
All right.
And then that can be implemented back. So for now, we cannot be able to sustain it financially.
I just want to take a short break, Mr. Mofokeng. We'll raise this question of funding in a short while. Just stay with us, please.
In 1976, youth switcher on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure, the source of youth courage. My God.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
Clock is slowly nudging us towards 10:15 on the Daily Discourse. We're having a conversation with the Gauteng Provincial Executive at Legal Aid South Africa, Stephen Mofokeng, who's told us that the services are not completely disrupted, that most court actions are still continuing. There's been a slight disruption to them. But for those of you wondering, you can also, I think I will get this contact number of the call centre, where if you have any concerns, you can contact Legal Aid yourself and try and get an answer as to what is going to happen with any court action in which you may be involved. John in the Eastern Cape is on the line to us. John, good morning. I understand you do some legal aid work, and you have a comment on this issue?
Yes, I'm an accredited. I'm a practicing advocate. I'm also an accredited judicare practitioner of the Legal Aid Board, because Legal Aid can't handle every case internally. Sometimes there's a conflict, or sometimes they, through overload, they have to assign work outside of the Legal Aid Board.
Okay.
That judicare system has virtually come to a standstill. And I'm told it's through these funding problems that the Legal Aid Board's budget is being cut year in, year out. Judicare is, in fact, a very small percentage of the legal aid budget, so I don't know why they're strangling the judicare system, which provides a very important service, and it is affecting the availability of legal representation to clients. Clients are sitting vegetating in prisons waiting for their cases to go ahead, and it also affects the quality of the the services that are provided, to standard of legal representation that's provided to clients. And it is a very serious situation. I can't speak for what's going on inside the legal aid itself, but there clearly are very big problems,
yes.
and it is affecting the quality of service.
All right,
no
thank
question.
you. Thank you, John, for flagging that with us. You know, it helps to have somebody who understands the system and works within it to explain this to us. But Mr. Mofokeng, you've heard what John has to say. I mean, perhaps you've downplayed the effects for the purpose of this interview, but here we have someone who actually works with legal aid who's telling us that the quality of your work is being affected.
Yes, in terms of quality of work, the quality of work, it is not that affected, or because now, look, let me address it. Legal aid, it is mixed model system, the system of internal practitioners and also judicare and also cooperative agreement with other universities. And in terms of our internal processes, we have a quality standard measures and also training our practitioners. And our people are being represented. And we normally conduct a survey also regarding the quality of legal services. And our survey, they are not that bad. People, they are appreciating our services. Even the courts, they commend our services. But in terms of judicare, to explain also, judicare, it has been affected because of budget cuts. As the speaker, the previous listener has said that our budget is being constrained tremendously. And also remember, when we do judicare, we must also consider issue of the tariffs, which needs to be increased every time in terms of CPI. So we cannot, it is unsustainable. We've approached the portfolio committee and the parliament regarding the funding of legal and the reduction. We are still waiting. If we can get them more funding, they will issue more of the judicare, because we've been issued more judicare in a case of conflict and in other cases, but to implement our measures also in order to try to deal with our finances to be financially prudent. We have taken some measures that we cannot issue judicare where at the end of the day we won't be able to pay the service providers, because judicare is an independent attorney.
Mr. Mofokeng, thank you for flagging these problems with us. And I really hope that Parliament takes your request seriously, because in order for this to be a constitutional democracy where the rule of law is respected, you need to do this important work. And I hope you're being heard by our parliamentarians and government. But what's something that has just occurred to me, listening to Mr. Mofokeng, to John, to various people we've spoken to over the week, people from the gender-based violence sector, people from the social development department, people from even the South African Human Rights Commission, whom we're about to speak to. Everybody is actually giving us the same message. Government is not funding us correctly. These are services our people need in this country. They need legal services. They need social development and welfare services. They need the Human Rights Commission to be able to fight for their constitutional rights. And where's the money going to, if not to these important organizations? Why do we not afford what is becoming a luxury of social workers in our schools to deal with our traumatized children? Not enough funding. Once again, where is the money going? Where is the money going? All right, that brings us to nearly 10 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse. And I wonder if we should take a short break now. When we come back, we'll chat to the Human Rights Commission about the issue of land.
Make sure you don't miss out as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, in collaboration with Classics on Turf, pay tribute to the life and music of Tio Soga in a concert led by Mandisi Yankees with the Renaissance Singers, the Chamber Orchestra of Johannesburg, conducted by Kutlwano Masote. The concert takes place on Saturday, the 20th of June, 7 p.m. at the Wits Great Hall. Tickets are available from web tickets at 300 Rand each. Honoring the legacy of Tio Soga, made possible by Webhold and supported by SAFM.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful auditions coming through. We've seen the talk, we've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories. of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the top billing presenter search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
10 to 10 on the Daily Discourse. The South African Human Rights Commission has invited several different sectors of society, including members of the public, social movements, traditional leaders and academics, policymakers and government, to weigh in on discussions it's holding on the issue of land. The discussion is titled Constitutional Dialogue on Land, Human Rights and Spatial Justice. Let's find out more from SAHRC Commissioner Dr. Tsepo Madlingozi. Dr. Madlingozi, good morning and thank you for your time. What do you hope to achieve with this dialogue?
Good morning, Joanne. What we hope to achieve with this dialogue is to get a consensus from society that, number one, the issue of land is a human rights issue. It is a historical injustice issue. But most importantly, to put our heads together in terms of solution. We will know that the land distribution is still imbalanced, is still skewed in favor of white people. We will know there's still a lot of land hunger from a lot of people. So the aim of this dialogue is to bring together a number of stakeholders, including the state, to come up with solutions. How do we, 113 years later, after the Native Land Act, move this issue forward? We have to move it forward because it is a ticking time bomb.
Don't we already have the inputs of everyone affected to make decisive interventions in response to what dispossessed South Africans need in terms of land restitution?
Yes, we really like to do that. I mean, 2 years ago, we hosted a farming endeavor in Limpopo, where we invited a number of stakeholders to these farming communities to say, how do we make sure that the farms are not only safe, but that farms becomes a vehicle for social cohesion. But that cannot happen unless there is fair sharing of land, unless there is secure tenure for land farmers, and all the other things that we need for food security, but also for historical justice. The role of the state becomes very, very important here. As a Human Rights Commission, we are not convinced that the state has done enough to change the land ownership patterns. The state has not done enough in terms of coming up with legislation that will fast-track the Land Act. Section 25 of the Constitution mandates the state to legislate for land. They've not done so. If you look at how the land redistribution and land restitution schemes have been rolled out, there's a lot of corruption, we all have to admit. Sometimes when people are given land back, there's not enough capacitation so that they are capacitated to really make those funds and land profitable. So we think the state that we recognize that a number of efforts have been done, but there's still a long way to go. Finally, if you look at the backlog in terms of the land claims that are still being processed, it will take us many, many years, if not decades, to process that land backlog. So we are saying that as a society, both as the state, but also as the private sector, we really need to rethink this willing seller, willing buyer scheme. It has not worked for all of us.
No, quite right. So I was under the impression that the Constitution had already set out the means for land redress, and that it was simply up to government to now act on this, right? You're telling me that the laws are actually not adequate. Is that what you're saying? The legislation needs to be evolved even further?
The issue is at three levels. First of all, let's be very clear that Section 25 is okay. Let me use that colloquial. It's okay in a sense that it does allow the state to expropriate land even with zero compensation. So this whole debate about Section 25 maybe the debate that sidetrack us. The clause as it is, the longest clause in the Constitution, it is okay. There has not been political will to enforce it adequately, Section 25. The second level is that you will remember that last year or 2 years ago, the Expropriation Act was promulgated. That act is also a very good administrative tool that lays out conditions when the state can expropriate land for public use. The final level is that Section 25 also mandates another act that will solely focus on fast-tracking land distribution. The state has not done that. Therefore, last year we published a policy brief to explain why the state need to do this. But ultimately, Joanne and your listeners, the issue is about political will from the state to fast-track this issue. But secondly, it is on all of us as South Africans to say, what does it mean to live in a society where all of us feel a sense of material and affective belonging? We can't have that sense of belongingness if some people are land hungry and some people have pegs and tons of land that sometimes they don't use. We must also say that the state also has a lot of land and the state has not done a proper audit.
Yes.
How much land is in the hands of state? So that audit must be done by the state too.
So I'm wondering, I think dialogues like this really are useful because they put all the issues on the table. They act as a kind of social audit of what needs to be done. But ultimately, it goes back to government, Dr. Madlingozi. And tell me, if government is not prepared to do what it is supposed to do, as in so many areas of South African life, how does one persuade or compel government to do its job?
We litigate. So on the 14th of June, the South African Human Rights Commission was granted an order against the state, the city of Ekurhuleni. I'm just giving you an example.
Right.
Where the city had demolished people's homes, shacks, in blatant, contravention of court order. They demolished people's houses, people lost property, people lost documents, people lost dignity. This one area where the state is aware of their constitutional obligations, of their legislative obligations, but also how to treat people with dignity. But we saw that in that informal settlement, the state demolishing buildings in contravention of court. So on the 14th of June, the court granted us that order. So as the Human Rights Commission, we are prepared to litigate where the state does not adhere to its constitutional obligations.
All right. Let's take a quick call. I think we have a call. No, not yet. But I'm going to ask you one last question just to find out, because I think members of the public need to have a stake in this. Dr. Madlingozi, please just give us the details of where and when the dialogue will be taking place.
The dialogue is ongoing currently. It is held at the Constitutional Hill here in Johannesburg. Members of the public can also follow the dialogue live on our YouTube page. We are using this dialogue to look at 30 years of the constitutional democracy, but also 130 years since the 1913 Native Land Act, which came into force today, 113 years ago.
All right. I want to take a quick last call, and we're very pressed for time. So, Prince, I'm going to ask you to be very quick in your question to Dr. Madlingozi. Please go ahead.
Yes, Joanna Moni. I just want to understand from your guest, according to our constitution, South Africa, the South African land, to whom does it belong to according to our constitution and according to real time on the ground? Because there's a difference there,
Are you talking about the Bill of Rights excerpt that says South Africa belongs to all who live in it?
Exactly. But on the ground, it belongs to all, to only those who are able to afford it. Isn't it so?
Interesting. Thank you. Good question, Prince. Dr. Madlingozi?
Yes. The Constitution opens up with a phrase from the Freedom Charter that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. Section 25 then goes further to, number one, guarantee property rights. That's a conversation that has elicited a lot of debate to say even land that was historically received via, apartheid and colonial days should be guaranteed. The Constitution says yes, that land is granted protection, property rights. But then it goes further, number 3, to say that the state can expropriate land for redress, for restitution, for redistribution, in order that there must be proper sharing. So, as a Social Human Rights Commission, we are saying that land must be redistributed, land must be restituted, there must be secure land tenure for people who are living on farms, but most important to say that when land is returned to people, they must be capacitated. We must make sure that communities are not split, and that we must guard against corruption.
Dr. Madlingozi, I want to thank you for joining us and for answering that question so well. I think we're going to have lots more conversations on these issues in the coming weeks. So I thank you for making the time to speak to us, the SAHRC Commissioner, Dr. Tsepo Madlingozi. That brings us to 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. Time to catch up with Anne Musa for your latest news bulletin.
Thanks, Joanne. In our top stories, IEC ready for voter registration weekend and nationwide COSATU demonstrations against the cost of living. Good morning. The Electoral Commission of South Africa says it has successfully delivered all essential voter registration materials to voting stations in all 9 provinces. This comes ahead of this weekend's voter registration drive for the 2026 local government elections in November. The Commission has called on eligible citizens to register or have their details verified or updated ahead of the elections. The Commission's Chief Electoral Officer, Sai Mamabolo, says the country's over 23,000 voting stations will be open from 8 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday and Sunday.
These materials include the voter management devices, stationery packs, directional signage, and document storage boxes. A stock of 39,000 voter management devices is available to service registration stations across the country. These devices are central to modern voter registration operations and enable real-time citizen verification, accurate capture of voter details, and seamless integration of registration data into the voter's roll.
COSATU will today stage demonstrations in various provinces across the country over the rising cost of living. The Labour Federation says food, electricity, water and transport have become unaffordable while wages fall behind inflation. COSATU has vowed to continue its mass action should government fail to meet its demand for its urgent intervention. COSATU's national spokesperson, Zanele Sabela.
The demands that we'll be making is, for one, the fuel relief that we've been receiving. We would like for government to extend that. So we're looking for lower fuel prices. We're looking for lower food prices. We're looking for water and electricity prices to come down. We also need the national minimum wage to be enforced, that, everyone should be at least getting the minimum wage. And also social grants also need to go up.
A defence witness is expected to give an update on whether or not he's managed to get legal advice regarding his refusal to testify when the Senzumehiwa murder trial resumes in the High Court in Pretoria this morning. On Monday, Qinisilani Buthelezi said he no longer wanted to continue to give evidence. He maintains that investigator Bongani Gininda had written the statement that he read out. 5 men are on trial for the killing of the former Bafana Bafana captain in October of 2014. Buthelezi also says he cannot take responsibility for parts of the statement which he did not provide to police.
I had the impression that you said you do not want to continue with giving evidence. Am I correct, sir? Yeah. When you are asked questions by the state.
I was referring to the statement, my lord, which was written. I was just indicating up to where I went with my statement, my lord.
The Johannesburg Emergency Management Services has urged residents to exercise caution when using heating devices as the cold front is forecast in the city. Rainfall is expected to accompany the cold front going into the weekend. Emergency Services spokesperson Robert Mulahodzi.
Residents are urged to exercise caution when using heating devices. Things like heaters, braziers or imbawula, paraffin stoves, not to leave them unattended while in use. Our residents who are using braziers or imbawula are urged to use it in a well-ventilated area. Monitor young kids around heating devices. For any life-threatening emergencies, our residents are encouraged to call our Emergency Management Command and Control Center on 011-375-5911.
And finally, a report suggests the British economy is 6% smaller than it would have been if the country had not left the European Union. The report studied the decisions, views and financial results of thousands of British companies since the 2016 Brexit referendum. The BBC's Faisal Islam has more.
This report is based on years of actual economic, trade and company data. The analysis by the US research body, the NBER, alongside Stanford University and Bank of England economists, looked at the financial results of thousands of UK companies that traded with the EU, alongside bank data on Brexit impacts. The study suggested a range of 6 to 8% for the lost growth in the economy over the past 10 years due to prolonged uncertainty after the vote and the increase in trade barriers with Europe. Other economists argue such studies overstate the impact of leaving the EU at a time of so many global crises.
Recapping the top story, the Electoral Commission of South Africa says it has successfully delivered all essential voter registration materials to the voting stations in all 9 provinces. This comes ahead of this weekend's voter registration drive for the 2026 local government elections in November. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Well, South Africa, the time is now. You could be joining the Queen herself, Ms. Zozibini Tunzi, or the King, Dr. Fez, right here on Top Billing. And all you have to do is to audition for our Top Billing Presenter Search. Do it now, and you could be on the big screen.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in our second hour. I'll tell you what is coming up in just a moment, but you would have heard there the voice of Dr. Tshepo Madlingozi, a commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission. He was talking about the issue of the land, but there was also an important development that took place. And we saved that for just after the news bulletin because it's an important one as well. You remember this was a case involving a media figure, Ngizwe Mqunu, and he'd been accused of hate speech. Right, he had made disparaging remarks against the LGBTQIA plus community. The Human Rights Commission had taken that to court, and the Hate Crimes Working Group had also joined that application. And in the last hour or so, there has been a result on that. So, Dr. Madlingozi, I'm going to bring you back for a moment here, and thank you very much for spending a little bit more time with us this morning, just to explain what has happened in the last hour.
Yes, good morning once again, Joanne and your listeners. Yes, this morning after 9 o'clock, Justice Wright of the Johannesburg High Court granted an order against Mr. Mkulu. This has to do with the videos that Mr. Mkulu distributed on.
Dr. Madlingozi, sorry, we lost you there for a moment. You were speaking about the videos that Mr. Mkulu had distributed.
This has to do with distributed last year by Mr. Mkulu, the 27th of October.
Dr. Madlingozi, I'm afraid we're struggling with this line. I'm going to put you back and just ask our producers to get you back on the WhatsApp line, because this line is very poor, unfortunately. We want to hear the result of what happened in court this morning. That's something else that we are following. Let me just, while we get Dr. Madlingozi back on the line, let me just tell you what is coming up in this hour. We are going to be crossing to our reporter in a short while. Qinokihle Malinga, our SABC News reporter, is going to update us on what is happening in regard to the deportations and the repatriations that are taking place in Durban at this hour. And then we're also going to speak to another organization. It is, in fact, a coalition of many community organizations, trade unions, civil society formations that say that they are going to be standing up to the campaign. They're describing it as a rising tide of xenophobia, Afrophobia, and so forth. And so all these organizations are coming together to say they are going to stand against that movement in South Africa. We're going to have a chat to them as well. Let me just see if Dr. Madlingozi is back on the line with us. He is indeed. Dr. Madlingozi, thank you. Please go ahead and tell us about what's happened in the last hour.
Yes, sorry about that. No, I was saying that Justice Wright of the Johannesburg High Court granted an order against Mr. Mkulu. This has to do with Facebook videos that were distributed by him last year between September and October. In those videos, he made several remarks with members of the LGBTQI communities, calling them filth, calling them dogs, likening what they engage in as incest and so forth. So the Human Rights Commission then last year sent him a letter of demand to desist. He did not desist. If anything, he responded to us via another video telling us to F off. We wanted to engage with him so that we can explain to him that he must apologize and why this matter is hate speech. He did not do so. We sent him with several papers. He did not respond to those papers. So this morning, the Human Rights Commission, Trans Hope, a KwaZulu-Natal-based organization, as well as the hate crimes group, we went to court and the court granted 8 orders. I will just mention 6 orders. 1, declaring his utterances as discrimination, as hate speech, but also as harassment. Declaring that his march to Kwamaimai here in Johannesburg against LGBTQI people was harassment and that he must desist from doing so. He was also ordered to publish an apology, to append that apology at the top of his Facebook page for 3 months. He also has to undergo 20 hours of sensitization with the Human Rights Commission. And then, most importantly, that he must pay 250,000 rand to a LGBTQI community that is engaged with social cohesion and advocacy for their rights. So the point here is that the courts make it very clear that there is no room for hate speech in South Africa. We can insult people, we can be hateful, but comments that rise to the level of hate speech, discrimination and harassment are totally prohibited. Therefore, we hope that this judgment will be a judgment that teaches all of us how to express ourselves without committing hate speech or discrimination.
Very strong judgment indeed. Thank you so much for that. Breaking news that Dr. Tsepo Madlingozi is bringing us here on the Daily Discourse. We have this story that we've been following for quite a while about Ngizwe Mcunu's statements against the LGBTQIA plus community. This morning found in court guilty of discrimination, hate speech, harassment. He has to publish an apology that will have to be appended to his page on Facebook for 3 months. He will have to attend sensitization remediation training with the Human Rights Commission, and he is liable for an enormous fine of 250,000 rand to an LGBTI organisation. So that has broken in the last few minutes. Thanks very much for that update, Dr. Tsepo Madlingozi. By the way, one of you asking, Hlengani from Phalaborwa, I'm confused by the way you addressed Dr. Madlingozi. Other presenters call him Professor Madlingozi. Is he a doctor or a professor? And if any, what's the difference? He's a lot of different things. He's all of those things, actually. And of course, once you get your doctorate, a university appoints you to the position of professor. So he's done all of that. He's linked to universities. He's linked to the Human Rights Commission. He's a doctor, an advocate, and a professor. Just a very multi-talented human being in general. All right, 10:14 here on the Daily Discourse. I'm going to get right into our next discussion. And following a public mass online meeting that was held towards the beginning of June, and that was attended by more than 300 people who were representing a wide range of organizations, including social movements, trade unions, community formations, activists, and members of the public. A national campaign house has now been launched. And this group, this coalition that says it is going to engage in the campaign, says it wants to confront the rising tide of xenophobia, Afrophobia, ethnic chauvinism, right-wing reaction, and organized hate in South Africa. Quite a few organizations that we have interviewed on this program and beyond taking part in this, including the Treatment Action Campaign, Sonke Gender Justice Network, and the one we're speaking to right now, the Abahlali Basemjondolo movement, from which Mtapeli Mbonono joins us. Thank you so much for your time on the program today. So give me a sense of what has prompted you to come together to say that you are taking on all these issues that you claim to be interested in.
Good morning, Jen, and good morning to all the SAA listeners. As a movement of Abahlali Basemjondolo, we are really shocked and very disappointed on what we are seeing on the ground when we're seeing our own people in the country, the way they've lost their humanity. So as Abahlali Basemjondolo, we reject any discrimination of any form of human beings. And, xenophobia we always reject it because we believe that every human being, has been created with the image of God. So we stand firmly as a movement that our sisters and brothers from neighborhood countries, we are from one continent. We are all Africans. Why should we not live together and be able to share the life and be able to share the food that we have? As Abahlali, we do that in different platforms and trying to put our deep heart solidarity with them and say, these are brothers and sisters, these are human beings. So they should not be receiving this such treatment. But what we are seeing in the ground is that it's people who are heartless, people who have lost the values of Ubuntu. So what we are seeing outside there is we are very ashamed about the reputation of our country and about the reputation of us as human beings, as South Africans, because this is not the way we were raised, some of us.
So, Mr. Bonona, I'm going to ask you this because our listeners are going to start calling in and telling me this right now. They're going to say the reason this coalition has come together is because they only care for the rights of migrants. They have no care for the suffering of South Africans. How do you respond to that?
That's not true. That's not true. The coalition that we are part of, we have most of the people that we work with them that they get and attack the most in South Africa is Social Rights Institute, SARI. These are progressive lawyers, most of them that we work with them, that they always defending the South African. Most of us who live in informal settlement, we are a citizen of this country. When we are landless, when we are trying to trade in the street, and we have been thrown away by our own government, they are the ones that they always stand hand in hand to us. And what they are saying now that these coalitions are not the patriotic of South Africans, that's not true at all, because whatever this coalition does, they are there for the rights of the people, regarding of skin
or regarding of a color. So I guess that maybe the punishment that they should get to the people is because as Abahlali and other people who understand the values of Ubuntu, we share these lives in these spaces with these people. If you come to our occupations, we share the life with African brothers and sisters. So, and we get defended together, not being saying you are a foreigner or you're in South African. We always have a joy when we get to be protected about our own rights that we have in our country.
So explain this to me, because I'm genuinely interested to understand this. I'm talking to so many of my listeners who are really upset about the issue of migrants in this country, particularly undocumented migrants, and are very angry about their presence in the country because they feel this is what has altered their lives. On the other hand, you are representing a group of people who remain landless, who don't have homes, and who are deeply socioeconomically compromised in this country. How is it that you do not see fit to turn your anger on people who are largely fellow African migrants, but are turning your attention to the government? Well, what is it that makes you think differently about this?
First of all, Jan, let me make it clear on this. We as Abahlali, we understand the frustration of our people here in South Africa. Secondly, people must get us clearly. We are not saying we support the criminality. We know there's crime in this country. We know we have our own criminals in this country. But our issue is that if you want to mop a water in the floor, Jordan, how can you take a mop and mop water in the floor without closing the tap? We are saying the frustration and the energy of these people that are always in the street chasing migrants. Why can they not take that energy and go use it and be able to say, close the borders? People who must come in the country, people that they must have documents. But what we are seeing now in the country is that it's people who are not competent to see which is the right, correct document and which is not correct. So now they're just saying, Abahambe, and everyone gets affected. So as Abahlali, we are clear that people who come with their papers in this country, some of them, they are facing wars. Some of them, we know how poverty it takes place within the continent. Some of them, they come for better opportunities here in this country, and they have papers. And that is why we are clearly said we cannot just say everyone is a criminal while other people, they have a right and they have papers to live in this country. So we cannot join those forces and say, no, we mustn't go. Because we understand these are people and we live with them and we understand their cry and we understand their issues. And we clearly understand the South Africans that they have frustration in terms of the high rate of unemployment in our country. And we also understand the high rate of poverty in our country, and of which our government is failing to address it. And it's not true that if today foreigners, if they leave, then the unemployment issue is going to be solved. It's not, because our own government, they got no clear plan on how they're going to create the jobs for us as South Africans.
Let me take a call, please, Mr. Bonolo. Sipho, one of our listeners in Viking, is on the line to us, and he has a question for you. Sipho, go ahead. Sipho, go ahead, please. Sipho, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, how are you, Joy?
Hi there, I'm well, thanks. What's your question for Mr. Bonolo, please?
My question is simple here. This gentleman is talking about his feelings and his organization feeling. He hasn't spoken about the law. The law is clear. This is criminality. As soon as you jump the border without necessary documentation, you are a criminal. Finish and start. And then now he's talking about if the foreigners leave, it doesn't mean there's going to be the jobs. He's talking about something that hasn't happened. Let it be, let it happen, and so that we can see if yes they have left and there isn't job. Therefore, the South Africans were wrong. But my question here is that what does the law say about immigration if it's not for the criminals? Because it's supporting criminality. You jump the border illegal, it's criminal. It's a South African law. What does it say about the laws? Not about his feelings, Joanne. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Sipho, how do you respond to that, Mr. Bonono?
No, thanks, Joanne. It's clearly, if you want to take that way, Sipho, it's clearly, we have a law in South Africa. Our law is saying no one should take the law in their own hands. Who gives them the right to take the law in their own hands? We have the South African police, people who are supposed to be the one that are incompetent to make sure that any migrant that doesn't have papers, they are the one that they should be arresting those people and sending back to their areas. But what we are seeing here in the ground is that it's people who are not competent, people who are looters, people who want to chase even those ones that have papers because they want to lose their stuff, because they think they can be able to run their businesses. But what I'm saying to you is that the law is there, but our own law says we don't have a right to take the law in our own hands. So who give us the right to act on the behalf of the police?
All right. Parks in Cape Town is on the line to us. Parks, your question for Mr. Bonono?
Good morning, Rowan, and good morning to your guests from Jondolo. My question is this. Seeing that you are forming a parallel structure formation, yes, there is an issue of lawlessness, but I haven't heard Jondolo mentioning the fact that there is an immigration issue which has lawlessness to it. I understand that they mention about the incompetency of government, but they haven't come up with an idea that there is something that can be done to actually fix the immigration issue from the countries that actually the immigrants come from. So what are they doing about that? Because every movement information that is out there now is going on about the illegality or lawlessness. So what about the lawlessness of immigration in itself?
Thank you very much, Parks. Mr. Bonono?
Thank you so much with the question, Joanne. No, it's clearly what we are doing as Abasale right now. We clearly understand the lawlessness of migration in this country. But the urgent need now is to be outside, to educate people, calm the people to stop being violent, because we cannot solve a problem with violence. And we don't have to get back to the violence that we have fought in the apartheid regime when we were fighting for our own democracy in this country. Yes, we need to get together as South Africans, because we are the ones that we vote for this government, try to enforce that the laws that will be able to welcome everybody. But at the same time, the people who are supposed to be implementing and making sure that the laws that have been there are working, not that seeing people that have been employed to make sure that the laws are working, but they are the ones that they are breaking the law. That is why today in this country we are facing this problem.
Dimakatso in Northwest, a quick one from you, please. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well,
thanks.
Yes, quickly,
Thank
please,
you.
Dimakatso.
Yes. I'm not part of too much, but I just want to ask the person that you are interviewing the question that why is he staying in Jondol after 33 years of democracy? He's not thinking and wondering why is he not receiving services. Our government is overburdened, whether we like it or not. We need to have systems in place. Much and much, I'm not part of it. Much too much is not, it's fed up. South Africans are fed up. We have voted for people who doesn't care, who are living in suburbs, who are not exposed to this on daily basis. Therefore, the same person who's living in those appalling environment, it's just, one is wondering, has he made research? As I'm speaking currently, I'm working at health. There's no budget in health. We can't even clean the clinic. The clinic does not have cleaning material. Why? Because the system is overburdened. Why are we experiencing overloads with our electricity? Why are we experiencing water shortages? It's because the systems are overloaded. That is the fact. We love our brothers and sisters in Africa. They must go home and fight their human rights. There are people there whom they voted for them, who are supposed to take care of them, who are not supposed to be. Those presidents are living in lavishing lifestyle, while South Africans are sacrificed. Can I make an example?
You know what, Dimakata, we're out of time, but thank you. You've made your point very clearly. Mr. Bonono, can you respond to that last one, please?
No, thank you so much. No, it's clearly, as I mentioned earlier, that as Abahlali, we understand the frustration of our own citizens here in this country. We live in a former settlement because of the land issue that is not been resolved in this country. So some people who don't come from rural areas to live in the cities, they really don't understand that how hard to leave your home in the rural areas when you enter in the cities, and then you find yourself homelessness, and then you find yourself in the street. And when you cannot be afford to pay a house or in a flat because of the same job opportunities that are not being created by our own government. So people will live in informal settlement because of the very same issue that we don't have land. The very same issue of land that was taken with a gunpoint. It's early years. That's a problem that we have been facing here in this country, that our own government, they are still failing to give land to everyone in this country, so that we can be able to all to live, have a piece of land, and then we can be able to work on the land that we have been given to us. If you look at the statistics right now, as she's asking, the minority of commercial farmers of this country, they still own a majority of land, and we all still live in the areas like in Pigstyle, in former settlement, and there's no one that wants to come up and resolve that issue. So people who live in the former settlement, they live there because they are disparate. They live there because they got no other option. There's only place that they can be able to live, because when they occupy a well-allocated land here in this country, the very same government comes and evict them with a gunpoint.
All right. I'm just going to ask you one last very quick question, because I'm already late for news, Mr. Bonono. But what will you physically do? Come the 30th, March and other organizations are going to be out in the streets. They've got a critical mass out there. What will your coalition do to try to ensure law and order in this country?
We, as Abahlali, we are rejecting those form of protest that are not clear, that are not giving, that are chasing migrants in this country. We are not going to form part to any of these actions, and we are calling all to our members across the country that we must be able to say, people, let us face our own issues. Right now, we are facing with an amendment bill that is facing to chase us with the very same piece of land that we are living on it. And no one is talking about that. Everyone is talking about migrant. When the migrant gone, and we are the next one that we are going to be chased away from the cities. So we know where is our energy that we need to use it for. We need to make sure that let us fight the system that still exists, that doesn't need the poor and the impoverished people to live within the cities. We are not going to take form and join marches.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Mqabeli Bonono, Abahlali Basem Jondo representative. 10:32 here on the Daily Discourse. Sorry, Ondela, slightly late for headlines, but please update us on what's going on in the country.
Thank you, Joanne, and a very good morning. On the headlines, the legal counsel of suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lesitha Sinona has raised concerns over what he says is the unfair treatment of his client. The Electoral Commission of South Africa says it has successfully delivered all essential voter registration materials to the voting stations in all 9 provinces. And members of the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Migration are inspecting the Lindela Repatriation Centre in Krugersdorp, west of Johannesburg. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Hey, football fans, get ready for a night of football.
fun and flavor. This Friday, 19 June, come through and join us for a special broadcast of Sports Night Amplified with Andile on Metro FM.
If you survive in 90 minutes, it's over.
Live at 6 p.m. from the McDonald's on College Drive in Johannesburg, as we build up to the FIFA World Cup 2026 match between USA and Australia. Bring your family and friends and be part of the action.
That's a lovely touch, and that's a lovely finish.
Sports Night Amplified with Andile is brought to you by SABC Sport, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
For the love of the game.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Right, just about 25 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We are packing the show today because there's just so much content. And sorry that I ran over a little bit there with the news, because we're just trying to get in everything that we can to make sure you get a full picture of what is happening in the country today. We are having this discussion in the next half hour about the issue of online gambling. And I would love for you to talk to us on this issue. I know there are many of you out there whose lives are affected by this in one way or another, perhaps positively, perhaps negatively, but we're not getting very positive feedback from a study that was done by Yazi. We're going to speak to the online platform in just a while to find out what's at stake here in terms of online gambling and the way many South Africans are handling their finances accordingly. And then, of course, we're going to check in quickly with our reporter on the ground in Durban, Tlinokihle Malinga, to find out what is happening from a repatriation and deportation point of view. I'll take a couple of your voice notes before we go to her.
Good morning, Joanna and the listeners. This is Kelly's. There's no way that your guests there can tell us to direct our anger to tell the government, to force the government to close the borders. We are not dealing with animals here. We are dealing with human beings who have got brains. They can think. We are living, some of us are living in houses that does not have a fence, but I've never finding myself having to deal with somebody trespassing simply because there's no fence. No, man. These people must not take us for fools. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One of you says, hi, Joanne, civil societies are promoting criminality. Our prisons have over 26,000 foreigners. Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services says some prisons have over 50 foreigners. Statistician General says foreigners enjoy over 62% absorption rate compared to 30% for locals in informal employment. Moja Love exposes drug dealing, ID fraud by foreigners daily. Those defending this chaos must remove their high walls and security barriers. Until then, they must spare us their uninformed opinions, says TK in Jozi. By the way, TK, the Abahlali movement is for people without homes, so never mind high walls and security barriers. They don't actually have proper homes to live in, which is why we thought it was an interesting take to share with you. All right, just after 25 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse, and let's find out now what exactly is happening in Durban. You know that a number of deportations and repatriations are on the go today, and that's because government and Home Affairs, various other departments, including police, are working together today to try and get back home as many people who are migrants, who may be documented or undocumented, but they're working to get them home as soon as possible. Most of them are being sent back to Malawi, although there are nationals from other countries also being processed in smaller numbers. Our SABC News reporter, Tlinokihle Malinga, is on the ground for us this morning. Tlinokihle, good morning. Give us a sense of where you are and what you're seeing right now, please.
Yeah, good morning to you. Good morning to the listeners. We are back at the Sherwood Hall, where the biggest operation or repatriation operation is continuing this morning. When we arrived, we see almost 10 or more buses already parked and ready to load people that have completed the verification process through the Home Affairs. and the Malawian side government. What is happening? There is a big scuffle that has broken out. Nothing violent, but there was food that was being handed out, and that sort of blurred the lines between those that were getting ready to leave and those that were getting ready to receive their food packages. And in front of that line are moms with babies. And as I'm talking to you, there are children that have somehow lost their moms, and their moms trying to locate their children. A lot of tears happening right in front of me. Moms with children on their back or carrying them in front are just squeezed into lines trying to get food from the different NGOs that are handing out food here. It's quite a very sad scene, I must add, as a mom just witnessing this humanitarian crisis just unfolding in front of us.
Gosh, it really sounds, apart from being chaotic, like quite an emotional situation on the ground there. Tell me, now, we understand there are large numbers of people, and I suppose that accounts for some of the chaos there. Do we have any idea how many people are going to be either repatriated or deported this morning? And are they all going to Malawi?
Yes. We have confirmation from the officials, both from the South African Home Affairs Department and the Malawian government officials we spoke to earlier, that only Malawian citizens or nationals are only allowed to board the buses, because all these buses they have been hired by the Malawian government. So only those individuals from that country are the ones that are leaving. But they did confirm, there was actually a statement that came out last night from the Foreign Affairs in Malawi. They confirmed that more than 1,200 Malawians have already boarded buses, and most of them are already on the way to Malawi as we speak. 10 buses left yesterday and 8 left the day before. So most of them were sheltering either in Cape Town and as well here in Durban at the Sherwood Hall, and they will be received at the Manzwa border post, and then they'll be processed at the Blantyre facility before they are transported to their various homes.
How is Home Affairs coping with producing the amount of documentation that's required for so many people in such a short period of time?
It's definitely quite a big operation for the government officials here. Yesterday, when we spoke to the Home Affairs a provincial manager, he confirmed that they have about 60 state officials that have been deployed here to help us track the process of verifying the thousands of Malawi nationals that are here. We have a lot of police as well, police officers on the ground, also helping to facilitate the movement of the people once they've gone through the verification process. We do know that for those that are undocumented, which is most of them, as confirmed by the Home Affairs provincial manager, they produce any sort of identification that they have before when they get to the South African side of the queue. They produce that, they fill in those documents, then they give them a document that will give them the pass when they go through the border gate, that they would need to produce when they go through the border gate. And then from there, they hand them over to the Malawian government officials, who will then confirm and verify using their ID numbers that if indeed this individual is a Malawian citizen. And then only once that's been confirmed, that person then proceeds and boards a bus to Malawi.
All right. A last quick question, because I'm a little short of time here.
The hall next to the park, which is the Sherwood Hall, this is where the verification process, this is where the officials are working. But they can't shelter the thousands of people that are living at an adjacent park. They've been sitting out here. There are some tents, but of course they can't shelter everybody. So you can imagine at night, there's no lights, no electricity. Some people we know earlier, they were chopping down some trees so that they can make fires to keep warm or cook food. Of course, there are NGOs here. Their fires are burning the entire time, making food for the foreign nationals that are here.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you so much for putting us in the picture. Tlinokuhle Malinga, our SABC reporter on the ground there in Durban. All right, as we head to 11:45 here on the Daily Discourse, let's take you to the next story. And this might be a bit of a worrying one for you. This is about the issue of online gambling. And it's something that we know has been dogging our country for a while. But it's not always easy to keep track of just how widespread this problem is. Using their WhatsApp-based research platform, they analysed close to 2,600 participants, and they combined voice notes with quantitative survey responses to create one of the most detailed pictures of online gambling behaviour in South Africa. And some of the stories and the stats they've been sharing are rather worrying. Let's speak to Yazi spokesperson Wandi Sishi. Mr. Sishi, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. I see almost 3/4 of South Africans you've surveyed say they're very much in control of their online gambling habit, but is that actually true?
Hi, good morning, Joanne, and thank you for having me on the show, and a very warm welcome to your listeners. So I'm glad you brought that up. So what we found was a fascinating disconnect. So specifically, there was 72% of respondents that said that they believed they were in control of their gambling. But when we looked at the actual behaviors, a different picture sort of emerged to us. So specifically, more than half had sacrificed essentials, nearly 6 in 10 had admitted to chasing losses, and almost a third had borrowed money to continue their gambling. So what we see in this is that there is a significant gap between how people perceive their behavior and what their behavior is actually suggesting. We describe this as the self-image dilemma, which really speaks to this idea that people think they're gambling responsibly. However, the behavior is painting a different picture.
What are the kinds of behaviors that suggest many people are engaging in risky financial behavior to support their gambling habits?
So the biggest warning signs that we are seeing are primarily financial. So as earlier mentioned, 57% are saying that they are sacrificing essentials. When we listen to some of the voice notes and the things that people are saying that they are sacrificing, this included transport money, airtime, their debt repayments, as well as their rent money to sort of facilitate their gambling habits. So when you just look at that sort of behavior, this is the thing that we think is the biggest problem, is that before it's too late, people are really sacrificing the essentials that they need for their day-to-day. And we consider this and something that a lot of professionals would consider risky behavior.
Tell me, who gambles the most online?
So when coming into the study, we really wanted to try and understand what is the human cost overall. And one of the key things was, to try and identify which groups were the most sort of impacted. But when looking at the data that came out of it, we found that it was really across all demographic groups. There was no one specific group that was particularly sort of impacted. However, we found that the younger and middle-aged adults, specifically males, were the ones who were acting more sort of risky. But across all groups, across all genders, and across all age groups, we found that there were participants at a much larger base than we anticipated who were really gambling. So it's really a completely South African problem and increasingly a global problem.
In terms of the demographics, did you look at socioeconomic groups to figure out where most of the gamblers sit?
We did. We tried to really understand exactly which groups were the most impacted. Specifically, we wanted to see how much each group was spending within the study.
This is very interesting indeed. I mean, I'm interested in the fact that people were also brave enough to share their personal stories with you in the form of voice notes. What were the kinds of things that they felt comfortable enough to open up about?
This was one of the biggest surprises that we had. It's one of the first studies that we've done where we really wanted to sort of unpack what is the opportunity to understand, the honest feelings that people were having. But we found that, we received over 2,500 different voice notes of people really speaking about their true experiences. And, it was really difficult for us to listen to everything, just emotionally. But we heard a lot of people speaking about, family members that had lost, as well as family, as well as the sacrifices that they had to make as a result of their gambling habits. So we think that because of our technology, the way we're interacting with the respondents, we were able to really get some really honest answers, where we were able to probe and really unpack exactly the specifics of the things that they were experiencing. not just now, but in terms of in the past as well. There was no limits to sort of how people responded. So these responses that we received were just really, really honest and really in depth.
I really like the sound of that people are actually reaching out, because you almost feel as though they're close to wanting to be helped, which I think is a positive thing. Please stay with us, Mr. Shishi. We're going to continue our conversation with you after this short break.
Let's talk all things top billing presenter search. Some surprising and beautiful auditions coming through. We've seen the talk. We've heard every single thing that you've had to say about the search. But one of the most important things is that this search is different from any other search. This is our way of telling South African stories of each and every South African that comes out to show their magic to the world. So if anything, don't mind the naysayers. Go out there and show the world your magic. It's time to enter the top billing presenter search.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer, or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
In case you missed it,
maybe some of the most practical solutions are already being developed by ordinary, remarkable South Africans.
I've been thinking recently about like an avocado oil extraction business. When I consider the technology that is involved, because if we want to start up a big avocado oil business, you need some really sophisticated equipment. Most of it really has to do with us thinking our dreams are too big and we end up not implementing any.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludick. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
10 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse. We are continuing our conversation right now about the issue of online gambling. And we are hearing from Wandi Shishi, head of insights at Yazi, an online platform, exactly what has been gathered. Physically leave your space to go out and gamble, which I think was a bit more of an effort for people. Do you think the accessibility of online gambling from home, work, or anywhere else, even on your mobile phone, has perhaps made the temptation to gamble too great for many people?
I think accessibility has fundamentally changed the nature of how people are gambling. Today, people can place bets really instantly, on their phones, at home, during work breaks, even while commuting. So the convenience that it sort of offers now has removed really any sort of natural barrier that once existed. So once technology itself is not, whilst technology itself is not inherently harmful, the constant availability has now created this environment where gambling is so accessible to anybody, anywhere, and is now being used, as we're finding, as a coping mechanism or response to financial stress and emotional pressure. I think it's important to understand that people, when speaking to us, really candidly spoke about the feelings of regrets, financial stress, and just pressure to sort of recover losses. And because it's so accessible now, there's no stopping anybody and their inklings to gamble.
Are people aware that they can set gambling limits online? And for those who do know, do they use it as a tool to keep themselves in check?
It appears currently that awareness remains, kind of like a challenge. More than a quarter of the respondents were unaware of the tools, such as deposit limits as well as self-exclusion options. But interestingly, among those tools, it seems like usage was just limited across the board. One of the things that we sort of suggested to some of the gambling boards as well as the operators is to sort of spotlight these things, because it seems like it's not necessarily a matter of people not wanting to use them. it's just awareness and making sure that we're tracking the spending habits of the gamblers. I think if that increased more, if there was more awareness around these tools, we'd see different results. But as it stands, it appears that that's not the case. People are sort of, the operators leave them to the users to sort of figure it out.
All right. Let's listen to one of our voice notes from a listener at this hour.
Hi, Joanne. Why are you calling online gambling a problem? If you are not part of it, if you don't do it, you don't have to call it a problem. It's not a problem for us who are part of it. We are living good this side. We are able to live, maintain, and sustain the life that we want. It's for us who wants to make an extra income on the side. Please. And it's governed by our laws of this country. It's not a problem. Don't make it an issue.
Good morning, Joanne, your guest, your production team, and the listeners of SAFM. Well, with regard to the issue of gambling, I think those people that are concerned about people that are gambling are just misdirecting their energy and their concern. Well, I understand and we appreciate their concern, but it's fine. They must just leave us. We are gambling. That's it. What else can we do? We cannot even open simple tuck shops. You can't open simple barber shops because the government have allowed foreign nationals to take opportunities. There is a high rate of unemployment. What people should do, they must stop gambling. What must happen? No, they must just leave us. We're gambling, yes. Whether I've charged the amount of grocery, it's my business. Whether I've charged the amount of, it's my business. They're not going to help me with anything anyway. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Okay, thank you for those voice notes you've shared. So I think at least the honesty comes through as to how people feel about this, Mr. Shishi. What do you read into the voice notes we've just received from two of our listeners?
I think as researchers, we don't really have an opinion whether gambling is good or bad. Ultimately, our goal is to really spotlight how people are experiencing whatever situation we're studying. In this case, it was gambling. So it's not to say that all of the voice notes and the respondents that we had negative experiences. However, we think it's really important to look at every possible data point. And specifically here, we found that there was more concern based off of the responses we received than good. We think that gambling can be entertaining. However, too much of anything can be a bad thing. And when that's becoming a problem that's, showcasing itself in the societal level and financially for the country, we think it's important to spotlight.
Okay, quite right. Some messages coming through. One of our listeners says, the sad truth is that most disadvantaged people view online gambling as their messiah who will lead them out of Egypt into the promised land. Ergo, they will utilize their non-existent and or last penny to bet. And when they lose, they'll scrub for more money, even sell their assets. Those fortunate enough to bet with attempt to recover the lost money, which leads to addiction, says Avila in Adelaide. And then another listener says, aggressive marketing, sports influence and easy access via mobile phones have normalized betting for children as young as 10 to 13. Studies show that many minors bypass restrictions using adult ID numbers, says KG in Pretoria East. So I'd like you to comment, please, on that last point, please, Mr. Shishi, because I think it's interesting. Online, it's not so easy to determine who is of gambling age in order to get to an answer as to whether it is being done legally or not. Did you touch on that at all in your study?
Unfortunately not. We're definitely sort of touching base with a lot of the operators just trying to understand in terms of access, just how accessible it is. But, when we looked at our sample, it was across all ages. It didn't seem to be any one group that was gambling more than the other. It seemed to be sort of accessible to anyone. It seemed to be advertised and everything. I think if you, specifically now with the World Cup, you can't open your TV and watch a game without seeing gambling. Right. This is something that wasn't around a few years ago. Even when you're driving around, you see the billboards everywhere. So in terms of the advertising and the accessibility and the way it's being, I wouldn't say necessarily pushed, but sort of normalized,
Yes.
That's something that should be looked into. That's something that we think should be sort of addressed, and we think it's a conversation that needs to happen.
All right. I think we've lost
Bad inherently.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Sish.
But it should definitely be sort of looking into, and we need to have these conversations across, the operators, the regulators, as well as the private sector, to understand what's the best way forward.
Thank you so much for giving us that comprehensive explanation of what you found in the study, Wandi Shishi, Head of Insights at Yazi. And for those of you who do want to quit gambling and you feel it's become a problem in your life and you'd like help, please reach out to the SARGF, the National Responsible Gambling Program, for counselling and support. They've got a toll-free number, and please write this down. I hope you've got a pen and a piece of paper. 0800 006 008, 0800 006 008, or you can email their helpline at responsiblegambling.org.za. Helpline at responsiblegambling.org.za. We'll leave it there. It is 11 o'clock. Let's connect with Ondela Mbana for your latest headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, Sinona's legal counsel raises concerns of unfair treatment, and Malawian women awaiting repatriation give birth at the Sherwood Hall. For SAFM News, I am Ondela, and a very good morning. The legal counsel of suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lesitsha Sinona has raised concerns over what he says is the unfair treatment of his client. Sinona is in the hot seat at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. He's being grilled on the circumstances surrounding the theft of 541 kilograms of cocaine from the Hawks offices in Port Shepstone in 2021. Advocate Dalimpofu, who's representing Sinona, has raised concerns including the repetitive questioning of his client.
But in and of itself, whether they took this route or that route, really has got absolutely nothing to do with the commission. It might have something to do with some performance assessment panel of the police as to whether, so-and-so is a good manager or a bad manager. I think it's that nuance. But I accept that. That's why I was saying there's no bright line. The mission is not to confine or straitjacket the commission. Obviously, the mandate is wide, but we should all be careful not to overdo the performance assessment.
The Electoral Commission of South Africa says it has successfully delivered all essential voter registration materials to the voting stations in all 9 provinces. This comes ahead of this weekend's voter registration drive for the 2026 local government elections in November. The Commission has called on eligible citizens to register or have their details verified or updated ahead of the elections. The Commission's Chief Electoral Officer, Simon Mabulo, says the country's over 23,000 voting stations will be open from 8 o'clock until 5 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday.
These materials include the voter management devices, stationery packs, directional signage, and document storage boxes. A stock of 39,000 voter management devices is available to service registration stations across the country. These devices are central to modern voter registration operations and enable real-time citizen verification, accurate capture of voter details, and seamless integration of registration data into the voter's roll.
Meanwhile, the Home Affairs Department says its offices will open nationwide this weekend to support the Commission's voter registration. It says it will extend its operating hours at offices across the country. The department has encouraged citizens to visit their nearest Home Affairs office to apply for or collect a smart ID card. More than 370,000 smart ID cards are currently awaiting collection at Home Affairs offices nationwide. Members of the Inter-Ministerial Committee on Migration are inspecting the Lindela Repatriation Centre in Krugersdorp, west of Johannesburg. They include the ministers Mamuloko Kubai from Justice and Constitutional Development, Ronald Lamula from International Relations, and Feroz Kachalia from Police. President Cyril Ramaphosa established the committee to spearhead government's 5-pillar strategy to tackle migration issues. The visit comes amid protests across the country against undocumented migrants. Congolese national Curtis Dibayo is among irregular migrants awaiting deportation at the centre.
We're just waiting for our deportation.
And unfortunately, when it comes to my country, DRC, they don't deport us. We really want to go home and fix the papers. I've been here since 2018. I didn't enter this country legally. I came legally by Otambo with my legal visa. Now I found myself here because my visa expired. Truly speaking, we're living in hell. There's no proper food. There's no clean toilets. We've been trying to contact our government. They're still quiet. We've got lawyers in Congo. We're trying, but nothing.
The Home Affairs Department has confirmed that several Malawian women awaiting repatriation have given birth at Durban's Sherwood Hall in KwaZulu-Natal. The facility is currently housing thousands of Malawian nationals who fled their homes in the province amid alleged threats targeting undocumented migrants. Many have been staying at the site for nearly 2 weeks, with numbers continuing to rise, leading to severe overcrowding and deteriorating sanitary conditions. The department's provincial manager Cyril Mwabe.
The last I knew was 12 the babies that were born here on site, and the last 2 of the 12, it was just a day before yesterday.
Recapping the top story, the legal counsel of suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lisija Sinona has raised concerns over what he says is the unfair treatment of his client. I'm Mondolambana for SAFM News Headlines at 11:30.
Your friend's cell phone just got stolen. Now they're using yours to find out if it was covered outside of their home. Turns out it wasn't. Meanwhile, Santam covers your cell phone anywhere, along with your laptop and smartwatch. Even your bicycle would be covered if you could ride one. You insure it nice, not twice. Get cover for your valuables online or call 0860 444 444 to get a quote. Santam, this is freedom. Santam is an authorized FSP, a licensed non-life insurer and a controlling company for its group companies.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with ta! Ta!
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And there you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 11, we are into the third and final hour of our show for the week, because thankfully it is Friday. But we've had a very, very busy show, and I think you've been wonderful in communicating your thoughts to us over the course of the day. Remember, our lines do remain open throughout the show. Our studio line is 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. And we've tackled so many issues. In the last few minutes, we were talking about the issue of online gambling, and the consumer online platform Yazi has come up with a study that says a lot of people are using the essential money, their grocery money, their rent money and so on, to pay for online gambling. Some of you have come out saying, no, I mustn't tell you what to do, because it's a free country and you can do what you like, and it is legislated. Of course you can do it. It is absolutely legislated in this country, and you can gamble online if that's what you want to do. But of course, people fall into different groups. There's some people who say they're in control of their online gambling but are not. There are other people who do it very seldom and who have complete control over it and are not spending the essential money to do that. And then there are other people who have a real addiction, right? And are maybe not at the point of getting help yet, but should be getting help for something that is a very serious problem. One of you says, I'm a 44-year-old sports fanatic who occasionally plays lotto, both online and manually, but I don't do sport-related gambling. gambling. And then another review says, hi Joanne, the voice note saying gambling is not a problem is scary, and scarier is the fact that people believe gambling is a solution to unemployment. I want to see an example of a human being thriving using gambling, says Naveen in Durban. And I think that's a very real very real concern, because one of you called in and said, or left a voice note saying, we don't have jobs, so what else are we supposed to do? We gamble. There's no guarantee that you're going to win. When you have a job, you go to work, and unless you lose that job for some reason or the other, you know that if you work for X number of days, you're getting X amount of money. So it's a sure thing almost, right? Unless you lose that job and you get retrenched or something. But you cannot compare gambling to that. It's not a way of making a living. Because how do gambling companies remain profitable and remain in business? They can't reward every person who gambles with them, right? So some people will win and some people will lose. And that's the reality that we need to face. And sometimes we are in denial about these things. And if we are, there are places where we can get help. The National Responsible Gambling Program for Counseling and Support has a toll-free number. I'll just remind you of that in case you need it. 0800 006 008. All right, let's see. Let's take some of your calls before we go into this next hour. We're going to be talking about the issue of the Border Management Authority. We know they play such an important role in securing our borders and preventing unlawful migration. Having said that, how good a job are they doing? We'll be putting some of our questions to them, and I'd love you to call in during that conversation or send us a voice note so that we can speak to the spokesperson for the BMA. Churchill in Mdata is on the line to us. Churchill, good morning.
Good morning, my sister. Lots of drama in my country. You wake up every day, there's lots of drama.
Tell me about it.
You know, somebody said, cry the beloved country. Our country is bleeding. You know, the shenanigans that are happening in our country. Yesterday, we hear the arrest of General Kumalo.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the alleged arrest,
and we're asking
right? It never actually happened.
Yes. Yeah. What is this tug of war in our security cluster? It leaves everybody with more questions than answers. And I think this is one of the issues that needed an urgent family meeting to be addressed as a matter of urgency. You know, the trust has been eroded from our criminal justice system, and we don't know what is really happening here. Where are we as a country? We're asking questions now because, according to what we are hearing now, there's also allegations that one of the reasons why he has not been arrested is that there's been talks, between our leadership and these security clusters. We don't know what is going on, and it leaves us as South Africans with lots of questions and answers.
Yes, agreed.
This needs to be attended as a matter of urgency. I really don't know where we are going here. And I listened to the comments that were made by. And Tantam Konavre, he said we're not going to sleep.
Yes.
We don't know what else is coming here. And this needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. Now we're asking ourselves, could it be the reason why maybe the suspended Minister Sansom Tune has not been arrested? Is it because there are talks? Could it be the reason why John Smear is not arrested? And it says to us, justice has got eyes. Justice has got eyes. What is going on in our country? And the tendency of our leadership, of the ANC-led government, they leave issues for a longer time. They tend to be reactive rather than be proactive.
Yes, quite.
Because the minute you leave questions with, people with questions, it creates a lot of anxiety.
Absolutely. Thank you, Churchill. Well spotted. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to actually take some of your calls a little bit later on, but we certainly will get to them a bit later in the program. I want to jump ahead to this one because I know there's a lot of interest in the migration story. Just a moment ago, we spoke to our reporter in Durban who's told us about the repatriations and the deportations happening there, mostly Malawian migrants returning to their country. Some of you are asking, what about the Zimbabweans? What about the Mozambicans? beacons. I think those are also on the go, but from different centres, as far as we understand. But of course, the Border Management Authority is playing a really important part in ensuring that the borders are secure and that people cannot simply flow across the borders undocumented in the first place. And there's been a lot of attention on the BMA in the last few weeks. We brought into the conversation now Meme Mokhotsi, spokesperson of the Border Management Authority, to speak to us. Good morning to you, Ms. Mokhotsi, and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Can you update us, please, on the current state of border control with all the new facilities and the new improvements you claim to have put in place in the last few weeks?
Thank you, and good morning to the listeners of SAFM. Joanne, you'd understand that our work is very important in terms of now currently where we are at in terms of the repatriation process, the deportation process, and we are doing it in a very coordinated manner with the various embassies, with the Department of Home Affairs, with the South African Police Service. And in terms of the systems that we are employing on site, it's of immigration processing, whereby as the travelers come in, we have to ensure that we use our biometrics to fingerprint them so that we ensure that whoever is being facilitated leaving the country or entering the country does not have a criminal record, is not a wanted suspect. And from then on, we have our systems in terms of port health, where we have to check everyone who's coming in and who's going out in terms of communicable diseases. And our systems have been employed, and in terms of our announcement, Joanne, you'd know that we are in the process now of redeveloping 6 of our major ports of entry to ensure that, they are technologically enhanced to assist us in terms of border security. This is a very important program whereby we realize that, inheriting the infrastructure that has been in the country of the 71 ports of entry, it is not assisting in terms of movement of people that are being facilitated through the ports of entry. So there's quite a lot of work that the border management is doing. Currently, with this public-private partnership, we will be reconstructing most of our ports of entry, the 6 that have been identified, including Beitbridge, that is currently now facilitating a majority of the Malawians, the Zimbabweans that are exiting through the repatriation process.
So do you think you're going to be reducing your ports of entry in the future?
It is not necessarily reducing. So we are enhancing them in terms of having technological systems that will assist us. A one-stop border post is one of the systems that we're employing in the redevelopment process, whereby when a car comes and a person is entering, we are able to read the number plate of that car. We are able to also employ facial recognition so that we are able to have data of the person himself in terms of where have they been to, where have they traveled to, so that we are able to identify and align them to the passport and travel document that they'll be presenting to us. But most importantly, the biometric efforts that will be installed in terms of, being able to clearly identify and be able to give a profile of the traveler so that we are able to intercept. I mean, now, we have partnerships and we are working with agencies, law enforcement agencies in the globe, such as Interpol, that have a database of wanted suspects that we need to ensure that, we prevent from entering South Africa or leaving South Africa if they are in the country. Those systems are currently there, but we are enhancing everything whereby number plate recognition will be done, facial recognition will be done at our ports of entry so that we enhance security and of our borders in the country.
All right, Ms. Meme Mokhotsi, please stay with us. She is the spokesperson for the Border Management Authority. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll take some of your questions.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Oh, yeah, Club Soweto. In 1976, youth switcher on, and for 50 years the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is appealing in 2026. SAPC 1, Mzansi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
In case you missed it.
You're going to be performing in front of audiences the next 4 days. How does it feel when you're up on that stage?
I feel really encouraged to share music and I always put my heart out on the stage.
Wandile, do you ever get nervous?
All the time.
All the time?
All the time we're nervous.
Oh my God! Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Drakensberg Boys Choir.
That was National Briefing this morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
21 past 11, we're continuing our conversation with Meme Mokhotsi, spokesperson of the Border Management Authority. Ms. Mokhotsi, before the break, you were talking about the issue of clearing people who come through the border to ensure that they don't have any kind of history that might prevent them from entering the country. How do you manage with people who are leaving conflict zones, for example, or people who are fleeing socioeconomic repression of some kind, who might have left their homes on very short notice, may not have brought the proper documentation with them? How do you know, first of all, that you can that those people are fit to enter the country, and that you can actually get hold of some form of clearance for them?
Yes, South Africa has got a system of asylum seekers whereby travelers who present themselves at the port are able to indicate if they seek protection from the Republic and if they want to apply for asylum seeking, then they get directed to the Department of Home Affairs. But for the Border Management Authority, outside the asylum seeking processes, we cannot allow anyone without any documentation. Hence, we have been established 3 years ago as the Border Management Authority is to tighten border control and ensure that we protect South Africa. We have clear functions in terms of our mandate. It's immigration, whereby when you come, you need to have the requisite documents like your passport and visas. And if you're coming from yellow fever endemic countries, where you have to present yourself with you have to have a yellow fever certificate. And in terms of port health, that's where we check you when you arrive at the border to check if you are not importing and if you are not feeling well, so that we prevent any importation of any disease that you might be bringing to the country. We also do port agriculture biosecurity, whereby we have to check the luggage that we are bringing so that you don't bring in substances or foods that are not allowed into the country, meat products, fruits. Those are items that are regulated in terms of agriculture. So you cannot bring all those items into the country. And in terms of biosecurity and port environmental, we also regulate the importation of plants or animals. You cannot bring in any animals in the country without the correct processes. So our mandate is broad. We are regulating those. So in terms of the Home Affairs process, asylum seeking is another process where people who are fleeing and are able to provide proof that they are under prosecution, then they are able to go through that system.
I mean, so tell me about this issue of policing along your border, because this has been one of the biggest problems, is that listeners phone into our program. They tell us that people will get onto a bus. They will get to the border at the point of the border where you become involved. People without documentation will get off the bus. They will then go around and try to enter the country through another entrance. And then once the bus has passed through and everybody's documentation has been checked, those people who don't have documentation will get back on the bus and they will merrily enter the country without your having viewed their documents or them at all. How are you guarding against that, Ms. Mogotsi?
Currently now we've enforced our measures in terms of passenger manifest. You know that any conveyance, whether it's a bus, whether it's an airplane, when it arrives at any port of entry, whether it's an airport or a land border, they're supposed to present the list of passengers that are there. So what we have requested now is that the drivers must provide us with a typed passenger manifest. So the manifest would declare in terms of how many people are in the bus, and we do physical checking in terms of the bus that has been, the list that has been provided to say that it corresponds with the number of travelers in that bus. From then on, as it exits the border, it goes through, currently now, it goes through the weigh bridge, whereby we're able to confirm that the numbers that have been confirmed in the passenger manifest corresponds with the weight of the bus and the number of people that are in the bus after everything has been checked. And now what we have enforced now is to have roadblocks. We have our first roadblock about 5 kilometers out of the border, but we have extended another 24-hour roadblock on the Baobab, whereby we have another checkpoint whereby buses will continue to be checked. That is why you have been seeing, some of the interceptions of the bus drivers. And we had to convene a meeting with the companies, those bus companies, to say that your drivers sometimes, they pass through the border with the correct list, with the correct travelers, and then as they enter into the various provinces, they pick up other travelers who are there, who are going to various destinations. You find that the bus has passed Great Bridge, it gets to Polokwane, picks up people in Polokwane, it's going to Cape Town, then it gets intercepted in Bloemfontein, it's got additional members that have not been declared to the BMA. So we are enforcing that, and we are securing our borders in terms of monitoring of those areas where we have been informed that there are areas that are being used that are vulnerable. We have now deployed our drones. It's a program that started about a year ago, where we are operating with drones, we are monitoring movement, we are following up all those people that have disembarked on the buses, we are arresting them, we are intercepting them, we are deporting them back to where they come from. So there's quite a lot of work with the little forces that we have on the ground. As you know, that the BMA is operating at 20% capacity, but there's quite a lot that is being done.
Why is that, Ms. Mogotsi? I mean, what support do you need from government? Do you need the Defence Force there? Do you need more law enforcement there? What do you need to make you a functional organisation and prevent the borders from being as porous as they are?
Currently, Joanne, we need to just integrate all the members that are operating in the border. All the members, because in terms of the BMA Act, it gives the border management sole responsibility to be the only organization that is operating at the borders, so that we avoid the multi-stakeholder approach whereby there are other entities that are operating, but there's no accountability. Can you imagine? I'm just going to make an example, and it's something that we have tried to move away from. That is why we had an integration of the various departments being moved into the BMA. If you are in a school and then you have an example of a school with about 4 or 5 principals, that situation would not work because there's no accountability. There needs to be one command whereby everyone is aligned in terms of the expectations of the work that must be done. So the BMA must be properly funded, must be supported in terms of its sole mandate of being the sole authority at the port of entry, whereby every official that's on the ground is able to be commanded to do the work that they're supposed to do.
Right. And tell me, one of the problems that you've had, one of the biggest problems, I think, is that many of the people employed for you or by you are corrupt. How are you sorting that problem out?
Yes, we have been having challenges of officials that were integrated into border management coming from various departments that had a different culture. But what we are doing now, we are continuing with our awareness. You know that we have established the Border Management and Immigration Anti-Corruption Forum, and it's got an awareness campaign. It has enforced its mandate in terms of having all the stakeholders, the Special Investigating Unit, the National Prosecuting Authority, or the correctional services, the police, all coming together and ensuring that we tighten the corruption aspect within the border environment. So we have been creating awareness. And you'd remember, Joanne, we published the information sometime 2 months ago in terms of the officials that have been dismissed by the BMA, 50 of them. We are now currently dealing with more cases. More than 40 cases are on our roll in terms of corruption activities, fraud, that will still be dismissed if they are found guilty. So we inherited problems in terms of when we established 3 years ago, but we are dealing with those. And we are creating our awareness so that we don't say that the colleagues don't know. So we have partnered with the Department of Correctional Services, whereby they bring officials who are incarcerated, who were in the border management space, that are now serving time in jail. They come and they tell the officials that are currently working to say, hey, look, I used to have a car, I used to have a house, I used to have family. Now I don't have anything. I'm behind bars because of the activities that I was involved in. So we are maximizing on the awareness, not only by mouth, but we are showcasing, we are bringing people who have experienced the consequences of corruption to come and preach to them and say, you continue doing this, you will end up behind bars. So currently now, we have our body-worn cameras that we have purchased for our officials, whereby when they interact with travelers, we are able to hear and see what they are talking about, what they are doing. This is a measure that is also mitigating, corruption to take place in terms of the environment. But not only that, we are employing lifestyle audits. We are doing vetting for all our members because all of them, in terms of the Border Management Act, every official of the BMA must be vetted. And it should be across. So it cannot be only BMA officials. We are operating with the police, we are operating with the defense force in the same environment. Mm-hmm. The integration of all officials needs to happen to the BMA for BMA to be effective so that we are able to have full control of the work, because we have to vet everyone, we have to give everyone the same command so that we don't leave other colleagues to continue with nefarious activities when our members have been transformed.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today. Meme Mokhotsi, spokesperson for the Border Management Authority. 11:31, that means it's time for your headlines with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has dispelled advocate Dalim Bofo's allegation that it is treating his client unfairly. The Electoral Commission of South Africa says more than 70% of South Africans aged between 18 and 19 have not yet registered to vote, and Lebanon's health ministry says 18 people have been killed in a series of Israeli airstrikes overnight. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
11:32, we'll be bringing you an update on the Madlanga Commission in just a short while, but we're also just listening in and into some of your voice notes and reading some of your texts out. One of you says, good morning, Jan. I've been following your program for a while now. A few weeks ago, a caller asked you to bring us a South African who's found illegal in a foreign country, I think has traveled to a foreign country illegally. A few years ago, Al Jazeera covered a story about a young man who fell out of a plane in the UK. He left Soweto with a friend who survived. Temba Tabega, I believe. Al Jazeera traced him to Liverpool, found him getting an allowance for £100 a week. Many ended up in the UK too, fearing homophobic attacks in KwaZulu-Natal. Maybe you guys should shed the spotlight on it too, as another dimension to the immigration issue. Even Katie Molefe was found in the UK with a fraudulent passport in the early 2000s. Yes, that's a very good idea. It's not always easy to reach those individuals, but I think it is a good story to follow up on, definitely. Thank you for that. And let's listen to this voice note on Malawians from Tsakani in Limpopo.
Hi JJ, I love how your reporter from Devon camp, the refugee camp, she's reporting that the buses are taking Malawians And when they reach the border, they confirm whether the person is a Malawian and they allow them in. But why are we expecting us as South African to keep them without even knowing who they are? So you can see there is law and order in other countries, but they want us to be flexible and take their people who are not even documented. That's totally unfair. Thank you so much.
Sakani, thank you so much for that, and keep those messages coming. I think what we must remember is that South Africa has different laws to other countries. We've got a different constitution, which is why, for example, we don't have refugee camps in this country, except now these few that have been put up, which are going to be temporary, right? Government is not going to keep them there permanently. This is just for the purpose of repatriation and deportation over the next few days, potentially weeks. But the idea of our constitution is to integrate people into the country. But of course, it works on the condition that your border management authority and your home affairs authorities and your police do the work they're supposed to do. And so long as all those people do the work they're supposed to do, so long as they are efficient and not corrupt, you'll know exactly who's undocumented and who's not. And the people who are undocumented will either be helped to get documentation if they need to be in the country because they're fleeing a conflict situation, for example, or they'll have to be turned away. But it really depends on those levers. It depends on the honesty and the efficiency of those levers. One of you says, Joanne, I love the way you run this morning show. Thank you so much. Biff Mags, thank you, Biff. Thank you for listening in. We really appreciate your time in the mornings. Dali Mpofu is, of course, at the Madlanga Commission today. We haven't seen him in action for a little while. So we're going to listen to this voice note on the Madlanga.
Hi, Joanne. I'm listening to Madlanga today, Madlanga Commission. Who's this guy? Senior advocate Dalimpof has met his level of maturity today. He usually portrays this arrogant guy in the courts with the politicians. Today he has met his match. Wow. Gwena.
Thank you very much for that. And we will be bringing you an update on what's been going on at the Madlanga Commission in just a short while. All right, here's quite a nice feel-good story, especially in regard to empowering the youth. Today, the Green Youth Indaba wraps up at Sun City in the Northwest Province. It's been held over the last 2 days under the theme From Youth Innovation to Green Enterprise and Economic Impact. Government, industry experts, innovators, entrepreneurs and young people got together to explore the many opportunities that exist within South Africa's green economy. Let's speak to one of the young attendees at this conference. On the line to us is Keamogetswe Sakara, co-founder of the NPO Reagile Community Arts Centre. Good morning to you, Mr. Sakara. Thank you very much for your time on the program today. Tell us, first of all, a little bit about your Community Arts Centre and what you're aiming to do with it.
And let me start by greeting listeners at home. My name is Keamogetswe Sakara, and I come from Koster in Rustenburg, Northwest, Bojanala District. And I come from Reagile Community Arts Center. It's our NPO, whereby we help children to nurture their talent from the young age and also develop them when they are still young. And also we work hand in hand with local schools so that we can help them with the practical part of the subject creative arts, because we saw the gap when the teachers teach at class, they master the theoretical part of the subject, but when it comes to practicals, they suffer. So that's where we come in and help them. And also we become the link between the artist and the local artist and the government, which is the Art, Culture and Sports and Recreation, so that they can get performances and get exposure.
I love the sound of the work that you are doing. It really sounds wonderful. To be keeping the arts alive in the community and among young people is really fantastic work. So you've been to this Youth Indaba. How useful for you was this experience as a young person who is simultaneously interested in the arts and in greening the community?
What I can say is that I'm happy to be here. You know, sometimes as an artist we become we become bored when we come to a space whereby they talk business and stuff. We just want performances and stuff, you see. So now I'm at Green Youth in Durban, and that's where people are talking about business, entrepreneurship, innovation, and we see young people excelling in the industry of business, agriculture, and stuff. So as an artist, I'm very inspired because I'm also an entrepreneur myself as an artist. That's where, because my act or my craft, I have to sell it. So now they are teaching us how to pitch and how to do business proposals, because we want to make our art something that we can sustain ourselves with. So I'm happy to be here.
So tell me about some of the ideas you heard. What were the ideas floated in terms of areas of business, other initiatives in which young people can get involved?
Oh yeah. Yesterday we had I had some of the pitches from the stakeholders here. They said waste is wealth. So now I was asking myself, but then they elaborated more on that, because when you recycle, you can make a business out of that thing. So they capacitated us. They gave us something that we can go home with and teach other people so that to create their own jobs. I'm also an artist, but I can create a job from those by collecting stuff, bottles and cans, and create my own business from the NPO that I'm running, so that I can inspire some other youth in my community.
That really is wonderful to hear. What kind of support is being offered to you and the other young people in the way of actual training and upskilling?
Sorry?
Tell me what sort of support was offered to you and other young people in terms of training and upskilling from a practical point of view.
Oh yes. What they actually, the stakeholders, the thing that I like about the stakeholders, they work hand in hand with the government or local municipality. So in that way, we can get capacity building workshops. We can get awareness events at our communities.
That's wonderful to hear. And I mean, I don't know if you ever thought about clean energy, bringing youth into the whole environmental program that this country
Yes.
needs. How important is it going to be for you to take that back to your community?
For the fact that some students from the Orbit TVET College and other colleges in Rustenburg, that they've invited them also to come and listen to this, which gives them the opportunity to see where they can fit with their qualifications after school or after they've studied. So I'm encouraging them to also next time invite some young learners from school. You know, there's a gap whereby you are told to what to do after school, but then it's already late. You are in grade 11 or grade 12. So even what if they can start at grade 8 and 9 so that they can know which subject to choose and what to do in the near future?
I think that's a wonderful idea. It really is. Thank you so much for speaking to us today. That was Giamokhetswe Sakara. He's the co-founder of NPO Reagile Community Arts Centre, and he's doing the great work of developing young learners in schools with a passion in the arts. He's giving them opportunities like taking them to conferences and events like the one we've just spoken about that provide them with knowledge and experience about their chosen career path. And he's made a really great suggestion that don't only do this for the tertiary students, do this for even the younger students who are still in school, so they can see a clearer path for themselves. Let's take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk all things Madlanga.
Well, South Africa, the time is now. You could be joining the Queen herself, Ms. Zozibini Tunzi, or the King, Dr. Fez, right here on Top Billing. And all you have to do is to audition for our Top Billing Presenter Search. Do it now, and you could be on the big screen.
Catch Top Billing every Tuesday evening at 7 through the month of June. Repeat Sundays at 1 on S3 and Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental dispute, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This June, Youth Month, SAFM brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation only on SAFM. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
11:45, almost, here on the Daily Discourse. And Patrick and I were just chatting off air about the importance of grooming youngsters and saying what a big difference it made in his life to be able to be part of productions, right? He was involved in sound. He was involved in all sorts of productions that involved, creative work and creative production. And consequently, he knew what he wanted to study when he left school. And I think we need to get our children into more of these activities earlier on in their lives. Some of them are just idling out there in the streets. They're not sure what to do. They're not sure what direction to take. But the younger they start, the younger they're exposed to these creative ideas as to what they can do with their future, the better. So let's make an effort to do a bit of that. All right, at 11:45 here on the Daily Discourse, we're talking about the Madlanga Commission. Can you believe that it has hit day 122? And it's been a very busy morning. So take a seat as we tell you what is happening there. Suspended Hawks KwaZulu-Natal head Major General Lesetja Sinono has returned to the Commission today. Advocate Dali Mpofu is actually representing him, and if you'd been watching or listening, you would have heard that distinctive voice. He started off saying that the Commission hasn't been forthcoming with requested information, and his client has testified for 3 days, or had testified for 3 days in January, but he keeps on getting called back, and he feels that the clients had repetitive questions sent to him. He feels this is oppressive, and it's particularly in regard to the Port Shepstone break-in where drugs were stolen from the Hawks office. Advocate Silo is leading the testimony, and she responded to Mpofu. She said she simply denies this lack of document provision by the Commission to the Sinona legal team. She says Sinona, in his supplementary statement, complained about not getting information for the testimony of 2 officials on time. And as she was responding to Dali Mpofu's concern about the constant calling back of his client, there were visuals of him visibly shaking his head in disapproval to her response. Mpofu went on to list the number of engagements where they felt that the Commission wasn't forthcoming with information. He said his client wasn't given a right of reply or notified that a witness would have implicated him in their testimony. Justice Madlanga asked Mpofu to itemize the information that the General hasn't been furnished with. Commissioner Baloyi also reassured Mpofu that the evidence leader's response to his client's requests were normal responses and asked that he not be prejudiced. Statements can't be shared with Sinona prior to the witness testifying. They are merely following procedure, is what he said. Well, the Commission spent most of the morning on this until 11:45, and of course that was the point when General Sinona's testimony began. He started by taking an oath. He confirmed he's currently on suspension as a result of testifying at the Commission, and he says on the 31st of January he was removed from his office at gunpoint. He says his tools of trade were also taken. He's concerned about his safety, and he continues to feel unsafe. On the 7th of May, he said his suspension was lifted by his supervisor, but the supervisor didn't have the authority to do so. On the 3rd of June, after appearing before the Commission again, he was placed on suspension for the theft of the drugs at Port Shepstone. It was supposed to be at a disciplinary hearing today, he says, but he opted to come to the Commission. He says Colonel Prinsloo never requested extra security from his office for the suspected cocaine. Now, if you recall, a retired Hawks member, Lieutenant Colonel Jacobus Prinsloo, testified last month. He testified General Sinona was aware of the 2017 order prohibiting the storing of exhibits at the Hawks offices. The 541 kilograms of cocaine stolen in Port Shepstone had originally been seized during a police operation at the Durban harbour. The drugs had a street value of 200 million rand. Sinona says Warrant Officer Carl Sanders was moved to the supply chain office because there was a serious allegation that he and others stole drugs at the the harbour and sold them to gangs. He says Sanders was never suspended. Sinona also addressed the issue of the coffee machine that was stolen and says he doesn't recall Sanders telling the Commission that there were 4 thefts at the office when he was placed. His coffee machine was the last item to be stolen. You remember that. There was a whole lot of fundraising online for that afterwards. Sinona went on to say Sanders was not subjected to the polygraph test due to the theft of the coffee machine. He says the polygraph test was ordered by Brigadier Campbell Nuswa. He says the way he was removed from the office hurt him to a point where he was hospitalized for the trauma. Sinona also says the people can come and give evidence against him, and he's not given an immediate right of reply. He says the testimonies have adversely impacted his life. He said he ordered that Warrant Officer Sanders must go back to the Serious Organised Crime Investigation Office in Durban, where the investigations are ongoing. Contradicting Brigadier Campbell Nuswa, who said Warrant Officer Sanders must be placed in a different unit. Justice Madlanga indicated there was a letter that showed that Sanders moved to the supply chain office in February 2024, but Sinona couldn't recall how far the investigation into the Sanders allegations are at the moment where he was suspended. Advocate Sello asked him to look at the documents pertaining to the removal of Warrant Officer Sanders from SOKI, the Serious Organised Crime Investigation Unit. The Commission adjourned for a tea break until 12 o'clock, and essentially that's what they're on for the next 10 minutes, after which they will resume. Taking a short break right now. We'll take some of your calls and listen to your voice notes when we come back.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Keep moving through 6 a.m. call times, the rain, dirt tracks, and moving through tight deadlines. Because you move with purpose, from the first stop to the final drop. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and advanced safety features tailored to your industry. The Hino 700 is built to fuel your business's progress. Hino, all the way.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
9 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse. Taking some of your voice notes. Let's start with this one on crime.
Joanne, crime is a South African phenomenon and it's also international. It's not only because of certain races. South Africans are hypocritical. We cannot blame foreigners for crime. Crime has been there, and we need to now confirm that if they leave, we are not going to have crime. I mean, we harbor criminals. Some of them are our children. Some of them are uncles, relatives, but we don't report them.
Thank you for that. And one of you says, hi, JJ, please ask your guest why they're still continuing to give 90 days continuously at the ports of entry. Is it legal to get more than 90 days a year? Corruption is happening there. I'm sorry we couldn't ask that question in time for our interview, but I'm told that some of those waiting periods have actually been reduced and that people are going to have to go to the border for less than 90 days at the moment.
Good morning, JJ and the listeners. In the issue of the land, the politicians will never do anything about the land. What we must do as a nation, we must follow march and march to get our land back. We have to force the things to happen. We are not God where he was saying with weight, things must happen and then they happen. We must force the things. Make it dramatization better.
This is the outlier in Kondo. I think all government entities, they face similar issues. There is no true consequence for the atrocities caused by government's oversight on the people. Like, a government can do any thing. They can reduce funding, they can cause problems in the immigration offices, they can decide not to fund the police enough. There is no one that's going to get punished for that. And that is part of the problem. I mean, if you have a whole legal aid without enough funding, then what must happen? People are going to suffer, and there is no true consequences for it.
Good day, Johan. Good day, listeners. Yeah, this is Patrick from Soweto. Johan, can you ask your speaker there, why these people from Mozambique, they are just getting in and out? And I'm talking about people who doesn't have documents, particularly from Maputo, it's Mozambique, in and out. And we're told they're taking bribe there. So why this thing is still continuing? Thank you.
Thank you. And again, sorry that the guest is not with us anymore, but certainly we must keep looking at these issues, as we will in the next few weeks. One of you says, worst constitution, don't talk about it. If you send a message like that, tell us why you think it's the worst constitution, right? This, unfortunately, is not social media where you just get to hide behind an avatar and just say what you want without justifying, giving us a cogent reason for it. And we will talk about it because it is the legislation that governs our lives. Let's take some of your calls. Bongani in Elands Park is on the line to us. Good morning, Bongani. You want to talk about unemployment?
Yes, good morning. You know, I'm a bit appalled about what is happening with employment. We talk every day about the 40% plus youth unemployment rate in South Africa, but we aren't talking about the mindset crisis. I own a real estate franchise in Jamestown. I recently interviewed over 60 young people. I offered them a path to a professional career, including paying for their NQF4 in real estate qualification out of the pocket of the company. They turned it down because it's commission-based. As a country or a nation, we have raised the generation to look for employment instead of opportunity. If our youth keep waiting for a desk job with a basic salary in this economy, they'll be waiting forever.
True that.
We need to change the narrative around commission-based work. It is not working for free. It is running your own business with a safety net. If the choice is sitting at home and earning zero, or being out on the field learning a high-value skill, building a network, and having a chance to earn between 20 and 50,000 rands on a sale, sitting at home is the worst financial decision that they make.
Yeah, lovely
And
call,
also,
Bongani. Yes. Quick one, please.
I also want to raise this one quickly. Also, the parents of these youth are failing this youth. Remember, when they go home and they start telling them about this dream that they have of joining us, they say, that is not a job. You need a job where you're going to earn money. They remember, these youth, when we employ them, they will need family to support them maybe for plus minus 3 months till they start earning their commission. And they must buy them a laptop. Those are the tools of work. A laptop and a smartphone, and then support them for the next 3 months. Then those children will actually be supporting that family. But they don't look at it that way because these children will be business people in future.
Yes, I mean, I suppose if a family can afford it, then it is a good option. If they can't, that would rule them out. But I take on board what you're saying, Bongani, about the issue of earning on commission. Many companies are changing their structure. You don't get a pension, you don't get a medical aid, you don't get group life, you don't get leave. Many of us are working that way, right? But what I mean, we try and cater for those things because we are earning, right, from our earnings. And I think no opportunities that are profitable should be turned away. You're quite right. By the way, we had a conversation with Talita Budram on that issue yesterday about changing the mindset of young people. I'm going to take the last call from Nhlanhla in Durban on unemployment. Good morning, Nhlanhla.
Good morning, JJ. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. Yeah, quick one, please.
Yeah, it's quick. Okay. You know, it's worrying. You hear people that you used to admire saying, even if the illegal and legal foreigners can go, unemployment rate will remain. As long as there is a person losing a job, a South African, there's a family that is suffering. How much more that you find these foreign nationals illegal or legal in the security industry, in the driving industry, as petrol attendants, as domestic workers, and running tech shops, and some informal businesses within certain municipalities, in salons, and in textile industries. How many South Africans lose jobs because of them? How many families of South Africa who fought for this country, let alone those who ran away instead of fighting here, because the revolution and the struggle was inside South Africa, was not outside. People from outside, they were just agitating, but not actually face-to-face with the apartheid government. So many of them are today suffering. They have failed to lead us. They convinced the majority of the South Africans to vote this ANC government, even when this ANC government adopted gear. Instead of saying, no, we're closing shops, no relationship anymore with the ANC, they continued thinking that they will manufacture and change the ANC. They failed. The Communist Party, COSAT, all of them. Today, some of them are telling us that even if illegal foreign nationals can go, there won't be job opportunities for South Africans. I don't know whether they're dreaming or
No, they're not dreaming. There's research to show that. The numbers bear that out. But also, I think the difficulty is we've got to square this with what South African legislation allows for in terms of quotas. 60% of people employed in a business must be South African. But that does leave the door open for the other 40%, as long as they're documented, to be from other countries. And we must consider that because this law does exist, it allows for that. I'm going to leave it on that note this week. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a wonderful, safe and happy weekend. Go out and register if you have not voted, or stay as registered to vote rather. Stay at home and do it online if you prefer, as the young ones especially do. But have a wonderful weekend, and we will continue our conversations on Monday. Take care till then from me and the team. Bye-bye.
It's Friday, the 19th of June 2026, 12 o'clock on the dot. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
I must bring it under the Commission attention that I'm more than willing to assist this Commission. I am here, but the date the Commission gave me, already there was a date for me to attend another disciplinary hearing today at 10 o'clock. It's currently ongoing. To show that I'm willing to assist the Commission, I opted to come here, not to go that side.
Suspended KZN Hawks head Major General Lesetja Senona is back on the witness stand at the Madlanga Commission, continuing his testimony. And SAP's forensic analyst Lawrence Magwetle has been granted bail in the Pretoria Magistrates Court. Magwetle faces charges including defeating the ends of justice, unlawful possession of a firearm, and being an accessory to murder. Please share your views with us. 41391 is the SMS line number. You can also write to us via X at SABC News_radio, or send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Friday edition of Update at Noon. First, though, here's the latest news with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, SAP's forensic analyst Magwetle granted bail, and search for 4 missing people in the Vaal River resumes. For SAFM News, I'm Ondela, and a very good day. SAP's forensic analyst Lawrence Magwetle has been granted bail in the Pretoria Magistrates Court. He's facing charges including defeating the ends of justice, unlawful possession of a firearm, and being an accessory to murder. The state alleges that Magwetle intentionally manipulated ballistics evidence in high-profile murder cases, including the killing of Vereeniging engineer Ahmad Swart and DJ Somebody, to protect suspects. The case has adjourned briefly to discuss the bail amount and conditions. This is how Magistrate Johannes Kruger delivered the bail application ruling.
The court is therefore satisfied that the interests of justice do not require the continued detention of the applicant. On the contrary, there are no substantial grounds upon which bail should be refused. Having carefully considered all the evidence presented before this court, the contents of the affidavit, the oral evidence, the relevant case law such as S versus Branco 2000, and the applicable provisions in the Criminal Procedure Act, the court is satisfied that the applicant has discharged the onus resting upon him. The applicant is entitled to be released on bail pending the finalization of this matter, subject to suitable conditions to be determined by the court.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has dispelled Advocate Dali Mpofu's allegation that it is treating his client unfairly. Advocate Mpofu, who is representing suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lisija Sinona, raised concerns about issues including the repetitive questioning of his client. Sinona is in the hot seat at the Commission's hearings in Pretoria. He's being grilled on the circumstances surrounding the theft of 541 kilograms of cocaine from the Hawks offices in Port Shepstone in 2021. Commissioner Sesi Baloyi has described as unfounded Advocate Mpofu's claim that his client has been deprived of documents pertaining to witness testimony.
So, insofar as he may have requested statements of witnesses yet to testify, the answers he got are answers that apply generally, which is statements do not go out until a witness has testified. And I say that only to dispel any idea that he alone may be treated unfair. If it is unfair, it's unfair to everybody who's had to testify here. Yeah.
The Electoral Commission of South Africa says more than 70% of South Africans aged between 18 and 19 have now ding over its readiness for this weekend's voter registration drive. It's called on the youth who are eligible to vote to register in order to participate in the 2026 local government elections set to take place in November. The Commission's Chief Electoral Officer, Saima Mabulo.
Given that youth in the age category 18 and 19 years have not had multiple opportunities to enlist on the voters' roll, and since they just became eligible, over 70% in this age cohort are still to register. The Commission therefore urges all eligible youth, especially first-time voters, to seize this opportunity to register to participate in the forthcoming elections.
Police in the Northern Cape have resumed their search for 4 people who drowned in the Vaal River yesterday when their makeshift boat capsized. Bodies of 2 people who drowned were retrieved last night. Police say a makeshift boat carrying about 20 occupants was ferrying people between farms when several passengers fell into the water. 14 people survived, while search efforts continue for those still missing. Police spokesperson Mulefi Shemane.
It was reported that several occupants fell into the water. Preliminary reports indicate that there were reportedly 20 people on board the vessel. 14 occupants survived while search and rescue operations are continuing searching for the 4 persons who remain unaccounted for. 2 bodies have thus far been removed. All survivors were treated and later discharged from a hospital in Durban. The South African Police Service Search and Rescue Unit will resume operations on Friday, 19 June 2026.
Lebanon's health ministry says 18 people have been killed in a series of Israeli airstrikes overnight. The Israeli military says it targeted the militant group Hezbollah. Israel says 4 of its soldiers have been killed. The BBC's Hugo Bachega has the details.
Lebanon State News Agency described the bombardment overnight across the Nabatea district as one of the most intense in the war and said multiple buildings were hit. The situation in Lebanon, where Israel has been fighting Hezbollah, raises questions about the future of the truce between the US and Iran. The text calls for the permanent termination of the conflict and for Lebanon's territorial integrity and sovereignty to be ensured. Israel, however, says it has no intention of withdrawing from Lebanon.
Recapping the top story, SAPS forensic analyst Lawrence Mahotle has been granted bail in the Pretoria Magistrates Court. I'm Undulambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Well, very good afternoon. It's 7 minutes after 12. Thanks so much for tuning in to Update at Noon on Delambana, of course, at the news desk. And this afternoon, the suspended KZN Hawks head, Lisija Sinona, well, he's back in the hot seat at the Madlanga Commission. Lawyered up as have many during the second phase of the Commission's work. Advocate Dali Mpofu representing Sinona this morning, and took quite a while to place before the Commission what the disgruntlements are that Major General Sinona actually has with regard to being called back several times and also bemoaning access to certain witness statements. But of course, all of that has been dealt with, and Lesetja Senona is now responding, answering to questions, and of course going through his supplementary statement. And then some of the other stories. There was a mass shooting in the Western Cape this morning, and this was in Lotus River, where 4 people were killed and 1 seriously wounded. Police following up on that, and of course we keeping our eyes and ears on that as well to see if there are any further developments. And then the Pretoria Magistrates Court delivered a judgment in the bail application in the case of forensic ballistics analyst Captain Lawrence Magwetle, and he was granted bail. And incidentally, Captain Lawrence Magwetle, this particular application was also in line with some of the evidence that was adduced very early in the commission with regard to the murder of the Vereniging-based engineer Armand Swart. So he's been granted bail, even though the state opposed and said that they feared that he may interfere with witnesses. But those just some of the other stories. We are going to take you back now to the Madlanga Commission, and this is, of course, where Senona, that's Major General Senona, he is back since the last time when he was meant to appear and his legal counsel was indisposed. And let's take you now to the Madlanga Commission.
Of this this company office. Then that part of the investigation, we have a risk and integrity management section that also assisted in this investigation. Not necessarily the criminal part of it. Look, it's a wide scope that they do when we do investigation. And they are the ones who came with these recommendations of the disciplinary issue matter against the warrant officer Sanders. Then I signed it, I sent it. These issues that I hear does not necessarily indicate that the criminal conduct as it is depicted in the complaint, it has been finalized. There are certain sections that are directing us towards that were finalized, but not the actual criminal conduct as per the original complaint, commissioners.
Can I just to check this without probing, that from your earlier evidence that you directed Brigadier Nyuswa that the member must return to his original position, from that it surely must mean that at that point, when you gave the direction that you say you gave, you had formed the view that there was no concern with him returning to SANEP. It seems to me that it can only mean that if you have made that decision.
My decision was that he must go back to SOKI, Serious Organized Crime Investigations.
Not that he should go back to his original position. I may have misunderstood you earlier because I thought I understood you to say.
It might be a mistake not to say SOKI SANAP, but I said SOKI. SOKI is serious organized crime, and serious organized crime is divided into 3 subsections. The NPVC, National Priority Violence Crime, SANEP, South African Narcotic Enforcement Bureau, and the EPR. So my directive, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I can recollect, I said he must go back to SOKI.
And again, it's to try and understand properly what that evidence means, that Brigadier Nyuswa could have returned him to SANEP and you would not have considered it to be in defiance of your direction.
Come again, Commissioner?
Soki has 3 units that you have listed. One of them is Saneb.
Yes.
If Brigadier Nyuswa had placed him at Saneb, where he originally was,
yes, Commissioner,
instead of EPR, that would still have been in compliance with your instruction that he must return to Soki.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
It's one issue. I had understood, I can't recall which document it was and which witness gave this evidence, but I had understood that the complaint was investigated, the very complaint we're talking about. They could not get hold of the complainant because either the email was bogus or it did not exist, and that's as far as they could take it. That was my understanding, and I could be wrong. So what I'm asking you is really confirmation of your understanding. Is that, do you have similar understanding, or you cannot respond because you're not sure what the facts are?
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Although it is not raised in the regulation 10.6, but I will assist.
When you just say something, because you keep repeating this issue, can I just say something? You get 10.6s from the evidence leaders and the attorneys. When commissioners are sitting here, they might look at a file and see a document. And if they consider that document to be relevant, they will ask you a question on it. So I hope you won't keep saying, well, because it's not in a 10.6, I take issue with the question that is being asked. Because we are here to establish facts. And in a 10.6, I can tell you now, you can't put everything that is in all these files. Otherwise, your 10.6 will be 50 pages long. You know, you are given the substance of what you will be questioned on. But the actual detail, as I look at this document, for example, I recall something that somebody said. I may be the only person who recalls it. And then I ask you to clarify that issue. So there, I don't see why you would say, oh, but it's not in a 10.6. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Commissioner, I was just putting on record that I'm going to respond to the Commissioner's clarity-seeking question. It's just certain things need to be placed on record. I was legally advised that the Commission findings might be put on review. Hence, I'm putting certain things.
I already saw that from Mr. Mpofu's opening remarks.
Yeah, so hence I want to put it on record because it might come back and say, why you never said 1, 2, 3. But to respond to your clarity-seeking question, Commissioner, I want to indicate that in the execution of our duties as members of the South African Police Services, yes, there are instances where you find out that a person who lodged a complaint, you can't find him. There are instances whereby people report things on an anonymity basis, like your so-called whistleblower. So what you are saying, if you say somebody said that, I won't say it is incorrect or correct, but there is a probability.
In fact, I'm reminded by my co-commissioner that in the very document that you say you signed, the information note on 1082, paragraph 2.2. 1082, paragraph 2.2. Also, I think the information notes are similar. The other one is from February, the other one is from October. So even if you look at the October one on 1088, you will find that,
Yeah, hence, Commissioner, I said, I didn't have access before I come here with this thing. So I'm going there to have a look. And my response was, it happens sometimes that you don't happen to find the complainant, because when you are doing your investigation, there are instances where the complainant must clarify certain things for you in order to continue. Sometimes you don't find this complainant, and then there are issues that relate to the so-called whistleblowers. So if it is contained in this report, I'm trying to find the paragraph the Commissioner is referring to.
2.2?
1088, the very same report you were looking at, General. 1088.
Yeah, I see that it was we wrote that I must read it. An email was sent to the complainant. So I'm not going to say names, commissioners. Please bear with me. That to him that Port Shepstone Serious Organized Crime Unit was investigating the matter, but he never responded. As a result, an interview was never conducted with him, which means we were aware that the complainant is a he because of the names at the bottom. But it was a progress report. Once you receive a complaint or a docket to investigate, they say, General Senuna, this is your docket. The first thing that you do, you must interview the complainant and introduce yourself as the person who will be leading that investigation.
I think you've answered me, General. I just wanted to clarify if you are aware that this was the position.
I'm reminded now.
I was also reminded because
yes.
I did not have the reference, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. I trust that takes care of the issue that arose. Before we leave this topic, General, there was a discussion about the suspension of Warrant Officer Sanda. And to that end, you were referred to page 475. That was the letter you signed, dated the 13th of February. You recall that? Would you want to if you want to go there, CJC 239, page 475. We flighted the letter, you confirmed, you signed that letter.
Which bundle, Mr.?
Second 475. The second bundle.
We were there. Page
475. CJC 239.
Correct, Commissioners. This is not the suspension, it's the temporary placement.
My apologies. You are quite correct. Yes. I used a wrong term there. If I gave the commissioners an opportunity. Thank you. We had previously looked at this letter. And you indicated that the person acting at the time was Colonel Jacobs, correct? Because it's addressed to the acting provincial commissioner.
Correct, Commissioners.
And you testified this morning that both of you called Warrant Officer Sanda into your office, if I understood you correctly, where you engaged him on these issues and that temporary transfer.
I called Colonel Jacobs to come with Warrant Officer Sanders.
Yes.
After I've received the complaint.
Indeed.
Into my office.
Okay. I raised this with you because during his testimony, Warrant Officer Colonel Jacobs was referred to this letter. He was asked who was the acting provincial commander at the time, and he testified that he does not remember and that he doesn't know anything about this temporary transfer. And this, for reference purposes, will be transcript. We don't have to go there, trust me to read it. Page 226, that's where the engagement is taking place. Firstly, he suggests that he doesn't know who was acting, and secondly, that he was not part of a meeting where Warrant Officer Sanders was informed of the complaint and the transfer. Do you have a comment to that? As to why that would be the case?
If he says he doesn't remember, I can't answer on his behalf, but as far as my recollection is, he was there in my office with Warrant Officer Sander, as far as my recollection is. So I wouldn't... Sorry?
My apologies, go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
Okay. And in fact, there is a letter addressed to him appointing him as the acting district commander for that period.
Acting
signed by you.
Acting what?
Provincial commander. I get the titles wrong. I'll start again. You appointed him acting provincial commander for the period Brigadier Nyuswa was on leave, which is the period of when this complaint was received and acted upon.
Commissioners, before I respond, sorry.
Just to explain, to assist you, and that would be found at CJC 290, page 1106. That would be the last bundle.
I must close the first one.
You may for the moment.
So page 1106.
1106. My numbering correct.
I can confirm on 1107 this is my signature.
Yes.
And although I might have seen this document by then, but for the purpose of the commission, I'm seeing it for the first time here. I want to just put it on record, but it's him, Colonel Jacobs. Colonel G. Jacobs.
And you appointed him to act in that period, January to sometime in February?
The date of appointment, it says from 29 January until 18 February 2024.
Yes. So I didn't quite understand. What are you seeing for the first time in the commission?
I'm saying by then, in the 22 January 2024, because I've attached my signature, I might have seen this document by then, I confirm. But for the purpose of me coming to talk about it on the commission, I've just seen it now.
Okay. But now, on seeing it, it jolts your memory. It's your signature, you definitely did appoint.
Absolutely correct. It's my signature. Is Colonel Jacobs, who was appointed to act in that period, which confirms my evidence in chief.
And then I point these out to you because in his evidence, as I say, pages 223 to 226, firstly, he says he doesn't know who was acting at in that period. He discounts the possibility it was him. He testified that he did not know of when Warrant Officer Sander was temporarily transferred is the word, as you testified. And he categorically denied that he was a part of that meeting. I'm inviting you for a comment because earlier today you testified that you instructed him to call Warrant Officer Sander to your office, at which you informed Warrant Officer Sander of all these developments and the complaints and the decision taken. Do you have a
Commissioners, I'm not, just pardon me with respect, I don't want to answer issues of Colonel Jacobs, but my answer is, this letter was signed by me, he was there. If he denied it or whatever, please allow me not to respond upon his answers or whatever. But this letter was signed by me. I testified earlier under oath, I'm still under oath, that I called him because he was acting to come with Warrant Officer Sander to my office. And that is where I effected this letter on page 475.
General Sinona, I believe the letter is being produced to point out that it supports your version.
I thank you very much
for that purpose. So I think your counsel nods because he appreciates. So you're not being caught out. It's simply to confirm that what you told the commission this morning, the commission has obtained a document that is favorable or supports your version. Okay.
In fact, General, I think you should also be alerted that at least according to my note, Warrant Officer Sander does put Jacob in the room. He says Jacob was present when you called him in.
As far as my recollection, yes, Commissioners.
And staying then on that complaint, which you have attached as LSF5, you deal with that at your paragraph 18 of your supplementary statement. And you recall that we looked at the documents relating to that complaint and how it was handled, just shortly.
You said paragraph?
Paragraph 18 of your supplementary statement, the statement we dealt with this morning.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, that's where you introduced this complaint.
Yes, Commissioner.
It might help, perhaps, if we go, or maybe let me pose my question, we may have to go there. At paragraph 18, bottom of page 8, you state, no, that's the middle of that paragraph, you received an email from General Lebeya or Major General Suraj Bali, I apologize if I mispronounce, directing your office to engage with the complaint. Then you further down to the bottom of the page, you state, I later received a further instruction from Major General Suraj Bali to temporarily place the member at another post pending investigation, which instruction I carried out. I do not remember the exact date of the email. I point this out to you because the documents we have just looked at, starting with the complaint itself of 5th of February 2014, in that email chain, I cannot find where Major General Suraj Bali instructed you to place Warrant Officer Sander on temporarily place him in another post. I don't have that email. I have a series of all these emails, starting with a complaint instruction to you and progress reports from time to time. But that particular email, where General Suraj Bali so instructs you, is not to be found. Are you able to explain, perhaps?
I went to head office the day I was suspended to request this information. And then I indicated they must send it to my attorney, all this information. They only sent us the complaint. So what the commission is in possession of, I don't know how the commission got hold of it, but all I'm saying, I was complying with the directive from national office. I cannot fail to comply with the directive from head office. Okay. Because that might result to a serious misconduct or disregarding instructions of your senior.
So that, if I understand you correctly, the suspension of Warrant Officer Sander was not entirely your decision. You were acting on the instruction of head office to temporarily place him in another post.
Correct. It is not the suspension. It is the temporary placement pending the outcome of the investigation.
I'll restate that. So that temporary placement was not your decision. You executed an instruction from
Correct.
General Suraj Bali.
Remember, commissioners.
I'm trying to understand what you are saying, so I don't misquote you.
I'm clarifying to you.
Please do. Thank you.
Council. Commissioner, at National Office DPCI, in the office of the national head, there is a post called executive support at the level of a major general. The national head of the DPCI does not sit and write letters and do correspondences and everything. The person holding this post will do those type of correspondences and everything through the directive given by the national head. It's like, I'll give you an example. In my previous office, I can't call it my office now, because I'm placed on suspension. I'm having a staff officer. I will tell a staff officer, let's compile a letter to do 1, 2, 3. The staff officer will type the letter, bring it to me, and then I will read it. When I'm happy, I'll sign it. It goes out to wherever it's supposed to be going. So here, I did receive that directive, and I did comply with it.
So the directive, on this explanation you are giving in the position of this Major General, the directive then would have come from General Libya, not from this person, if all she is, or he is an executive assistant to General Libya.
Ordinarily, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner. I agree, because...
So the correct way to read, or how you should have expressed it, if what I'm saying is correct, what you should have said, or what you would have said is, I later received an instruction from General Libya. And if you like, you could have added through Major Suraj Bali, but the instruction has to be from General Libya, not the Major General, because she doesn't have authority to give you instructions.
Commissioner Valoy, you are 100% on the dot.
All right, thank you.
I apologize for not wording it properly and causing this confusion for the Commission, but you are 100% on the dot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps if we go to page 103 and 104 of the same file, we still have the same challenge whether the instruction came from Major General Suraj Bali or General Libya, because that email chain does not reflect such. If you go to page 1003 and 1004, that email correspondence starts at page 1004, and as you know, with email threads, we read from the back. There is the complaint dated the 5th of February on page 1004. And on the same date, Major General Suraj Bali directs this to you with a request that your office engage with the complainant and to provide feedback. If you go to 1003, then it's subsequent communication up until the 29th of February 2024. And nowhere in that chain of emails is there an instruction that Warrant Officer Sanda be placed on, or be temporarily transferred. You do confirm that's the case?
I confirm on this document is not there, yes. But as far as my recollection, I was given that instruction and an email was sent to me. So why it is not here, I am unable to assist the Commission, but it was given.
Thank you. To the extent that it exists and we have not been provided, I'm sure the Commission can address a request to Major General Suraj Bali or her office to provide it.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Okay. Can I just check? I mean, if the instruction, if you were acting on the instruction from head office, which is General Libya, surely the decision to restore or to return General Warrant Officer Sanda to Soki, as you say you gave that instruction, could also not be your decision, because first you removed him on the basis of an instruction we have established now. It would have been an instruction from General Libya. That's how you placed him somewhere else. The return, it seems to me that the overturning of that instruction also has to be based on an instruction from head office. And in your evidence earlier, you didn't speak that way. You spoke as it being your decision when certain circumstances happened. You made the decision that he should be returned. Can you just explain that?
Thank you, Commissioner Valoy. There are issues that necessitate certain actions, as the Commissioner was talking to me. Instruction was that placed him temporarily elsewhere until the finalization of the investigation. But as we were proceeding, the investigations were proceeding, we could see that from where I've seen the last reports, I think, the challenges that we had, whatever was found, and then I took it upon myself. I didn't go back and request that, can I place him back? I took it upon myself to place him back. I didn't request. Maybe I might have contravened the senior's instruction in doing so, but I took it upon myself as the investigation was progressing, because the instruction was pending the outcome of the investigation.
Okay.
Before we leave this, I think it was Brigadier Nyusa General who said he came to you with a request from Warrant Officer Sanda that he should be returned to his previous position. And you did not want him returned to his previous position. You wanted him to go to the Economic Crimes Unit. And he never asked you for reasons why. He just accepted your decision. And I think, to be fair to you, I must put that to you so that you can respond to it, because it obviously contradicts the version you are giving today.
Commissioner, even if you say it contradicts my version, me, I'm telling you the truth. To supplement that, I'm telling you the truth as far as my recollection can. Earlier I indicated that Colonel Jacobs, I called him to bring Sanda. You assisted me with the letter here. Now, I'm saying, I don't recollect Brigadier Nyusa coming and telling me that Sanda requested to be placed back, because at some stages a decision needed to be taken there, and commissioners. So him saying Sanda requested to be transferred back, no. I recall saying to Brigadier Nyusa that the member must be taken back to Soki. And then when we talk about Soki, serious organized crime, the provincial commander who is responsible for serious organized crime units, which are 5 in the province, is Brigadier Nyusa. So if he decided to place him at the EPR, he should have provided reasons why he did that. Because I must say, we comply with instructions, and if you are not happy with it, you comply and complain. That is the culture of the police. You comply, then you can put a complaint if you are not happy with it. And I want to also indicate that I'm still under oath. Then it's just that I'm being probed with this. If members are not treated fairly, like Warrant Officer Sanda said before this commission, in relation to that, he was trembling on other people's toes. The correct process is to be followed. He should have went to the DPCI judge and lay a complaint.
Thank you. Let me just correct myself, just to be fair to you. This is what Brigadier Nyusa said, and I'm reading from paragraph 55 of his statement. At some point, warrant officer came to speak to me about returning to Soki. That's the correction I wanted to make. I told him that I would speak to General Sinona, who agreed that warrant officer could return to Soki, but not SANEP. General Sinona said warrant officer Sanda must go to EPR.
Commissioner, allow me not to respond to Brigadier Nyusa's issues, because I don't have that type of an affidavit. The one I'm having when I respond to the questions on 10.6, I will demonstrate what transpired there with Brigadier Nyusa. But I do not recall me telling him that he must go to EPR. It's me who took a decision to put him at supply chain. I was I was instructed to place him somewhere pending the finalization of the investigation. I agree, it's me who wrote that letter that you be placed here. But when we say going back to your office, interchanging things is not me. Because we can't transfer people without the authority. The person who's got the authority to transfer people is the national head.
Can I say, though, that if what happened is as you describe it, which is there was an investigation around allegations of drugs, that Warrant Officer Sander is involved in the distribution of drugs, and you say, as far as you know, that investigation has not been concluded, as in he wasn't cleared. It would be strange to me that when you say he must come back to Soki, you actually are happy for him to go back to SANEP. It would be very strange to me that you have referred to what you say is a very serious complaint, and on the face of it, of that email, it does look like a serious complaint. And then head office, you say, says to you, remove him pending investigation. That investigation, we see from the last progress report, it does not clear him. It's simply, the only reference it makes to that allegation is we try to get hold of the complainant, and we haven't found the complainant. We have emailed the complainant, and then it then discusses his holding interest in other companies, and that's you recommend he be disciplined for that. Nothing to do with the original complaint. So as per that report, he's not cleared. And your evidence earlier in the day was that investigation, as far as you know, is still continuing. It's strange to me and inconsistent, the inconsistent that you would be happy for him to return to SANEP when he's got this serious allegation against him. And my saying it's inconsistent is to lead to the probability that it suggests is that you would have said he should go somewhere else because he's still the subject of investigation. Even if he returns to Soki, you wouldn't be happy for him to go back to SANEP because he's still the subject of investigation. So there is that inconsistency on your version how you dealt with this. If your version is the correct version, then it's inconsistent in how you dealt with it, that he's not cleared, and then you say, well, he can go back to SANEP. I'm okay with that, especially because you're not acting on instruction. If you were saying head office said I must take him back, then I left it to Nyuswa where to place him, I would understand. It's your decision to return him, and you say to us he could have returned to SANEP. I don't understand it. Do you want any comment?
I get what the commissioner is saying, but I think I remain with the explanation I've provided. I hear what you are saying. To the commissioner, it doesn't make sense. But as we are continuing with an investigation, you see the complainant it cannot be reached out. You see, you are able to make a deduction as things are going forward, as the investigation is unfolding. So maybe to the commissioner it does not make sense, but to me at that stage it made sense that he must go back. And I must also bring it to your attention, commissioners, that in terms of the capacity of human resources, we have a serious shortage in the DPCI. So I took that decision, and then if I made a mistake, I will accept my mistake. But I did took that decision, Commissioner.
Maybe then, thank you for that. It's your answer. Thanks, General. Maybe then we can't complete this discussion without putting this to you for your comment. Warrant Officer Sander, you obviously have followed his evidence. That's why you're able to quote his engagement with Commissioner Khumalo. So you would be aware that where he spoke about this issue, he mentioned also that, and it was on probing, when he said I was stepping on people's toes. He mentioned that he lodged a complaint, I think, about exhibits getting lost against certain people. And he had listed in that complaint, I think the specific person was, I don't remember his title, but Hussein, if I'm not mistaken. And then in that complaint, the document that is before the commission, there's a whole list of people who he says they came in, removed an item from the exhibit room, and then later on it's not fully accounted for. Now, the main person, Hussein, I think was disciplined for that. But in the long list, there are a number of people that I don't remember, but one of them, I suppose it stood out because the person came to testify. It's Colonel Jacob, one of the people against whom he was saying they took exhibits out, and the next thing, those exhibits were not fully accounted for. Did you become aware of that complaint against, maybe the general complaint about the loss of exhibits that was laid by Colonel Sander before he was removed from this position to supply chain?
Commissioner, I am aware that there was a warrant officer who was charged, who received exhibits, who was supposed to send them to forensic, and he never sent them. He did whatever he did with them, and then an investigation was conducted. That person was charged criminally. I am aware of that person, but the list of people that the complaint was laid against, I can't remember now, because all I'm aware of is this one person who was criminally convicted, and also consequence management was done by the line manager against that same person.
Do you become aware that that complaint was laid by Warrant Officer Sander? I'm just trying to find out how much you knew about that complaint.
I can't remember that one, Commissioner, whether it was by him or they established it when they did the inspections there. I'm not aware.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Just to close up on that, and based on your testimony that you actually supported his return to his previous post, Soki Saneb, would you, today as you sit here, if you are able to, would you support and motivate for his return to his previous post? That's Warrant Officer Sander. Or have you changed your mind from when you first supported that return?
As far as I'm sitting here, I don't have authority to be a policeman.
It's not
There's
authority.
nothing I can do.
I'm not asking you about authority, General. I'm just inquiring whether, if you had the scope to, would you support and motivate for his return?
I won't have a problem that he goes there, because I said he must go back to Soki. My understanding was to his post, because when you are placed at a specific area, you have a post number over and above the issue of your service number, but there is a post reference number to each and every member.
Is it fair to take it, when you say you would not have a problem, you mean yes, you would motivate if you could?
Look, this investigation against him is almost 2 years, as the commissioners also advised me. And nothing at this stage positively came out in relation to that investigation. Yes, I won't have a problem if he goes back there.
Okay. Then the other issue that you wanted to, and I'm moving off this topic, the other issue you wanted to engage with during your free time was related to statements by Colonel Prinsloo, I hope I have the rank right, which you said he made shortly after the theft, you recall. You deal with that at your paragraph 12.1 and 12.2. I have extracted two of his statements. They are both dated November 23 and 25th, respectively. You should have a blue folder, a small folder in front of you. I have showed you these documents during the tea break. these are the documents that you want to have regard to, correct? The first one you will see...
In the blue folder...
The little blue folder, there are 2 documents.
It looks like there's one.
There should be at the top there, one should read in manuscript A24 and the other one A25.
We don't have A24. I also have A24. But this is the correct one. Oh, this A24 is
A24
the correct
is the correct one.
Yes,
I think in copying, you actually then should have 2 bundles. They put them in separate sleeves, but he maintains that it's A24 you want us to have regard to.
Correct, Commissioners.
Is this the one in respect of which you were referencing paragraph 7, General?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right.
So we have A24, then take us to paragraph 7 and highlight what you wanted to address.
I wanted... Sorry for interruption.
Go ahead, General.
Can I go ahead?
Please.
Thank you, Commissioners. I wanted to bring to the attention of the Commissioners that while the mind of this Colonel was fresh, when we look at paragraph 7, the pages are not numbered. But he said, during the looting in July, I received a call from the District Commissioner. Pardon me for not calling the name. To inquire if our dockets are secured as there was widespread looting on the coast. I informed her that they were secured. I then informed her that we had a large quantity of drugs stored in the office, and I requested that visible members patrol after hours. This paragraph, when I look at the statement that the Commission has given us, I've never came across anywhere where the Colonel is talking to this paragraph. Then the next paragraph that I wanted to address the Commissioners is paragraph 10 of the same statement. Maybe before paragraph 10, let's check paragraph 8. My glasses are running away. Paragraph 8 is line 1, 2, 3, 4 from the bottom of paragraph 8, Commissioners. General Senona requested us to have regular visits to the office after hours. I think I testified previously with regard to this. I read it on record. The members then left, so I wanted that sentence to come again on record. Then we go to paragraph 10. He says, on 2021-11-0, did I say paragraph 10 in my statement?
Yes, you say paragraph 10, you say so at your paragraph 12.2. Where you reference Lieutenant Brigadier Naika and warrant officers.
Yeah, I think I might have made a mistake regarding the paragraph, but I want to look for it. There is a paragraph that he talks about. I said he never informed. Maybe I made a mistake. Apologies for that, Commissioners.
No, if I may assist, and that's where the confusion arose and it was necessary for me to talk to you. That paragraph 10 is not in that statement, is in the second statement now.
Okay.
Where reference is made to Brigadier Naika and the 2 warrant officers.
Yeah, but
you have the second statement.
I don't have it here before me.
At paragraph 10, that's where it's introduced. Your supplementary statements reads as if they come from the same document, but
Commissioners,
it's different document.
There is a problem here. When you look at the both statement, 825 and 824, for me it looks like it's the same, but when you go to paragraph 10, there are 2 paragraph 10s. My paragraph 7, I think I made a mistake when I say 824 is the correct one. Look at paragraph 7 of 825. It's exactly the same narrative on both statements.
I think I'm picking up an error here that I confirm that this is the correct statement, but the one I was referring to, I want to correct that it should be this A25, not 24.
Okay.
And apologies for that, Commissioners.
For the record, A24 is dated 23/11/2021. That's the last page. You see that? A25 is dated 2 days later, and that is 25/11/2021. Now, I pulled up both because they are 2 days apart, and you said it's a statement made shortly after the theft.
Correct, yes. Commissioners. I still maintain that it's shortly after the incident.
I don't have an issue with that. So,
Thank you very much.
So we settle on A25.
Yeah. When we read paragraph 10 of A25,
yes,
it talks to what I've testified about in that on the, can I read it on record, Commissioners?
Yes, General.
On 2021-07-29, Brigadier Naika visited Port Shepstone as he needed to inspect certain SANAP dockets. He was accompanied by 2 members of Pretoria Soki SANAP. I'm not going to say their names. Brigadier Naika then spoke to me privately about the consignment of cocaine that was stored in the safe at my offices, and it was clear that he knew it was stored by us. I informed the Brigadier that I was not comfortable with it being stored in my office, as the security of my office is not up to standard.
I know. Can I take you back to your statement, which is what led us to A25, and in particular 12.2? You set that out as a complaint.
Well, unfortunately, we have to leave it there, and it's going to be very interesting given all the evidence that the Commission has heard subsequent to General Senona's previous visit. You will remember there were a number of police officers who came through to testify or give their version of events of what happened during that theft of the 541 kilograms of cocaine that was stored at Port Shepstone. And so there are so many questions now that General Senona will have to answer to. But he, of course, will continue. They usually take a lunch break at this time, but it's the suspended KZN Hawks head, Major General Lesetja Senona, appearing before the Madlanga Commission yet again. Well, thanks to the production team. Thanks to everybody for listening in. Have a fabulous weekend. It's 1 o'clock. Here's Ondelambana with your latest news.
Well, thank you, Sakina and the team on the top stories. Sinona details ripple effects of testifying before the Madlanga Commission and delays in negotiations between Iran and the US. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. Suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lesetja Senona has detailed the treatment he received from his employer after testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria earlier this year. He's being grilled on his alleged involvement in the disappearance of 541 kilograms of cocaine from the offices of the Hawks in Port Shepstone in 2021. Senona has alleged that he was removed from his work premises at gunpoint.
I don't have my tools of trade since they were taken when I was taken at gunpoint out of my office, my laptop, my gun, and then documents that I was supposed to prepare for my disciplinary. I was taken out of my office like somebody, I don't know, for lack of a better word, like a dog. And that thing is still a pain here. And it cost me to lie in hospital for 2 weeks.
The Pretoria Magistrates Court has granted SAP's forensic analyst Lawrence Magotle bail of 15,000 rand with stringent conditions. They include not interfere with state witnesses, limited access to his workplace, handing over his passports to the investigator, and reporting to the nearest police station on stipulated times. The state alleges that Magotle intentionally manipulated ballistics evidence in high-profile murder cases, including the killing of Vereniging-based engineer Aman Swart and DJ Somebody to protect suspects. This is how Magistrate Johannes Kruger delivered the bail application ruling.
The court is therefore satisfied that the interests of justice do not require the continued detention of the applicant. On the contrary, there are no substantial grounds upon which bail should be refused. Having carefully considered all the evidence presented before this court, the contents of the affidavit, the oral evidence, the relevant case laws such as S versus Branco 2000, and the applicable provisions in the Criminal Procedure Act, the court is satisfied that the applicant has discharged the onus resting upon him. The applicant is entitled to be released on bail pending the finalization of this matter, subject to suitable conditions to be determined by the court.
The Greater Grassy Park Community Policing Forum says community involvement is a key factor in combating crime, including gang violence on the Cape Flats. This comes after 4 men were killed and another seriously wounded in a shooting incident in Lotus River last night. The forum's chairperson, Nicole Jacobus.
As we see, all our areas is becoming volatile, and we don't want to live in a community where we are saying our areas is red zones. We don't want to install fear into our communities and say, oh, you need to stay inside because it's not a safe area. We shouldn't have that stigma in our communities. We shouldn't have division in our communities.
COSATU in the Western Cape says it's planning rolling mass action to put pressure on government to urgently intervene in the rising cost of living. Members of unions affiliated to the Labour Federation are marching to Parliament to hand over a list of grievances. COSATU's Provincial Secretary Mervyn de Bruin says workers are struggling under current economic climate.
Workers are suffering because of the high cost of living, and here we talk about high petrol prices, high electricity prices, high water prices, tariffs. And we're saying government must intervene, the city must intervene so they can burden the pressure that the working class and the poor are confronted with.
Further negotiations between Iran and the United States, which was due to start in Switzerland today, have been delayed just a day after an initial agreement was signed. However, some reports say the negotiations have been cancelled. The White House said Vice President J.D. Vance had pulled out of a planned trip to meet Iranian negotiators. The BBC's Liz Doucet has more.
Only the location seems to be ready for high-level meetings today. The Swiss military and police have been patrolling the luxury Bergenstock hotel, set high on a mountain overlooking Lake Lucerne. A media centre has been swiftly set up for the journalists who've arrived here. But yesterday's growing doubts that these talks would happen today as planned were confirmed by the statement that J.D. Vance still hadn't left Washington. A White House spokesman said the logistics have never been simple or predictable. The first hint of trouble was a report in Lebanese media linked to the Iran-backed Hezbollah that talks were suspended because of continuing Israeli airstrikes.
Recapping the top story, suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lesija Sinona has detailed the treatment he received from his employer after testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria earlier this year. I'm on Delambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
SAFM. Make sure you don't miss out as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, in collaboration with Classics on Turf, pay tribute to the life and music of Tio Soga in a concert led by Mandisi Yankees with the Renaissance Singers, the Chamber Orchestra of Johannesburg, conducted by Kutlwano Masote. The concert takes place on Saturday, the 20th of June, 7 p.m. at the Wits Great Hall. Tickets are available from web tickets at 300 Rand each. Honoring the legacy of Tio Soga, made possible by Webhold and supported by SAFM.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And there you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Jam cantar bem trazer você
aroma daquele país. Cabo Verde, terra querida, nós tudo cremos no coração. Já me cantar, bem trazer você. O aroma daquele país. Cabo Verde, terra querida, nós tudo cremos no coração. Cabo Verde, manda mantenha, que se abençoe num beijo de saudade. Para todos esses filhos na terra longe, eles vão falar vocês. Mas ser igual se tem que ter calor, para todos esses filhos com o mesmo amor. Cabo Verde, manda mantenha, se abençoe num beijo de saudade. Para todos esses filhos na terra longe, eles vão falar vocês. Mas ser igual se tem que ter calor, para todos esses filhos com o mesmo amor. Você um aroma daquele país. Cabo Verde, terra querida, nós tudo cremos no coração. Cabo Verde, manda mantenha, que se abençoe num beijo de saudade. Para todos esses filhos na terra longe, eles vão falar vocês. Mas ser igual se tem que ter calor, para todos esses filhos com o mesmo amor. Cabo Verde, manda mantenha, se abençoe num beijo de saudade. Para todos esses filhos na terra longe, eles vão falar vocês. Mas ser igual se tem que ter calor, para todos esses filhos com o mesmo amor. Mas ser igual se tem que ter calor, para todos esses filhos com o mesmo amor. Mas ser igual se tem que ter calor, para todos esses filhos com o mesmo amor. Mas ser igual se tem que ter calor, para todos esses filhos com o mesmo amor. Mas ser igual se tem que ter calor, para todos esses filhos com o mesmo amor. Mas ser igual se tem que ter calor, para todos esses filhos com o mesmo amor.
I mean, the truth of the matter is this, we don't really fala português in the studio. Like, we don't fala português, we don't fala Creole. So, you know, we're just going to wing it, really, with this particular one. Cesaria Ivoria coming through with Cabo Verde Manda Mantenha. And someone will tell us exactly what that translates into. Do they, in Cape Verde, do they speak Creole, French Creole, or Portuguese? Is it Portuguese? Okay. Maybe we're all just lying, and maybe they're going to, you know, maybe Anane is going to call in and say that, no, we speak Cape Verdean. Because you just never know. That is how we're kicking off the show this afternoon. A happy afternoon to you with the barefoot contessa herself, the late, great Cesaria Ivoria. It is the full circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, on this fine Friday afternoon. I guess to some degree, congratulations, Bafana are in order, because I don't know much about the rules of football, but I figure that a 1-1 draw is better than what transpired last week, right? It gets us at least 1 point, if not two, no? So it gets us a little bit closer to where we need to go. One level, Patrick, my technician, is going, he's mouthing one level more. So it gets us a little bit closer. And then we've got that 3 a.m. match happening tomorrow, next week, which I'm not staying up for, but I know that there's that 3 a.m. match that's happening next week. We'll leave it there. So let's take the celebration, let's take the high for what it is at the moment, and let's just roll with it for the weekend, and send those positive vibes to the boys out in, they were playing in Atlanta yesterday. So they were playing in the American side of the Football World Cup. It was also cute while watching the World Cup on SABC. I saw this colored gentleman with the sign, just in case his wife forgot to see the sign. If anybody saw him yesterday and you know him, please tell his wife to go back and go watch the game so she can see the sign. Because he held a sign that said, my beloved wife, thank you so much for watching the children while I'm out enjoying the World Cup. Which I thought was just so beautiful. So if anybody saw the sign and you think you know him, it could be a colleague, could be a friend, could be someone you go to church with, just make sure that his wife also saw the sign. Please, he mustn't come back after the World Cup and try to explain that I held a sign. We saw the sign. We are the witnesses. We've got a chilled Friday this afternoon. We are going to be catching up with SAfmRadio. The commission just went on a lunch break, so we'll find out what's happening on day 122. Sinona is back on the witness stand, fielding some more questions and answering to some of the allegations that came after his previous appearance. For full access, we're going to be chatting with award-winning, and that's Grammy award-winning South African Vota Kellerman. We'll be finding out just more about life since the reception of the Order of Inkamanga, which happened a few weeks ago. So he received the Order of Inkamanga in gold that was bestowed upon him by the President, Cyril Ramaphosa. Siwela is coming through, Siwela Langeni, on the other side of 2 o'clock with the book Circle Capital. And today she's bringing along an author friend. So we'll be clued in about that conversation after 2 o'clock. And then we'll catch up with Manana, Grammy award-winning singer-songwriter, ahead of the 27th Standard Bank Joy of Jazz Festival. It's taking place on the weekend of the 25th of September out at the Sandton Convention Center. We're going to wish you a happy Father's Day at some point as well during the course of the show, because we have not forgotten. We know it's happening on Sunday, so we have not forgotten that it's Father's Day on Sunday, the 21st of June. If you'd like to share a happy Father's Day message to your dad or the man in your life who stepped in as dad, you're more than welcome to do so. 061-410-4107. That is our WhatsApp line on 061-410-4107, and 086-000-2032 is the number to call us on.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, let us catch up with SAfmRadio, who's out at the Madlanga Commission for day 122. And today we saw, of course, KZN Hawks boss, Lisecha Sinona, back on that stand and fielding further questioning from the commissioners, also bringing along the noted advocate SC Dalimpofu as his legal representation today. How are you doing, Sibahle?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for the time. So much has happened since we last saw KZN Natal Hawks boss Lisecha Sinona. Just recap us on some of the things that he's likely to be answering for this afternoon that have been raised since his previous appearance.
Yes, definitely. If you know, General Lisecha Sinona, who's a suspended Hawks head in KwaZulu-Natal, is to answer questions regarding the missing cocaine consignment from the Hawks' Port Shepstone office, and allegations and evidence presented before the Madlanga Commission is that he had the keys to where this consignment was stored at the Hawks' offices in Port Shepstone. And Brigadier Nuswa has also come before the Madlanga Commission, and he is the man who had authorized this consignment to go and be stored at Port Shepstone. And what Nuswa has alleged before the Commission is that, when they got to that crime scene after the consignment was stolen, to him it looked as though, that office was opened And then thereafter, there was a grinder that was used to make it look as though the grinder was used first before the office was opened. And as you know, evidence before the Matlanga Commission has suggested that the people who stole this consignment had actually used the grinder. But he now sort of lays the blame at the feet of General Lesetja Sinona and sort of implicating him in that crime. So we are expecting General Lesetja Sinona to respond to the allegations. But, I mean, things did not go off to smooth sailing as we'd normally anticipate before the Matlanga Commission when Sinona presented before the Commission with his legal counsel, Advocate Dalimpofu, and what they were raising are four concerns, really, saying that, Dalimpofu was arguing that he's not happy with the way that Sinona has been treated before the commission. So he's raised issues such as fairness and that commissioners as well as evidence leaders are repeating their questions to him, and also the costs and the inconvenience this has caused to General Lesetja Sinona, as well as the line of questioning that has been directed at his client. But I mean, after over an hour spending that time hearing Advocate Dalimpofu's line of questioning and responses from the evidence leaders, I mean, we sort of got the ball rolling with the Matlanga Commission now posing questions to General Lesetja Sinona.
Now, among Sinona's concerns is that the Commission's questions are actually not relevant according to its terms of reference. What was the response from the commissioners regarding that?
I mean, if you go back to the terms of reference, it's, investigating allegations of criminality in law enforcement agencies. And what the arguments that Advocate Dalimpofu has actually put to the commission is that, things such as why did he authorize for this consignment to be transported to Port Shepstone and which routes they used and why didn't they use this police station is irrelevant and should not be the scope of the commission, but rather that should be left to the SAF's internal disciplinary measures. But we obviously heard, Commissioner Sandile Khumalo defending that stance, saying that they have the right to investigate such allegations as they believe they fall within that scope of the commission. So what I think also Dalimpofu was trying to do, or his legal counsel was trying to do, is just not delve too much into this sort of Port Shepstone, evidence, because as things stand, it seems like, a lot of the blame is going to be laid at his shoulders. And the fact that he even had the keys, and he was present when this drug consignment was ultimately stored there, and he knew precisely where that consignment was stored. So it was sort of a way to sort of delay line of questioning. But I mean, the evidence leaders are experienced enough to sort of respond to such criticism and allegations that are put before them.
Yeah. In our last 40 seconds, Sbahle, the coffee machine was addressed today.
Yes, it definitely was raised. So I think a lot of, the response from General Lesetja Sinona will be around Carl Sander. And what he says and defends himself is that this coffee machine was not the only thing that was stolen at their offices, rather, but they had a laminating machine that went missing as well as some laptops. So it was sort of misleading for Carl Sander to make it seem as though he was being victimized, especially with the allegations that were made against him. As you know, the allegations against Sander as well is that they were stealing cocaine and selling it to gangs in Durban.
Yeah, you made good time there. We'll leave it there for this afternoon. Sbahle Mota, SABC News reporter, giving us the rundown of day 122 from the Matlanga Commission. It's just gone 20 past 1 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, in 1976, youth just switch on, and for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is appeal in 2026. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure. The source of youth courage. My God.
More million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
Here's the thing about insurance. You only find out how good it is when it's time to claim. And with OUTsurance, you've got that peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints. Isn't it time you switch to the insurer where you always get something out? Call 08 600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
Leading us into full access this afternoon from Grammy Award-winning Vota Kellerman featuring Mbuso Khoza. Ungana is the name of the song. By the way, when we speak to Vota Kellerman, we need to say multi-award winning because it's not one. It's not one voter, and we'll get to it in a second, because South Africans always think it's just that one. But we're like, no. That was just the crossover one that made everyone pay attention. But there were Grammys before that. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm so well, Bridget. Thank you. So nice to be speaking to you. I'm very, very happy to be here.
Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Just a little bit of context around the song featuring Mbuso Khoza. How did this come about, and the inspiration behind it?
This was actually collaboration originally between myself and the amazing multi-instrumentalist David Arkenstone. For this song, we wanted some African flavor, so we got Mbuso in, which I've known for a very long time. I'm a big admirer. He's just got this incredible voice, and the first time we performed together was 2009, and I've kept that. He was so amazing that I've kept that in my mind all these years. So we got him in, and then he was just supposed to add some African flavor, but it was so beautiful that it became the center of the piece. So we decided to completely feature him. And the song is called Ungana, and it means to be united, to stand together. I think in these times, it's a very relevant message.
Absolutely.
And bridging, bringing unity across cultural lines.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick pause here, voter, for the headline news, and then we'll come back on the other side, continue our conversation. It is Full Access this Friday with multi-award winning, internationally acclaimed voter Culliman. Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, expelled NFP KZN provincial chairperson Mbali Shinga has been granted an urgent court interdict stopping the swearing-in of NFP President Ivan Barnes to the KZN legislature. Suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lesicha Sinona has detailed the treatment he received from his employer after testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria earlier this year. And the parallel government in Sudan, aligned with the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, has suspended the operations of the aid group Doctors Without Borders in areas it controls. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, we are catching up with the recipient of the Order of Nkamanga in Gold, which was presented to voter Culliman by the President Cyril Ramaphosa a few weeks ago, about 2 months ago, if I remember correctly. So we want to get to know voter a little bit better, because I think South Africans, as South Africans, we can be very sort of siloed in our approach to arts and culture, and I think you know this very well. So people who are into circular music, into the amapiano, into the kwaito, will very rarely cross over into other genres. But you seem to have created a career, and classical appreciators likewise very rarely cross over into other genres. But you seem to have created voter, and you are very intentional about bridging that cross-cultural, cross-genre bridge, because a lot of your collaborations, whether we're talking Mbuso Khoza, whether we're talking Zakes Bantwini, are on the opposite end of the pendulum of what you do as a flutist.
Yeah, no, that's, I've always loved roots music from all over the world, African roots music, but also roots music from overseas, Irish music, tango music, flamenco music. And it feels like all these roots elements go back thousands of years into our past to a common ancestry. And we actually, it feels I can immediately connect to different roots music from all over the world. And so I think it's just inherent that music does, bridge cultural gaps, and people, even though they might listen to their speciality, if they do give something else a chance, they get it. For example, when we started traveling the US, we thought we might have to change our music, but it turns out they get what we do. We didn't have to change anything. They appreciate what we do. So we could just be ourselves. And I think I've seen that so many places in the world. For example, we played at the Rajasthan International Folk Festival in India, and they flew us there a week before, and we met these Rajasthanian folk musicians who'd never left their little town, who learned the music from their parents. And there was an instant connection. They didn't speak our language, we didn't speak their language, but we could make music together. And I've just found that such a consistent line throughout my experiences.
Did you set out from the onset to use music as a collaborative tool, but also, as you say, as a connector of people, and sort of that pull that brings us together? Or is it something that you happily stumbled upon at some point in your musical career?
Yeah, it's actually, I didn't set out. It was an outflow, I think, of my curiosity and my personality, where I'm so curious about everybody else and about music from all over the world. And I just discovered that music is this amazing connector. And over time, I've just followed my curiosity and my heart. And it's kind of just turned into this incredible experience that I've been able to have, and also been able to connect people and bring some good energy, to people all over the world.
I'm trying to think, and I don't know if the story belongs to you or it belongs to another musician, but then I'm also scanning the archives of my registry and I'm going, I don't know which other musician of Caucasian dispensation I would have been in conversation with, but because there's a story that's coming to my mind, and the details are foggy, but a story about an LP that used to be laying around in the family home of a popular South African black bubblegum artist of a bygone era. Was that your story?
That's my story. Because in my house there was only classical music. My parents listened only to classical music, but they did have this one LP of Mary Makeba, and I listened to that song and that album, especially the one song called "The Naughty Little Flea," which just appealed to my childlike nature. And I just loved it. So I listened over and over. And also when my mom went off to work, the lady who looked after me in the mornings, she played only African music all day long. So that curiosity and that interest was sparked very early. And it's just naturally made me want to create this. I spent most of my early life playing only classical music, but the moment I started doing my own thing and when I moved into my full-time career, I started crossing over.
Yeah. See, my memory isn't that bad.
Very good, very good.
Isn't that bad? And you left engineering behind. I mean, I can imagine at the time when you make the decision, because it's a different South Africa, there's different expectations on young men at the time, and you decide you're going to leave this, what seems to be a future-proof career in engineering, to pursue the arts. I mean, how dare you? Where do you get the goal?
It actually has a long history behind it, because, when I left, I started playing flute when I was 10 and loved it from the first moment. So when I left school, I was really keen to study music, but we didn't have money for me to go to university. So I had to study something I could get a bursary or scholarship for. And that was, my other talent is mathematics. So I qualified and I was offered for an Anglo-American scholarship to study engineering, which I did at UJ, because that was my only chance to go to university. So I did that, and then I had to work back for them for a couple of years. But in my mind was always this feeling that I wanted to do music full time. But I started a young family and eventually became a single dad with custody over my kids, and it didn't work. I tried a few times to become a full-time musician, But it didn't work because I couldn't travel. I couldn't be away from home because I was the primary caregiver.
Yeah.
So I have a lot in common with many women. So I prioritized my kids, and I waited 20 years where I ran my own engineering software business in the mornings. Afternoons was with the kids, and at night I would have a little bit of time to play the flute. But I still played the flute every day and honed my craft. And then finally, when I was 44, my kids, my daughter left university, my son finished school, things became a whole lot cheaper. And I tried again, and that time it worked. But people thought I was having a midlife crisis at age 44 and old white man now wanting to play the flute full time. It was just not very cool. People didn't think so. It was people thought I was a little bit crazy and I'll just grow out of it,
Yeah.
But it was my plan all along the way. So and it's been a dream ride. It's been very difficult, but it's been a dream ride.
I love it. We're going to come back and continue along that note with South African living icon Wouter Kellerman, award-winning flutist, producer, and composer. It's fast approaching 2 o'clock. We're going to take a break, and then Full Circle comes back on the other side.
Make sure you don't miss out as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, in collaboration with Classics on Turf, pay tribute to the life and music of Tio Soga in a concert led by Mandisi Yankees with the Renaissance Singers, the Chamber Orchestra of Johannesburg, conducted by Kutlwano Masote. The concert takes place on Saturday, the 20th of June, 7 p.m. at the Wits Great Hall. Tickets are available from web tickets at 300 Rand each. Honoring the legacy of Tio Soga, made possible by Webhold and supported by SAFM. You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
He is an award-winning flutist, multi-Grammy award-winning flutist, producer, composer, and of course recipient of the Order of Nkamanga in Gold that was bestowed this year by President Cyril Ramaphosa. We are talking to South African flutist Wouter Kellerman, who's currently, by the way, in Dubai, living out his dreams, performing in Dubai at the moment. We were debating as we were at the break. We were like, should we play the second song now coming out of the break, or should we play it later? And then my tech producer, who's sitting right across from me, he's so in this conversation. He's even like leaning into the headphones. He goes, I'm so inspired. I don't want to break the momentum. Please don't break the momentum. Because I think what you say is, there's so many important life lessons in the story that you shared around how you came into engineering and how you ultimately came out of engineering and the spaces in between. It speaks of sacrifice. It speaks of dedication. It speaks of pivoting, waiting on the right moment, patience to wait on the right moment, because sometimes people don't have patience. And dream deferred does not mean dream denied. And it's nice to have someone close to home, because we hear of these Hollywood stars who, I left my career at age 40 watt and 50 watt and I did my first movie. And it seems like a far-flung thing. But here's Wouter saying, listen, I had a full-fledged adult life from 18 until 44, where I did the adult thing. I did what, quote unquote, the responsible thing, went to engineering school, got a great job, was on a great trajectory, had some kids, got a divorce along the way, became a primary dad. But the dream was still there. Even amidst all of that, you still clung on to the dream. What made you cling on to the dream and not let it go? Because for some folks, it's easier to just go, okay, I have to accept the life that I have.
Yeah, it just is always in me. I missed the music when I wasn't doing it. And I always think, perseverance is just, I think, the most important thing. My mom actually told me when I was very little, it's not talent that will get you there, it's perseverance. And it took a very long time. But the other thing that's really important, I think, is to expect good things. I think it's crucial to expect good things, because a lot of people, like I have offered some people some really good opportunities, but because they were not expecting it, they could not grab it. And I'm not going to force them to take this amazing opportunity if they can't see it themselves. So I was expecting to make a success of the music. So I was thinking, yes, it will work. And I think that's part of it, combined with the perseverance of sticking with it. It doesn't help just to expect good things, but you still have to do the work and the 10,000 hours, or in my case, the 20 or 30,000 hours. It's a combination of perseverance and I think just being optimistic.
Yeah. So at 44, you go full on into music. The kids are now graduated from tertiary. You go full on into music. What becomes that first big break that really cements this choice and really affirms that, in fact, as you say, the expecting good things is going to equate to success?
Yeah, it wasn't one. It was a kind of a slow step-by-step version. I worked super hard and very long on my first album, and I took a big. I was quite happy with it, but not 100% happy with it. So I decided that the best engineer in the world should mix this album. And the best engineer in the world, in my opinion, then was Husky Hoskins, an Icelandic engineer who lived in LA that mixed Norah Jones's big album. So he was at the top of his game. I was starting out. And I asked Johnny Clegg, who was a good friend of mine, if he doesn't know someone who knows someone who knows Husky Hoskins. And he did. His engineer, Chad Blake, from the UK, knew Husky. So I got my music to Husky, and to my biggest surprise, he loved the music, and he actually said to me, "It's already incredibly well mixed, but I can try and help you." So I flew over to LA and we mixed it. But then we had some hurdles, because when I got back ready to take the world by storm, nobody wanted that album. I sent it to all the major labels, to all the small labels. I still remember arriving at this one appointment that I had with a major label after having sent them the album. And the guy said to me, "Vota, we love you. We think you're amazing. We love your music, but it's just not our thing." And then I looked on his desk, and there was the CD still in the plastic. He hadn't even listened. Just the fact that I'm a middle-aged white guy who plays the flute was enough to cancel me off the list, And so we had a lot of hurdles like that, but we managed to find a small distributor who did release it. And then we got some incredible reviews, and that my first Sama Nod came with that album. So people started recognizing the quality behind it. But I mean, we really put in the work. So it's, and then after a few years, I realized it's not enough to have the great music. You also have to promote it. You have to run them. You have to run your music business. You can't just be a musician. You have to be an engineer, a strategist, an accountant, a lawyer, and you have to do everything yourself. So that was another big realization. And then, slowly, I was invited. A big breakthrough was playing at the Soccer World Cup closing ceremony in 2010 for South Africa. That was a huge moment for me, for 700 million people. And then obviously the first Grammy nomination was huge, absolutely huge. But if I had to choose a moment, that was the moment when, people started saying, "Okay, let's pay attention." And it became a little bit easier from then on.
Yeah. I mean, I love it's the audacity to dream. Was it Barack Obama who said the audacity to dream? Because the fact that here you are, starting out 44, you've worked on this first album, you have proximity to legends like Johnny Clegg, you decide that in fact, And I'm no musician whatsoever, but I was a big fan of that Norah Jones album and working in circular radio. I was aware that her engineer, it was a big deal. Like, I still need to go back and listen to that album now, all these years later, and see why the engineering on that album was such a big deal. But I remember a lot of noise being made around the engineering of that album, Come Away With Me, that came out in 2002.
Yeah, exactly.
So the audacity for you to dream and say, in fact, I want that guy. and the 7 people in between will get me to that guy.
That's it. But that comes down to the expecting good things.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, the audacity to dream. I'm thinking it's possible. I realize it's super unlikely, but it's not going to work if I don't try. I have to at least try. And it was quite a big. I felt a little bit like an imposter because here I am with my first album, and here's the world's best guy, and then I had to also stand my ground where I disagreed with him on mixing elements, for example. And it was not easy because I had to kind of back myself and say, okay, he's the world's best guy, but I don't agree with him in this instance and this instance. And let's find a midway. Let me follow my instinct as well. It was not an easy process. And actually, half the songs we did not manage to get better than what we had before. But the others were the problem songs that I was not happy with, and he made a huge difference to those. And so it was not easy, the process, but the result was amazing.
Absolutely. I mean, and already he said, it's a great body of work that you're bringing to me. So even the other half that you guys didn't work on clearly were perfect. It didn't require any more tinkering with.
Exactly.
And 3 Grammys later, sold out concerts later, Order of Inkamanga in gold. And let's talk about that moment, because I was watching that day. I saw half the ceremony and then I had to come to work, and I remember seeing you go up there. What does that mean? Because some folks would go, well, do artists feel a weight on Orders of Inkamanga and other accolades that they get from South Africa? What's your take on that? Juxtaposing, people would juxtapose it to a Grammy, for instance, and go, but he's got 3 Grammys, so what's the Order of Inkamanga?
No, the Order of Inkamanga is a lifelong highlight for me. It's really, it stands on top of everything else, because this is home. This is where the people that matter are, and also it kind of recognizes the work that I've done. That's not just making music, but making a difference to society, helping young people. It's been a big part of my life to help young people get there. And so that recognition was very unexpected, but an absolutely beautiful moment for me that I will value for the rest of my life.
Let's talk a little bit about the new album as well, Pangea, Immersive Realms. Talk to me about that one.
Yeah, this is actually an album that we released a few years ago, and it did get a Grammy nomination.
Oh, is it a few years ago?
But now the new version that we've done now is the immersive album. So we've remixed it so that people can listen to it on Atmos and in immersive format. Because this is, in my view, this is probably my best work ever. And so we chose this as the album to go immersive with, because within the immersive format, you it's like in a movie, you have speakers behind you and above you. But Apple also has a format where you can, with your AirPods, you can actually listen in immersive format. So and you can get that feel. So and this is the opportunity, because this song with Mbuso, we finally were able to shoot a music video that I just put out on YouTube, and so on Spotify and YouTube and Apple Music, you can and everywhere else. You can listen to this. It's my proudest work. The work that I'm most proud of in my whole body of work.
Oh, I love that. I love that so much. What do we say to folks that are at that sort of intersection, that purposes of wanting to be pivoting to something different, who want to take the leap but might feel a little bit of anxiety, some tight-chestedness around going into the unknown, following a passion, following a desire, and leaving what is perceived as the secure behind?
I believe in calculated risks. I don't think you should leave your job like for another without having another job, or having some other. It's a calculated risk. So I always calculate my risks. So if everything goes wrong at the same time, I would still be just okay. That's why it took me so long. I had to save the money first, and also honed my craft for 30 years. So I knew I was there. So still, you have to make that bold move and take the chance, So I'm just saying, I think you have to take the chance, but you have to do the work behind it and make that calculated chance. And sometimes it will not work. And then you just have to make sure that you're still okay to try again.
Oh, I like that. Still okay to. I mean, I want to ask two more questions before we play out with your song. And now they're playing in the background the new music video with yourself and David Arkenstone and Mbuso Khoza. And I'm now looking at, because I've seen you with the flute that I know, the flute that everyone knows. But now I'm seeing you with this standing up contraption that is giving flutes, but flute of an orchestra or something. So educate us, because what is that?
Yeah, it's a contrabass flute. I think I have the only one in South Africa, but it's the stall flute, taller than I am, and it makes these incredibly beautiful, deep sounds. And if you go to the beginning of the music video, I use pad sounds. So just tapping on the pad sounds like a deep tabla or a percussive element, and so I use all these extended techniques to create this palette of sounds that nobody actually knows the flute can make. So if you go on YouTube, you'll see that in action, and I think the flute is a much more in-depth instrument than most.
Oh no, our session was not timed properly by 5 minutes, and it completely cut us off from Vota. And we have 5 minutes to go, so let's play a Vota track, and then we'll see if we get him back for his final thoughts in our last 2 minutes. I tell you, it's the problems of the building. Just as Vota was in the midst of selling the flute to us and telling us how, the flute is this mystical instrument that we know very little about, that delves into so many sonic depths and things of merriment. And now we play out with your song. I thought it would only be rude for us not to bring you back for some final thoughts. Joy, Dance of Joy is this particular song that we've just played out, that we're playing out with. But in our last 2 minutes, Vota, what would you like to leave us with? Because already you've given us so many nuggets. I'm going to go tattoo "Expect Good Things" somewhere on my body.
Yeah, I think, that's basically expect good things, perseverance. And then I also think like kindness and caring for each other. That's kind of how I live my life and what I try and spread with the music as well. But, life is so beautiful and so incredible. And I'm just trying to tell that story with the music and bring that little bit of positivity and good energy into the world.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time and for your grace. It's been such and a pleasurable and I think enlightening conversation for us here in studio as well. So many nuggets coming from your life story. Vota Culliman, award-winning flutist, producer and composer. And you can go check out this music video, by the way, and others on YouTube. Pangea Immersive Realms is out for you to go really throw and delve deep into the music. Throw yourself into it and delve deeper into it. Expect Good Things will be the name of the memoir when it comes out. Because that is what I will forever move forward remembering you by from this day onwards. Expect Good Things. Vota Culliman, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Bridget. So nice to talk to you.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, interdict granted in Shinga's expulsion from the NFP and Doctors Without Borders operation suspended in Sudan. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana and a very good day. KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Social Development, Mbali Shinga, has won an urgent court interdict against her removal from the legislature. She approached the Pietermaritzburg High Court after the National Freedom Party expelled her from the party for defying its orders. The court order stops the Speaker from proceeding with plans to swear in NFP President Ivan Banza as the party's sole representative in the legislature. Her lawyer Stembiso Mpele says the court ruling is justice for Shinga. Suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lisija Sinona has detailed the treatment he received from his employer after testifying before the Madlenga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria earlier this year. He's being grilled on his alleged involvement in the disappearance of 541 kilograms of cocaine from the offices of the Hawks in Port Shepstone in 2021. Sinona has alleged that he was removed from his work premises at gunpoint.
I don't have my tools of trade since they were taken when I was taken at gunpoint out of my office. My laptop, my gun, my laptop is gone, and then documents that I was supposed to prepare for my disciplinary, I was taken out of my office like somebody, I don't know, for lack of a better word, like a dog. And that thing is still a pain, yeah. And it cost me to lie in the hospital for 2 weeks.
The National Assembly's Rules Committee has adopted the new rules relating to a Section 89 inquiry, which paves the way for an impeachment investigation against a sitting president. The DA proposed a clause that members serving on the impeachment committee must pass the fit and proper test. However, this clause will not be included until a set criteria is identified to determine what is a fit and proper member. Meanwhile, Parliamentary Legal Advisor Advocate Michael Prince says Hlophe is fit and proper to serve in terms of the constitutional provisions and the rationality requirements were met.
We were then requested to look at the criteria for that and to look at that is a standard. And we believe that the principle of legality is complied with, because we say that Section 57 of the Constitution grants the National Assembly that power. And we believe that in the deliberations, the purpose for such a requirement that the members expressed, that speaks to the requirement of rationality that is required in making such a rule.
Chairperson of the Interministerial Committee on Migration, Mamuloko Kubai, says they are receiving little to no support from some of the countries that their citizens have been detained for irregular migration. Kubai was speaking at the Lindela Repatriation Centre in Krugersdorp, west of Johannesburg, where the IMC ministers undertook a site inspection of the centre. Kubai says they are not getting joy from countries such as Nigeria and Ethiopia, but they are dealing with it at diplomatic level.
We did receive again the report that some of the countries are not responding. We've requested Minister of International Relations to help us, in particular Ethiopian nationals and also Nigerian, because we get in the report that we've not received favorable response, and we have submitted through the Department of Home Affairs as Nigeria is preparing voluntary reparation, the list of those who are here so that they include them in their list of deportation.
The parallel government in Sudan, aligned with the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, has suspended the operations of the aid group Doctors Without Borders in areas it controls. It follows an investigation by the charity into serious allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse put forward in late 2024 by Sudanese refugees hosted in eastern Chad. The BBC's Thomas Mukwana has more details.
An internal investigation by the charity found a pattern of sexual exploitation committed by its workers in displacement camps in Chad holding Sudanese refugees. In a statement, the Prime Minister of the parallel government said the suspension was to allow investigations into the matter. The charity said last week that it had looked into 59 separate allegations against its staff and contractors, including claims underage women were given food in exchange for sex.
Recapping the top story, KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Social Development, Mbali Shinga, has won an urgent court interdict against her removal from the legislature. I'm on Delambana for SAFM News Headlines at 2:30.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer, or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
What a finish! Hey, football fans, get ready for a night of football. Lashes in the equaliser. Fun and flavor. This Friday, 19 June, come through and join us for a special broadcast of Sports Night Amplified with Andile on Metro FM.
If you survive in 90 minutes, it's over.
Live at 6 p.m. from the McDonald's on College Drive in Johannesburg, as we build up to the FIFA World Cup 2026 match between USA and Australia. Bring your family and friends and be part of the action.
That's a lovely touch, and that's a lovely finish.
Sports Night Amplified with Andile is brought to you by SABC Sport, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026. For the love of the game.
Life isn't only about what happens around us, it's also about what happens within us. Join SAfm for Reflections from this Sunday on The Alternative Breakfast, a weekly space for thoughtful conversations about life, purpose, relationships, and the human experience. Different voices, fresh perspectives, practical wisdom. Because sometimes the most important conversations are the ones that help us understand ourselves and each other. Reflections about life, meaning, and the ties that bind us. Only on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Come away with me in the night. Come away with me and I will write you a song. Come away with me on a bus. Come away where they can't tempt us with their lies. And I wanna walk with you on a cloudy day in fields where the yellow grass grows knee high. So won't you try to come away with me and we'll kiss on a mountaintop. Come away with me and I'll never stop loving you. Come away with me.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAfm, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide with me, KG Mweketi. Because where words fail, music speaks.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
We were playing that Nora Jones track, Come Away With Me, because we were talking about it in our conversation with Wouter Kellerman, talking about his first debut album and that it was engineered by the same award-winning engineer who did the work in mastering and engineering that Nora Jones debut album, Come Away With Me. And it came out in 2002 by Blue Note Records, and it just became one of those seminal records. I think if they are to archive, this past generation's 100 most influential albums, that Nora Jones album will definitely be one of them, engineered by Husky Huskles, who is a multi-platinum Grammy Award-winning engineer himself. Best engineered album, non-classical, for the mixing and the engineering on that particular project, and he became Wouter Kellerman's collaborator as well for his debut album. It's fast approaching 2:15. We're going to be catching up with Siwela Langeni, co-founder of Book Circle Capital and author of Friends with Feelings, as we get into this afternoon's Book Circle. And Siwela has also invited a friend to join the conversation who's making her way down in the SABC maze of corridors. How are you doing this afternoon, Siwela? Siwela, you good?
I'm good. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. So good to hear your voice. Whenever we hear your voice, we know that the work week is almost behind us and we are ready to curl up with a good book and a bev.
Definitely.
Before we get you to introduce our guest, because she's still making her way through the labyrinth of corridors here at SABC. Maybe let's find out what's on the agenda for today.
So today we are celebrating the work of Dr. Zuki Sovana. I must say doctor. So all along we've just been calling her by her first name, but she's recently been conferred the honorary doctorate by the University of the Free State. So she is an award-winning South African author, curator, editor, and publisher. Her first novel was The Madams, which many of our listeners would know about. She then went on to write Every Successful Man in 2008, Men of the South in 2010, London, Cape Town, Joburg in 2014. She's done work, non-fiction work. She's done children's books. I mean, Jama Loves Bananas, Refilwe, The Seven Continents of Africa, The Black Pimpernel, Nelson Mandela on the Run. And yeah, she's a really, really acclaimed South African author and cultural activist. And today we're talking about her recent project, Flotilla, a journey of conscience. So yeah, that's who we have today.
I mean, it's always so interesting when you bring us these guests, and you sort of go through the pages of the work that they've done, but also the contribution that they've had in literature and culture and in other aspects. And Dr. Zukiswa just walked in.
Halala, doctor.
What okay, you guys? You're enablers of bad things. So it means our doctor, man.
I mean, conferred the honorary doctorate there. Firstly, before we even talk about the work, let's talk about the recognition of the work, even outside of the written work. Essentially, this is what that moment is about, at least from my interpretation.
Yeah, I mean, pretty exciting year. When University of Free State called me, and they actually sent me an email, and I ignored their email because I thought it was a 419 scam. And then they, I think maybe like 2 weeks later, the Vice Chancellor Klopper got in touch with me. She called me and she said to me, "Oh, is this Zugi Swavana?" And I said, "Yes, it is." And said, "This is Vice Chancellor Hester Klopper from University of Free State." And in my head, I started playing around like, what have I written on social media about UFS that they're about to sue me for? But if they want to sue me, they're getting nothing because I'm broke. So she says to me, and I said, yes. And she said, "Oh, we called you to, I'm calling to let you know that we sent you an email and you haven't responded. We wanted to know, we are conferring on you the Doctorate of Letters." And I said, "Oh, why?" And she said, "Oh, because our council thinks you deserve it." And I said, "And this thing's supposed to be given to 70-year-olds or something. I'm young." And she said, "No, so do you accept?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, absolutely." So, yeah, that was, they pulled the rug from under me, but it was beautiful, beautiful way.
I love it. I love it. We just had Voter Culliman on earlier on Siwela in the first hour, and he said, and my takeaway from our conversation, because he said, expect good things. Just charting his life story and some of his audacious moves and things. And I think that's what that call from the Free State, because you set out to do work that is selfless, especially the journey you undertook with other activists on the flotilla. It really wasn't about you. It was work. It was work for the betterment of humanity and for people who needed people, who still need people in their most vulnerable moment.
Absolutely.
And I think, yes, the rug was taken from under you, but expect good things, because where good will exist, goodness also comes to the fore.
Yeah. This is true. I think if I've learned anything, probably even in the deepest moment of despair that I think as the world we've been going through, everything that we're seeing, is that ultimately, the world is more good than it is bad. There is a lot of good people. There's a lot of good things. And sometimes maybe the goodness, we don't see it because we are dealing with our own demons. So extend a little grace.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Let's talk about your latest project. You've just come back from a book tour in Brazil, Flotilla, A Journey of Consequence. Talk to us about this intimate, yes, let's hold it up there also for the cameras to see. Let's talk about this intimate non-fiction account, because a lot of people globally tracked this journey. We had a lot of activists, internationally noted leaders from South Africa, activists from South Africa. Tell us the significance for you, firstly, in being a part of the flotilla. It takes a great sacrifice.
I don't really think so, to be honest. It was just, I actually wrote, I actually did that particular journey when I just come from Brazil last year. And while I was in Brazil, I just had 2 of my books translated and another one. So I had a book tour. And I'd done another one, which is Vignettes of a People in an Apartheid State, which I'd written after my trip to Palestine. And while I was doing the tour, something was happening at that very same time in Brazil. Hospitals were being blocked by the poor people in Brazil, because the narrative was like, you are unable to get health care as quickly as possible because of the Venezuelans, because of the Haitians. And the same thing was happening here at that same time. So it was like realizing at that moment that when I came back then, that I looked at it and I thought to myself, and there's a place in Sao Paulo where I had gone to visit, a favela do Moinho. It's no longer in existence now. essentially people got evicted from it. And as you all remember, there was something similar of an eviction in Cape Town in the central part. So at that point in time, I was looking at it and I'm like, these guys are manufacturing consent with what they're doing in Gaza. Now, Gaza and Palestine were not far away. They were just looking at me like, the way I was looking at it, like, okay, we are seeing this as something that they're doing it in Gaza, and Gaza is ground zero. But it's ground zero for what they're going to be doing to all of us, because I was seeing all that. Now we know, of course, a wall is being built in Cape Town. We've seen walls being built in Bethlehem, in Jerusalem. Evictions are happening, and this whole thing where the poorest people at the bottom are told that you are suffering because of this immigrant, this other, while the 1% who are rich, they all dine together. They all party together. They are borderless. But we are supposed to identify borders we had nothing to do with. That to me was very telling.
And it's, when we sit in conversation, Siwela, as Dr. Zukiswa has just outlined, because you sometimes you sit in a silo and you think that you are exempt from the global human experience, but really we're all living parallel lives with so much in common. And what becomes the spark that we need to ignite to get us to realize that you are no different as a South African, as a Malawian, as a Zimbabwean, from anyone else in the world.
Absolutely. And I think that's why when I came back, and there had been previous flotillas, when I saw this one being advertised, I actually applied for it because it was going to be the largest in recent history. And for that reason, I thought to myself, well, this has a greater chance of actually getting to Gaza. There were about 500 people and 50 boats or so. And so I left South Africa, but even in interviews prior to getting on the flotilla itself, and while I was on the flotilla when I was in Tunisia, I kept highlighting the interconnectedness of all of us. So don't think that Palestine is something far away. Relate it to the fact that my nephew in Norwood has been held at gunpoint by a private security company, which asks him whether he stays in the neighborhood, despite the fact that he stayed there since he was like 2, but the fact that you can have a community, people that say their job in this particular neighborhood is protect this particular property, these particular lives. Can you imagine what would happen if we all of a sudden had in Sundown, Julia started a security company and he said it's to protect petty lives? The outrage that we'd have as a country.
We chuckle, but it takes those extreme sort of examples to sometimes get us to open our eyes and see
how real it can be.
Exactly. It's the flotilla. There's another voyage happening soon, right? Because I've been receiving emails inviting one to be a part of the next journey and the next voyage of the flotilla. Is this a story that you feel you will continue to be a part of and continue to document?
I am certainly quite a part of it. And I probably won't do the sea mission, but I might do a land mission. We do have some activists right now that are actually still being held in Libya who did the land mission the last time. But, I kind of feel like this is the last stages of dying empire. And so because of that, that dark hour before dawn, and they try the most disruption. So the same Afrophobic threats that we're seeing here, the xenophobic threats, we're seeing the same disruption in Latin America. We're seeing the same disruption in Ireland. And when you think about Ireland and South Africa, they are the two most vocal countries regarding the Palestinian cause. Coincidence? I don't know.
Not so much. And this book really chronicles your journey. I mean, from the training days in Tunisia to part 3, 5 days as an apartheid state captive. We saw the visuals when some of your fellow activists were set free from that captivity after a few days. Walk us through that experience, because we can't even fathom to begin what that's like.
Yeah, so when my family members were asking me, they're essentially telling me how they panicked the most when we got intercepted, because we record the videos in advance in case you don't get to Gaza. So we did the recording and we said, okay, if you're watching this, it means I've been kidnapped, by the Israeli occupation forces. And to be honest, Bridget and Suela, this was actually the safest that we all felt at that point in time, because the whole time we'd been on this trip for 2 weeks, every evening we would get attacked by drones, and our captain would have to try and push it out of the way so that we don't get hit. And we had some of our boats that got hit quite a few times. And I'd do night watch with Riaz, who is my fellow South African, and we're the only 2 South Africans on that particular boat. And our night watch was like from 3 to 6. And when dawn came, it was the greatest relief, because you knew they wouldn't attack you during the day. And I remember one of my friends asking me, and they said, so when I was still on the boat, and they said, I heard the stars look amazing in the Mediterranean. And I said, my friend, I don't know, because every time I look up, I don't know whether it's the stars or it's a drone.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that book is...
Bridget, what I wanted to
Suela, you've got 20 seconds.
Yes,
yes, our time is gone.
Balancing personal fears and documenting missions like this. Maybe Dr. Werner can just like give us a little bit, because those personal fears are real.
Yeah, so I think we're like constantly like terrified, but I felt that I needed to document, because people need to know like the very basic real fears as they were happening. And fortunately, a French publication had asked me to journal, and I was journaling and sending to them. But of course, when I came back, I also added the little bit about my particular like what I'd been sending to my family members, which was not what I'd given them. And of course, later on, the actual prison experience, which was terrible, because I stay really close to the hospital. And in general, it was great camaraderie, meeting everybody there. But the worst thing that happened is we were literally 10 minutes away from Gaza, and every time we heard helicopters, we knew they were about to go and kill people. And so I'm close to Netcare, and I hear hospital helicopters all the time.
Yes.
And every time I start shaking.
The trigger.
Yeah.
The trigger. Shoo, we appreciate you coming down to the SABC, Dr. Zukiswa. This book is out by Zukiswa Varna. It is Flotilla, A Journey of Conscious, and it's a wonderful little pocket-sized book as well. So you can take it along with you on a flight and give it your focused attention, and maybe even some reflections on her journey, on, of course, the war that is happening out in Gaza. And just, reflections as a South African, and where do we enter in this conversation, and how would you like to be represented in this global context? 2:30, it's time for the headline news, and then we're going to go into Nalibali.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, President Cyril Ramaphosa has called on the Reserve Bank to help drive financial literacy in the country through its outreach programs. KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Social Development, Bali Shinga, has won an urgent court interdict against her removal from the legislature. And Israel Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir has accused the U.S. of dealing with Nazis. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Friday. Today we're talking about helping at home and being responsible. How do you feel when your parents or guardians ask you to help with something at home? Do you usually do what your parents ask the first time, or do they have to remind you? What are some chores or tasks you help with at home? Why do you think parents ask children to help around the house? And how does helping at home show responsibility and respect for your family? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hi everybody, my name is Kate and I actually don't feel like upset or anything when my parents ask me to do something most of the time because they don't really ask me to do things a lot. So if they do, it's just like, it means that it has to be done, you know? So I'm not too phased about it. But I think sometimes I will be a bit like annoyed if I'm already doing something and then I'm asked to like stop what I'm doing and help with something else. But overall, I don't think I have a problem with helping out. When my parents tell me to do something, I usually listen to the first time if it's doing something to help them. But if it's like something for me, then I'll like hold it on for later because I'm like, okay, I'll get to it. So yeah, I have basic chores and tasks just like cleaning my room, washing the dishes, and I think it's important that children get tasked with these things because it builds character. First of all, like you're able to listen attentively and follow instructions, but also in future when you're an adult, then you're able to do those things without it feeling intense or anything because you've been doing them even when you were younger. Thank you so much for listening. Bye.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Nesita and my name is Pepe. I am in grade 6B. I am 11 years old and I'm in Brixton Primary School. When my parents ask me to do something at home, I feel calm. I usually do what my parents ask me to do first because I do not like to keep my parents waiting for me to do something that I was asked to do a long time. Some tasks or chores that I help with at home are mopping the floor, doing the most tasks, or doing tasks that come first. I think parents ask children to help around the house is because sometimes parents get really tired from the things they do all day at work, as in tiring. Helping at home can show that you are a responsible person and you do the important things first. Thank you for your time.
Hello everybody, my name is Karabo. How I feel when parents or guardians ask me for help when needing help with something at home, I don't feel any certain type of way. I just do as I'm told. What I usually do when my parents ask for the first time is I get up immediately, because I just prefer that, to avoid problems. I just need to do things immediately as I'm asked. The chores that I help with at home is cleaning my room, cleaning the house sometimes, and washing the dishes. Parents ask children to help around the houses because they're teaching them for future references when they live on their own. You'll have to do things on your own. You can't leave your house a mess, because now it's gonna be like you're an irresponsible adult. How helping at home shows responsibility and respect for our families is because when you leave the space that you live in clean, it shows that you're responsible enough to take care of the house, maybe when you're left alone, or it shows that you know that you're supposed to live in an environment that's clean. Well, thank you for watching. Listening. Bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Alenda Mzabe. I am 12 years old. How do I feel when my parents or guardians ask me to help them with something at home? I feel happy. Sometimes when I'm in a bad mood, I feel very tired. Sometimes I usually do what my parents ask at the first time, but sometimes when I'm tired, they have to remind me. Why? Because sometimes I forget when I focus on something else and forget that I have to do something else that they sent me to do. Some chores or tasks I help with at home is washing dishes, cooking, and sometimes making breakfast. Why do wedding parents ask children to help around the house? Because they want them to learn more from them and to be not lazy, and for them to not do everything and get very tired. How does helping at home show responsibility and respect for your family? Because it shows that you think for them and you are helpful and have a mind that says you have to do it. Thank you, everyone.
My name is Ashley Kabamba. At home, I'm good at helping with chores like washing dishes, cleaning my room, and especially cooking. The chore I enjoy the most is cooking because I love preparing meals and seeing everyone enjoy the food I made. It makes me feel proud and responsible. There are still some things I'm learning to do better, like trying new recipes or improving my timing in the kitchen, but I'm getting better with practice. Helping at home makes parents or guardians feel supported and appreciated. I think it's important for children to help with chores because it teaches independence, teamwork, and important life skills we will need in the future.
My name is Pembe. I'm good at vacuuming the floors and organizing my room. I also help with folding laundry. I enjoy organizing my room the most because I like making my space neat and finding new ways to arrange my things. Helping at home makes my parents feel relieved and appreciated. It shows them that I care about our home and family. It's important for the children to assist with chores because it teaches us life skills and responsibility. Helping out makes us feel part of the family and shows that we can contribute to taking care of our home. Thank you.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. As children, we are all part of a family, and families work best when everyone helps and supports one another. Sometimes when parents or guardians ask us to help, some feel happy to assist, while other times others are busy playing, watching TV, or doing something else. However, helping at home is an important part of growing up and learning responsibility. Many children do not always respond the first time when they're asked to do something. Sometimes we get distracted or hope that someone else will do the task for us. But learning to listen and help the first time we're asked is a good habit to develop. It shows respect for our parents and guardians and demonstrates that we can be trusted to do our part. There are many ways we can help at home. We can do our beds, tidy our rooms, wash dishes, mop the floor, take out the rubbish, pack away toys, feed pets, help set the table, or assist with simple household chores. Every family is different, but every child can find age-appropriate ways to contribute. Parents ask children to help around the house because chores teach valuable life skills. They help us learn responsibility, teamwork, independence, organization, and discipline. When we help with household tasks, we learn that keeping a home running smoothly is everyone's responsibility, not just adults. Helping at home also shows love and respect for our families. Our parents and guardians work hard every day to take care of us, provide for us, and support us. When we help without complaining, we show appreciation for everything they do. Even small tasks can make a big difference and help lighten the load for others. We should remember that helping at home is not just about completing chores. It is about being a responsible member of the family. Every time we help, we are learning important skills that will benefit us through our lives. By listening, helping willingly, and taking pride in our responsibilities, we help create a happier home and show respect for the people who care for us every day. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you.
I still feel like 16, wide-eyed and full of dreams, thinking about what can be, what can be. Wish someone else would pay my bills, give me a pill for all my ills, to a bank account, deposit 100 mil. I just feel like I'm in crisis. Nothing's wrong, just don't know where my life is. Going on 30, but nothing suffices. Tryna be happy with the life I live, setting up for future kids. But I need strength nobody can give, so I'll just wait. I will be patient and hear what you say. When there is trouble coming my way, down on my knees, hear me, Lord, when I pray. I will be patient, I'll patiently wait. Patiently wait. I've been comparing this and that, counting other people's money and felt flat on my face. I should be further than where I'm at. I wanna make my parents proud, invite them to shows in front of an actual crowd, people singing my songs out loud. But until then I'll wait. I will be patient and hear what you say. When there is trouble coming my
listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons, right here on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, with me, KG Mwekezi.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurance?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
Now that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Oh, yeah, boy. Clap so right, yo. Fit point show. In 1976, the youth switch on. And for 50 years, the nation has watched as the story unfolds. And namhlanje, courage looks the same and different. It looks like showing up when no one believes in you. It's about finding the strength to stand up again. The courage of 1976 is a pillar in 2026. SAPC 1, Zanzi for sure. The source of youth courage. My gosh.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, as we wrap up the show in the final moments, we were playing into this last segment with Manana patiently ahead of the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, which is happening that last weekend of September at the Sandton Convention Center, with Grammy Award-winning singer-songwriter Manana making up part of that itinerary over that weekend. How are you doing this afternoon?
I am well. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
No, we appreciate the time. I know that you are traveling, so we do appreciate you fitting us into the calendar. We spoke a few weeks ago, probably about a month and a half, 2 months ago, around the Standard Bank Young Artist announcement, where you were the Young Artist winner in music. And just for the benefit, Manana, of folks who perhaps missed that conversation, you've been in music for a while now. You've dedicated yourself to the creation of this particular art. And then you receive that call, being named one of the alumni for this year as the Standard Bank Young Artist winner in music. Just the significance of that for you as a practicing and creating musician, and as a South African as well, who has global ambition, who's charting a international path for themselves.
Yeah. The award, I think I've told people that it's one of those ones that have a really high regard, I think, amongst my peers, amongst all creatives, because the previous winners of this award have had high standards, have had a big impact on our culture and our industry. So it's a privilege. It's a privilege to be a part of that class. And also, we know that we don't create necessarily to receive awards, but to be acknowledged, it's a privilege, and it shows that you're on the right path, you're doing the right thing, and that your work has impact.
You know, it's always so interesting because I claim everybody as South African. Anyone who listens to this show will know that I claim almost everybody as South African. But if we are to chart your roots, you in fact are Swazi born.
That's correct, yeah.
We didn't speak about you know, your younger years, your formative years, and sort of just tracking where and how your family moved and navigated around the continent and around the globe.
Yeah, you know, I always tell people that obviously Swaziland is where I was born. I spent a lot of my early years there, but then from early in primary, moved to the Drakensberg and started my music training and music journey there. From such a young age, and then moved to Cape Town to finish high schooling, studied in Cape Town, and then moved to and been living in Joburg for just under a decade now. So both countries, are contributors to my journey. Obviously, my career has been built here, and the people have shown love and given me the best platform. And I mean, right now we're doing a tour around South Africa, and people have shown me love since day one. So, Swaziland obviously is a big, important part of my journey and where it started. But yeah, things were built here in South Africa. So you can claim me as much as you want.
Let's also talk, but I feel like today is the day of Grammy Award winners. In the first half of the show, we were talking to Vota Kellerman, 3 times Grammy Award winner, and now, of course, yourself as well, Grammy Award winner, Standard Bank Young Artist winner. When your career knows such heights, as a calendar young artist, because I don't want to say young artist by way of music experience, so I'm leaning more towards young artist by way of age. When you already know such great achievement and accolade, I mean, where does one aim from here? Is what is your oyster?
Yeah. To be honest, it's been the same since day one. Every year, the goal is growth. Everything, the accolades along the journey are a part of the journey, but they're not the destination for me. I've always told people that my goal and hope is that I'm here for a long time, not just a good time. And we started, my career well, built solid roots and solid foundation with people that are really passionate supporters of the work that we do. So yeah, nothing's changed. I think, like I say, when you get the awards, it shows that you're in the right direction. But yeah, as long as people are willing to listen, for me, the goal is always the same. Every year we're trying to grow, trying to get the music appreciated by more people. Yeah, and that hasn't changed really.
I like that. In fact, that we're here for a long time and not a good time, because music, and by extension most creative sectors, can be very unforgiving. They can be fleeting to a vast majority of creatives. And I wonder if it's this mindset you speak of that becomes the differentiator for someone who's able to sustain a career for many years and evolve into many different things and keep challenging themselves into many different levels, versus someone who becomes a moment in time.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, obviously, I think that the temptation these days is to be viral and have a viral moment and hope that after that things work out. And I think, obviously, in a perfect world, everything happens quickly. But for us, I think what we found is building slowly and steadily is a much more solid base. Right now, we've been able to sell out literally thousands of tickets on our theater tour, just because people have seen me grow over the years, and I think there's a loyalty that people feel for that. I also think the quicker you rise, a lot of the time the quicker you fall, so you need to be careful of that as well. So for us, it's always been about, respecting the work that we put in, respecting the music, respecting the people also that appreciate the music, which means sometimes it'll take longer than expected,
Absolutely. You are part of the scheduling. You're part of the highlights this year at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. That weekend is taking place the last weekend of September at the Sandton Convention Center. You're going to be live on the Mbira stage. For folks who've not managed to see you perform live as yet, because I think with a festival like the Joy of Jazz, yes, of course, there are fans who've been following you since your very first output, people who know your first record inside out. Those guys are going to be in the front of stage singing along with every note. But then there's also some folks who are going to go, who's Manana? Let me go sit close to the stage and close to the speakers so I can get a sense of this artist. What can they look forward to?
First things first, I pride myself in trying to write beautiful music. So well-written music, well-written songs in the form of R&B soul, jazz influences. We've been working with this band now for a solid 2.5, 3 years. So we have a 4-piece band, most likely also going to add some extra horns for that show. It's going to be a very introspective, I think show. So we do obviously enjoy a good time, but we also enjoy making people think and feel. So the show is going to be, a combination of all those things.
I love it. By the way, any one particular song that, and I'm always intrigued with artists. I think I've spoken to a few artists now in the last few weeks as we build up to the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, and I'm intrigued to know, is there any one song that you cannot get away with not singing? When you are on the stage, as old folks would say, come hell or high waters, you have to sing that song.
Yeah, these days there's two in particular. It's a song called Little Things and another one called All the Noise. I know that in every show, every city that we play, those two songs will definitely be there. So, the show will be no different. This one will have obviously some extra new songs because we're also releasing new music right now, but those two will definitely be there.
Awesome. Manana, always a pleasure. We'll keep abreast with the theatre tour to see if there's any dates coming up in respective cities and towns. That was a Grammy Award-winning singer-songwriter Manana is going to be on stage at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz that weekend, kicking off on Friday the 25th at the Sandton Convention Centre. Tickets are already on sale, so you can go log on to the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz site and go have a look at the itinerary for the weekend, as well as all the ticketing packages that are available to you. That's where we leave it from our end. It's a few seconds to go before the top of the hour. Onde Lambana is coming through with the 3 o'clock news, and then Ashraf Gada is going to be taking you on a ride for the rest of the afternoon on the National Pulse. From myself, Bridget Masinga, have a great weekend. It promises to be a cold one from our side. I don't know what's happening in the town and the city where you are at, because sometimes we think and we assume that everywhere else is going to be cold, and then people are running around in flip-flops and shorts living their best life. For all the dads and all the social dads, the uncles and the friends and the besties and the teachers and the coaches and everyone who steps in place of dad, where dad is absent, may you have a fabulous Father's Day this coming Sunday. May you get more than just socks and vests as a present. Maybe a Bafana shirt or two. You never know, in preparation for next week. And where you do get socks, please appreciate the socks. A happy Father's Day to all of you. We'll see you all next week. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team. On the top stories, Reserve Bank urged to focus on financial literacy campaigns and rules guiding the impeachment process to be tabled next week. For SAFM News, I'm Onde Lambana, and a very good afternoon. President Cyril Ramaphosa has called on the Reserve Bank to help drive financial literacy in the country through its outreach programs. Addressing guests at the launch of the South African Reserve Bank Museum in Pretoria, Ramaphosa encouraged the Reserve Bank to continue in its efforts of educating young people about monetary policy and the role of the bank in building a stable, sustainable and inclusive economy.
But we want to applaud you for making the bank accessible, making the museum accessible to young people. Now, through its exhibitions and its dedicated schools outreach program, we expect the museum to deepen financial and economic literacy in society. Governor, I'd like you to help us, to enable us as South Africans to reach to a higher level of financial literacy. And if there's any institution that can do so without being conflicted, it is the central bank.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Thoko Didiza, says the proposed new rules guiding the impeachment process will be tabled in the House next week. This after National Assembly's Rules Committee adopted the new rules relating to a Section 89 inquiry, which paves the way for an impeachment investigation against a sitting president. The review of the rules flows from the Palapala Constitutional Court judgment that found Parliament's rules were invalid. The fit and proper clause, which was sponsored by the DA, has been left out for now in the new rules. which would have set a threshold for members who serve in the impeachment committee. Didiza says she is of the view that the clause will set a precedent even in other committees when appointing MPs to sit on those committees.
So I would really persuade members not to actually go for a vote on this matter, but we take the rules that we have already concluded on to the House for adoption next week if members would agree.
KwaZulu-Natal MEC for Social Development Mbali Shinga has won an urgent court interdict against her removal from the legislature. She approached the Pietermaritzburg High Court after the National Freedom Party expelled her from the party for defying its orders. The court order stops the Speaker from proceeding with plans to swear in NFP President Ivan Barnes as the party's sole representative in the legislature. Her lawyer Stembiso Mpele says the court ruling is justice for Shinga.
Effectively, what this order means, it says that our client is still a member of the legislature and is still a member of the NFP pending the finalization of the review process, which I presume is about to begin anytime soon.
Suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head General Lesija Sinona has testified before the Madlenga Commission that the decision to temporarily suspend Warrant Officer Carl Sander came from the office of retired National Hawks head General Godfrey Libeya. Sinona claimed that the instruction was conveyed through Major General Jessica Surabali, the component head of Executive Support Services. When questioned about commissioners about the absence of documentary evidence relating to the instruction to suspend Sander, Sinona said he had requested the documents but never received them.
I went to head office the day I was suspended to request this information. And then I indicated they must send it to my attorney, all this information. They only sent us the complaint. So what the commission is in possession of, I don't know how the commission got hold of it, but all